Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another beautiful day of the NAL, and I'm so happy to break everything down as your desk host. My name is Veli. I'm here with my analysts, Jesse and Jacob. Jesse with the big smile as usual, and Jacob, this is another play day where we are looking forward to yet possibly another upset, because last time we were here on screen, it was so exciting, man.
Yeah, there's a couple of potential for upsets, I think, in the midst of today, but it's nice because we're seeing a couple of teams have a little bit of a resurgence, and some are just performing above expectations. So the games that you expect to be upsets might just be closer on paper than you think because of how well some of these teams are doing. So it should be a good day.
Right, Jesse, what were your total thoughts about Playday number 3? Because I'm going to be completely honest, we know that XSET is going to be a topic of conversation, but other than that, we saw Oxygen once again just show out with the first matchup of the day against Astralis with a 7-4 victory, and that team is just looking so strong. But when it comes to the top 4, I think that we're starting to see a little consistency and other teams starting to creep their way up as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to see a top 4 establishing right now just because we have so many teams tied for that 3rd place position, but Oxygen definitely running away with it so far. They've been the standout team throughout all of Stage 3, beating out Astralis 7-4 the other day with a really strong performance. And then we saw Darkzero versus Mirage, and this is one where we finally got to see Canadian with his new team and his new jersey, and they showed up. Mirage really didn't stand a chance. They started to battle back in that second half, but it was really a good start for Darkzero that spiraled into a map win, and they should feel very good about that game.
And Jacob, I mean, just a total thoughts about seeing Canadian there as well was incredible. But it wasn't just Canadian getting the big dub. Seeing his old teammate MVK from that Evil Geniuses roster going big for XSET was just beautiful to see.
It was nice because both sides of the old EG coin found success, and that's XSET getting a massive dub over the Sonics, looking like a brand new squad in the process. But this was ultimately the biggest shock. Seeing Bank for the first time in the North American League for Stage 3, beastcoast saying, yeah, we'll give it a shot, and TSM going, you what, mate? Look at how easy this was for TSM. So many rounds won, a 5-1 half, Geo had a massive clutch. There wasn't a single thing I think TSM overall did wrong in their game against beastcoast. And just to put this in perspective, the last 2 times that TSM and beastcoast have played, it's been 14-1 for TSM on round count. They do not like beastcoast after losing in Stage 1. Hey, no, of course I had to. You know me.
Great stat line, by the way. But I'm also, Jesse, we had an MVP. Yes, he was not on a winning team, but Astralis' own was able to walk away with the title yesterday as Jay and I know put on a clinic on Coastline. The clinic wasn't enough for his team to get the dub that day, but man, he was popping off.
Yeah, I mean, J90 versus Auction Esports was this entire game. He did everything. 22 kills by the end of it, tying the record for this year in the NAL for the most kills in one map point to a 982 cost. 4 opening picks as well. That's a very crucial stat we always go back to. He was solid on the roam. That's where he had most of his impact, but on entry as well, on attack, was able to slip into the bomb site, find those kills, and react so quickly to what the defense were doing. He had a phenomenal day yesterday, and hopefully today he can repeat that performance and actually get his team a win.
Hey, Jacob, I'm going to give you a project, okay? A little bit of homework. So you watch Call of Duty, right?
A little bit.
Yeah, you know how Miles calls simp in, what was it, a BZ, the Tiny Terrors and whatnot? We need a nickname for the 3 young gunners when it comes to this Astralis roster. Do you think you could do that for us?
Oh, that's not too bad. Yeah, I'm coming up with something on the fly that we're going to use over and over again might be difficult, but come back to me next week and I'll have a nickname for you for sure.
Well, one thing I would love to come to you with was, it has to do with your power rankings, actually, because yesterday was very insightful, but this time around, we're going to have a lot more context, right? So a few things that I personally am excited to see, and I'm sure Jesse is too. You had TSM a bit low, but then TSM showed up yesterday and had a good game, but also we have a clearer picture of where Darkzero stands.
Yeah, it's all very true. There were plenty of games yesterday that swayed the way that I thought simply because of how dominant the wins or how really terrible the losses were. But some of what you'll see, at least for the bottom 3, is going to stay relatively the same from what we saw from yesterday. 9th place It's not XSET anymore. It's Mirage. 3 straight losses, not a very high standard of play, not a lot of reasons to be confident in them either. This is the worst play we've ever seen from them, including their Stage 1 slumps from earlier in the year. That's back when they had hot and cold in the roster. XSET finally getting bumped up to 8th place. This is where they ended Stage 2. Seemed like they sorted out a really big issue yesterday. Trades. There's a sense of direction in their play, but one win doesn't mean they're totally sorted out yet. They need more dubs right now, and they've got a pretty prime opportunity to do that just today. 7th place, beastcoast. They don't move anywhere. That TSM loss was really embarrassing. It seemed like Bank was a massive mistake, so with a 1-1 record, I'm not really comfortable giving them past 7th place on this ranking so far. There's still potential, but they're not quite there yet. 6th place, Astralis. I kind of hate having them this low, but I feel like they could be a lot better if it wasn't for like some reckless decision making at times. They're stacked, but they're also chaotic, and J9 can't be dropping 22 kills like that just for you to lose. Like, that is an issue that needs sorting out. 5th place, this is who you were curious about.
Oh boy.
TSM.
Darkzero?
TSM. No.
Okay.
TSM. They bounced right back. They trounced Beast Coast so hard, it's almost useless analyzing how they did it or like how their role change is doing. They played like angry TSM, and an angry TSM is the kind that speed runs through maps. That's exactly what they did against Beast Coast yesterday. So yeah, up 1 into 5th place. That's where I got him for the minute.
All right, so now we have TSM in the 5th spot, and rightfully so, right? TSM, they lost the first play day against Oxygen. I believe it was a 3-7 loss. They had a bye, and then finally got a win against Beast Coast, so you currently have it 7th. So that's a lot of stock that you're putting into them, but now I'm wondering, is Darkzero going to be within the top 3, or do you have them just right outside as that number 4 spot?
Honestly, the top 4 is going to be really hard to call. Like, the top 5, I feel like, is going to be the hardest thing to figure out for all of this stage because of how tightly contested I see it being. But 4th place, Spacestation. They're going to drop 1 spot. Ooh. They had their bye yesterday, but the reason they're down in 4th place is because Darkzero vaults over them. That is an excellent debut from Canadian. I knew they were going to be a top team with Troy, but that win was pretty stellar despite the fact that they played Mirage, and obviously Mirage is not doing hot at the minute. I'm going to hope to keep them in the top 3 for this ranking because I know they can stay here for a really long time if they keep doing everything like they did yesterday, but they're going to face some better opponents as their schedule gets harder and harder over the course of this stage, so we'll see how they respond to it and whether them not having a lot of preparation comes back to bite them. 2nd and 1st place should be a little bit obvious. 2nd is the Sonics. I didn't expect an XSET loss. They got destroyed for too many rounds for their efforts against activating their emergency gear to really be relevant, and then Oxygen, 3 wins, no losses. They've had a pretty good schedule for those 3 wins so far, and there's a lot of top teams left for them to beat. I do expect Oxygen to lose at some point, but for right now, they can hold a really fat W and stay at the top.
Jacob, I actually love this list. Jesse, I want to hear your thoughts on this right now. So personally, I feel like Spacestation and Darkzero can definitely be a coin flip. But after watching Sonic's loss right there and then seeing how good Darkzero was, I was kind of expecting like an emotional take, like, yeah, Sonic's lost because XSET, we don't know what's going on. 3rd place. Are you happy with this list? Because I respect it.
I think so. I don't think there's like very many wrong ways to build this list right now because we're still so uncertain about teams like Darkzero, who have played 1 game so far, TSM, who played 2 games that were wildly different, you know, even Spacestation Gaming, who haven't played a game in a while now. We didn't see them yesterday. There's so many question marks around these teams, so I don't mind anything on this list. I might have like restructured things a little bit. I don't know if I'd put Darkzero that high after just 1 game, but hey, I think it's going to be just speaking to how competitive the top of NA really is.
Jesse, you have to be on the hype train. Jacob
all
saw
right.
it. I'm assuming Jacob saw it. I'm on it. The road is on it. We need to get you on board. All right, Jesse?
Hey, I was the one predicting him yesterday, not Jacob.
True. All right,
I'm never rooting for Mirage again.
Oh my gosh, right? You know, hopefully Mirage works their way up though, because I still love this team. I hope Thompson and the rest of his team really pick things up. We'll find out today. But fellas, for those of you at home, we actually compiled our tweets once more. I have no idea what we're seeing right now. I actually heard we have a whole lot of them, so I'm ready to dive right in. Jesse and Jacob, I'm going to need your help.
Yeah.
So the first tweet of the day, I will say this. Rainbow Six Twitter, they never cease to disappoint me. And Jesse, what is this all about?
Veli, this is going to be looking at Bank, the first time we got to see it in the North American League. TSM managed to bring it out, and they won it 7-1, dominant.
And by the way, for 2 stages in a row, TSM have been just they set the tone. They go to the newer maps. We saw them on Chalet when it came to Stage 2, Stage 3. Data and the boys did me a big favor and brought us over to Bank. So shout out to TSM once again, and we continue to wish them the best of luck this stage. Let's take a look at the next tweet that's on our hands. And
Wait, who is that guy?
In Lumberjack flannel. Jacob, how do we make sense of this, man?
I mean, there's so much Canada in one picture, it might be a little hard to decipher, but I also do have like a very similar flannel. Remember the time we did the Canadian finals and he and I had like the exact same pattern flannel going, like
that was
almost
perfect.
on accident? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait, I didn't even notice it was a Tim Hortons cup. For the love of God,
Yeah,
can you be
dude.
more stereotypically
That's an
Albertan?
ice cap. That's the classic Canadian drink. It's the
my
drink
God.
of our people.
When's the last time you had poutine, Jesse?
Last time I had poutine?
Yes.
Probably before Mexico. I haven't had poutine in a while. If I'm
Last
being
time I
honest
had
with you.
poutine was
I'm
Montreal
sorry,
in
I'm
2020.
sorry.
I haven't had it in a year and a half, dude.
Jeez.
Let's take a look at the next tweet. By the way, I have not had good poutine yet, so you and Parker disappoint me. Jay and I know and the rest of Astralis. By the way, Jay and I know popped off with, I believe, 22 kills yesterday in that loss. Like we said earlier in the show, he was our MVP. But there was actually a really funny meme. I don't know if it's going to be included in this list of tweets, but the Astralis account social media guy posted a picture of Jay and I know with the backpack. It said that's him showing up to the arena. And hopefully the rest of the team jumps out that backpack and helps them out this time around, because if Jay and I know continues to play like that, Jacob, this Astralis team, they're going to be serious. I mean, can you imagine him and Shuttle popping off like that on the daily?
I was going to say, let's hope that this kind of trend continues, not just because Jane I know having performances like that means maybe he can crack and break the world record or the NAL record at 23 at some point, but if you're going to have someone get that many kills, then just get the rest of your team to do as well as that one player, and then you'll end up winning more games, trust me.
Hey, best of luck to him. Let's take a look at the next tweet. By the way, that dog is so cute. Not the big ugly one. But, ladies and gentlemen, this is honestly a moment that I really didn't expect until the announcement came. I remember waking up and seeing on Twitter that Troy, Canadian, NA's finest was back, and he showed out in a big way. Jesse, the way that Darkzero looked yesterday, and seeing Canadian on the roam, seeing him on hard breach, like Jacob said, man, it just felt right?
Yeah, I mean, he slid right on into Darkzero, and it really did feel like the perfect combination of a legendary team combined with a legendary player from our scene. He came in, he was able to lead Darkzero to a victory, and hey, I think we can continue to keep it up. He and Darkzero really look like they're clicking, and it's fantastic to see the boy back.
Can't wait to see Darkzero play against Spacestation Gaming. That is going to be a really fun game. But let's take a look at another tweet that we've collected in Game Day for Spacestation. Oh God, iconic dancing.
I've seen this TikTok way too much on the
Come on
timeline.
now.
I think Thomas even posted it today too. Yeah, I'm like, wait a second, who's got the vibes? That's right, Iconic's got the vibes.
Iconic with all the vibes, and hopefully he pops off today against Spacestation Gaming. I want to see that young man show out, because King Iconic, along with whatever nickname Jacob will give the rest of his teammates, the little firing squad, the trio, is going to be a real fun one. I want to make that my cell phone background, by the way, just iconic dancing all day. But fellas, that is it for the tweets that we have today. And Jacob, it's about that time, man. You know that you do it best. And coming up right now, after the break at least, we're going to have XSET facing off against Mirage. Now, this game, these are the two best teams on our schedule for the day. But we have a feeling that both these teams are going to pop off because they have a lot to prove.
Well, I'd hope Mirage pops off, because they haven't really popped off for all of Stage 3 yet, and if you were going to do it, you might as well do it against the team that you're kind of sharing the bottom 2 scoreline with right now, and that's XSET. I'm looking, though, for XSET, if they're able to do what they did against the Sonics yesterday, against Mirage today, maybe we start looking at a slight redemption arc. I will not get ahead of myself with this, trust me, but the fact that XSET did what they did so successfully against the Sonics yesterday makes me hope that that's a trend that can keep going forward, and it's not just a one-off, this is the only time we're ever going to see it one-trick pony kind of thing for XSET. Give me more of this consistency, and you'll see me rooting for XSET more and more as the stage goes on.
Jesse, one thing that I'm definitely rooting for is that you and I clap Jacob when it comes to predictions today, because Stage 2, he dominated us, but this time around, we're gonna kick things off differently starting today, right?
I think so, Valley. I believe we're tied at the moment. He was ahead coming into yesterday, and then we beat him on the Darkzero
like
Mirage
I care
game.
about my predictions anymore. Oh,
Listen,
you
Jacob.
poor
He
got the
children.
laptop, he
Jacob,
doesn't care
you don't
anymore.
understand.
I
The
got
bet
what I
doesn't
needed, man.
stop. You lose the laptop next time you lose predictions, so you better be careful.
What?
Jacob, you know what? We actually should come up with yet another bet. We'll talk about that later on. But ladies and
should.
gentlemen, it's about time to get the show started. We'll be going to a short break. And then after that, we're going to kick things off with Mirage versus, hopefully, a new look XSET. We'll see you guys soon.
What does it take to call next? Follow us for a deep dive into the Rainbow Six community, breaking down barriers, taking you behind the scenes, and showing what it means to level up.
If you want to get better, try reviewing your game footage. Insights.gg's game capture tool makes recording and reviewing fast and easy. With no lag, automatic recording, and instant highlights, it's never been easier to learn from your gameplay. Try it for free at insights.gg today.
There goes the Goyo shield. He gets it! Good God! It's Darren's inside of library, and he's gonna continue to tear them to shreds, but he's gonna get caught in the crossfire. He gets it anyway. Quad kill for Darkzero. Can he go for 4? He absolutely can. Jarvis, sit down. Needs to stay alive, and he won't be able to. Oxygen, a huge clutch. To waste time. He sees the thermite and gets it. What a play from Bosco. With the pistol, takes down Dream. TSM continue on their reign. Every step of the way, they are the obstacle.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. Welcome back to Playday number 4 for the North American League, and I'm happy to break all of this down as a desk host. My name is Veli, but I wouldn't be able to do it without my boys on the desk, Jesse and Jacob. Starting with you, Jesse. We're gonna have a good game today. We're gonna have a good day today, actually. But talking about the first game of the day, XSET versus Mirage, kind of like what Jacob does on the mic. If you were to be able to pretty much get the people at home hype and excited for this matchup, what do you have to say for them out there?
I mean, I think for the fans of both these teams, they already know that this is a very tense matchup. These are two teams at the bottom of the leaderboard right now. Mirage yet to find a win. They're the only team currently in the NAL with 0 points. So they desperately need to win this one. And XSET have historically not been the strongest team, but they did look very good yesterday. So this is an opportunity for them to build on that foundation that they built yesterday. And for Mirage, this is a desperation game. The time is ticking, Valley. We're already 3 games into our stage. They need to start finding points.
And for those of you at home, you know better than I do. When Jesse gets excited for a game, you should get excited as well. But let's break down the format and talk about how the NAL works. Now, the format has pretty much been solid so far. I love the way we've been doing things in the NAL. Now, when it comes to scoring, you win, you get 3 points. If you lose, you get none. But the fun part is, if you make it to overtime and you win, you will be awarded those 2 points. You'll wind up losing that, you will still walk away with something at least. The teams that we have are the finest that we have in NA to offer, with Astralis joining us. And also, if you missed yesterday, Darkzero had their debut with Canadian. That's that pretty purple logo right there. The Playday is a smack dab on your screens, so make sure you follow us and see how everything pretty much unfolds. When you take a look at Caliber Jacob's pre-show rankings, I mean, it changes every single time, and it's a really fun discussion to have because you just can't guess what's about to happen here. But Jacob, at the end of the day, these players are playing for a lot of points and a lot of money because Six Invitational is right around the corner.
Yep, we got 5 teams right now, Veli, based upon the points that they've accrued from Stage 1 all the way through Stage 2 and the Mexico Major. 5 North American teams right now are currently slated to go to SI, but there's a lot of other teams that have the potential to knock them out from other regions, so the amount of points that they can get and potentially getting into that top 4 to go to the November Major is crucial at this point. Right now, it's OXG, Sonics, Darkzero, and TSM, but we're only 3 Playdays in, and some of these teams have only played 1, maybe even 2 games, so there is still so much more seats left to be played.
And even with all the great teams that you just named, there's only 4 spots that are just super important when it comes to other things as well. And Jesse, looking at the top 4 when it comes to NA, Oxygen on top, currently undefeated, 3-0. But now at the bottom, we see Mirage 0-3 with teams like XSET getting a very big win to move up towards the middle of the pack. Do you think that this list is going to change a lot by the end of the day?
Of course. Yeah, I mean, look at those points, right, Veli? 9, 6, okay, great. And then 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. That's a 6-way tie for third. So this is going to go all over the place. There's no way that this is going to stay in a 6-way tie by the end of today. We're going to see some people jump ahead. We're going to see some teams fall behind. And so I'm really excited to see how this really shakes out. As you mentioned, top 4 will be going to the major at the end of this stage. So even if you're locked into SI already, even if your chances to SI are gone, you still need to shoot for top 4 to make it to another LAN.
Now, let's take a look at the number 1 game that we're going to have today. The series, of course, will be between the 7th and 9th seed, XSET versus Mirage. And Jacob, we think that that's going to be really exciting. But when you take a look at the top dogs, I mean, Darkzero versus TSM, that has to be just the highlight of the day, especially as the last game of the day.
Honestly, yeah, I think 3 of these games are super close. XSET and Mirage within the bottom 3, so you'd expect that one should be decently tight. Astralis and SSG also kind of within like the middle, I'd say so far, middle to high, kind of almost like within that top 4 range right now. I think Astralis sit just outside that top 4, and then Darkzero, TSM. Come on, like that just writes itself every time we see it. Like we've seen these guys play at majors back in the online era last year. They've gone to war against one another, but now Darkzero's got backup in the old gunslinger coming out of retirement, so that one should be amazing when it comes around.
Fellas, does Amir just feel like rivalry is starting to heat up with all of these just OGs coming back to the scene? A little bit of a dynamic of everybody fighting for that top 4 spot is really pretty to see. But let's break down the first matchup of the day, Mirage versus XSET. If you guys missed yesterday, you missed an upset of the century. It was amazing. XSET were able to beat Sonics, and it was a matchup that a lot of us were watching saying, is this really happening? But talking about these teams, I mean, let's talk about the team that we're just most excited for right now, Jesse. XSET. Yeah. We were wondering about how NVK would be having that very long retirement break and then coming back to the scene. He didn't have a good time the first few play days, but the thing is, NVK showed up in a big way yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, MVK finally looks like the player that we're used to seeing from way back in the day. He's finally winning on his entry engagements. Even the ones where he was losing, he was still able to have a huge impact. He either died first but got traded, or got the opening pick in the first 6 of 7 rounds in their game against the Sonics. So a huge impact in that early round, getting that entry. And he was largely playing on sort of the vertical role. He was on that sledge. So it was a bit of a risky proposition for him to be in those engagements, but he did it excellently. He was always in that building, finding that opening pick and getting XSET into that advantage state ahead of time. And it's so important because NVK has been struggling on XSET so far, oftentimes in this exact category that he was excelling in previously yesterday. So it's great to see him starting back up. We're seeing the king back. He's doing what he knows how to do, and it's just fantastic to see.
Now, there's one big storyline about this matchup, and it wouldn't be as good if someone like Jacob weren't able to lay it out there for the audience to hear. Jacob, now paint the picture for us, all right? Jacob Picasso.
Oh boy.
This is Thomas's old team playing against his current new team. There is so much on the line right now. These teams, none of them want to lose to each other, man. What's on the line for us today?
I mean, Thomas and his legacy overall is something I don't know if you can consider too much of, but it is something I know has to be in the back of his head. This XSET squad had him on his team only a couple of weeks back. You and I grabbed Thomas from the airport. Well, sorry, not from the airport, from his place when he got cut from this XSET roster, and we both looked at it as one of the biggest mistakes XSET possibly could have made. Problem is, we're not in team comms, we don't understand chemistry. Behind the scenes, something very clearly wasn't going right, which enabled them to bring Prod and NBK onto this roster in the first place. Overall, I don't know if it's a good move yet. I'm not about to be the one to put the cart before the horse and say that, oh, one win means that they're going to be amazing now. The comeback starts here. I'd love to think that that's true. I'm always going to root for the underdog, but give it some time to really settle in. Thomas is going to be at the far end of the stage, so if he gets really up and hype, he's going to be yelling from so far away that XSET might not be able to hear him if they're really locked in and focused. And this isn't the same XSET squad. From a mentality perspective, they play the game in a much more structured way that seems like there's far more direction in how they play. But again, one win does not mean that they're back on track, so to speak.
And with a lot of respect behind the scenes when it comes to Thomas and his old teammates on XSET, I mean, they both want each other to thrive, right? But the thing is, there's going to be a lot of heat when it comes to this matchup. And speaking of heat, one of the team changes that came when Thomas was released from the roster, that handsome man that just chucked up the deuces right there, Prod, Jesse. We said it. When we saw him join this roster, we knew that good things were to come. Prod just seems to bring some type of maturity and just not just attitude-wise, but the way he plays the game. He's able to see it way differently. He's a playmaker. He makes things happen, and he seems to be just that missing piece of the puzzle that makes XSET just look so much more complete nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, Prod has been a player inside of Challenge League for a long time. My first season of Challenge League as a caster was also his first season, and so now he's finally brought his way up to the NAL on XSET, and he seemingly turned this team into a very objective-focused one. In Stage 2, only one team had fewer plants than XSET. That was TSM. But this stage, Prod alone has more plants than any other team as a whole. He got 3 plants yesterday versus Sonics, no doubt with the help of the bans that came in there to boost his numbers. But still, for a guy that wasn't playing on that plant role last stage for Orglis, it's been a huge shift for him to come on in, pick up that hard breach, get those plants down, and really change the way that XSET look as a team. It's been a whole transformation coming in with, you know, the rest of the team contributing to that as well, I'm sure, being able to change that playstyle. And I love what I'm seeing so far from Prod and the rest of XSET to be able to support him in those plans.
And like we said yesterday when XSET were able to get that win, this is a track that we would love to see XSET continue on, right? Because the way things are looking, the stonks are high, fellas. XSET with a nice upset. We don't expect him to just finish the season winning every game out there, but little levels of progression that we can see from the eye test is good enough for us. But Jacob, I'm gonna need your help talking about this team, Mirage. The team that XSET will be facing off against. And when it comes to Mirage, we were high on them. I believe top 4 in Stage 1, Stage 2. It wasn't that hot. And Stage 3 comes along and, man, what is going on? Dream, Loading, Benji, Thomas, and Nyx found themselves actually at the bottom of the standings. And when it comes to the NAL, we know that it becomes a snowball effect at that point in time. So, in your eyes, Jacob, what is going on with this team? They're not bad.
We're only 3 games into Stage 3. I don't want to be the guy that says that Mirage was only a good team when they had hot and cold, but Mirage was only a good team when they had hot and cold. There's no other real way to put it. Back in Stage 1, they managed to crack into that top 4 in a very surprise fashion because of the efforts of that one player. They had some IGL inconsistencies, but they sorted that out very quickly, and it was something that led to a lot of immediate success. That was also them taking advantage of there being several teams in the NAL who we considered to be top 4, or like within the normal big 4, so to speak, that suddenly weren't there anymore, and we saw Disrupt, the Sonics, and Mirage all catapult themselves up. Since then, it's been nothing but a dramatic slide downward. They haven't found that same consistency. There's always one player rotating in or rotating back out again. And if nothing else, at least they're only having one player be moved in and out from hot and cold, then to Quartz, then to Thomas. So the core lineup of Mirage has stayed the same, but the way in which they play seems way more discombobulated. Sometimes they're all venting into the same spot, or they're not looking for ways to play around one another. It's just like, hey, let's throw a whole bunch of bodies at issues, and most of the time it hasn't worked. Their best game so far was a 7-5 loss against OXG, and to say that their best game came when they didn't win so far just doesn't speak volumes for the amount of confidence that I have in these guys.
And the question that we had, Jacob, as well, was when Hot and Cold was on the roster, he was a player that you could depend on to step up in these big games, right, in order to help will his team to win. When you take a look at the way Mirage has been playing lately, they're playing as if they don't have that type of ace. Hopefully that comes soon, but another thing that has been working out for Mirage as well, Jesse, I mean, just talk about their attacks. They seem to be a little lackluster when it comes to that.
Yeah, I mean, what happened to Mirage's attacks? This is what I want to know. They were a powerhouse on the offense in Stage 2. They went from the second best attacking team in the league to being 21 points below the league average. It really is a question mark in my mind what went so wrong with this squad. You wouldn't think the slight change from Quartz to Thomas would have that big of a shift on their attacks. I think Quartz did a great job on attack, but I think Thomas should be capable of the same thing. I think Thomas's IGL capability should be adding to that as well. It really just isn't turning out for Mirage, and I think part of it is that they're dying early on a lot of these attacks. They're getting into those opening engagements that really are never going their way. I think the flank watch has been a bit poor. I think there have been times where they've gotten up into advantage. They've been ready to go for that take. They've been in position, and then they just get flanked and everything falls apart. That was more so in their first game of the stage, and then it's really been a struggle since then. So Mirage have to turn this around. This has been the one key area that even in Stage 2 was strong for them. Yeah, they weren't great in Stage 2, but this was where they were still able to thrive and get themselves out of these bottom two positions. As of now, that has completely gone away, and without it, Mirage don't have a leg to stand on.
You're right, but you know what? One player that we hope will turn the ship around when it comes to this team, and also one of the IGLs on this roster, Jacob, is going to be Nyx. Nyx, even when Skies was on the desk, man, Jesse and I was talking about it, where basically Nyx in the role that he plays is going to be very difficult for him to get that type of IGL quality that he wants for his roster to succeed, to thrive with. But Nyx also dying early, not being able to secure a lot of important valid kills, is hurting him greatly along with the rest of his team.
Yeah, so far we've continued to question who's kind of calling the shots behind the scenes. Is it Nyx? Is it Thomas? Unfortunately, like, every time Nyx has really stepped into a very pivotal leadership role on a squad, I'd argue it really hasn't done that team all that much good. He tried it on Darkzero, tried it on Reciprocity, tried it on Disrupt, even though it was only one stage with that squad, and now we're seeing not a lot of positive returns when it comes to this Mirage team, especially without, like you mentioned, their ace in the hole and hot and cold not being with this team for 2 stages at this point. It's weird looking at how Nyx is trying to, I think, provide some leadership, but it's more of that opening death issue that needs to get sorted. If you're going to be aggressive and find plays early, then at least have somebody with you. If you can't get the opening frag yourself, then make sure that there's someone for a trade. Attack or defense, it doesn't necessarily matter. We're looking at a couple fundamental issues from Nyx that I look at and I question very heavily, because you're not alive sometimes and you're putting your team into a 4v5 scenario when there's literally like 40 seconds gone. I'll look back to that Mirage game against OXG on Cafe, where there were half of the rounds on defense he was trying something, dying first, and putting his team at a disadvantage early. It's super basic, but it's just one super easy thing to observe, and I don't want Nyx to keep falling into that hole time and time again.
And the thing is, we believe in this team, and that's why we're so critical about them. But Jesse, now I would like to say the underdogs are currently Mirage. I didn't think I would ever say that in a matchup like this, with all due respect to both sides as well.
Yeah.
But if you were Mirage and you wanted to get basically the ship going, and you want to start the engine a little bit and start to rack up those valuable wins, because Mirage don't belong at the bottom, what map should they want to take XSET to? What works in their favor?
I think if I'm Mirage, I'm trying to steer the map ban phase towards a villa, something like that. Clubhouse is what they played back in state. Okay. Every time I say this, it goes to the opening ban. I swear this isn't scripted. XSET gonna ban it first. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because if Mirage love Villa the most, XSET know this, they're gonna ban that out. It's a map that XSET ban pretty often. They're on a pretty big losing streak. They don't look good there. For Mirage, it's a solid map, so it makes sense that goes out of the pool. My pick here was actually Bank. Now, it's gonna be a bit of a toss-up. We don't really know if these teams have practiced it. We have no idea how they think about Bank, so it's always a bit of a risky pick, but it has made it to the final 3. Oregon was the one map actually that I thought XSET would have the best shot at. It seems like that's one that Mirage usually permaban. They did try it once, but it didn't go their way. XSET are going to ruin my dreams and say Bank is not going to happen, so there goes my prediction out the window as well. So what are we left with then? Coastline is still in the pool for sure for these last 2 choices. And then the other one coming in here, what, Chalet going to be the other one? I think both are fine picks. Neither going to lean too heavily. If I'm Mirage, I'm probably taking
but another
Chalet.
Coastline? Oh, no.
All right, Coastline instead. I mean, I
take
will
it.
say for Mirage, this looked like a pretty strong map in Stage 1. They did upset TSM in Stage 2. It's overall a solid map. They know how to play this. This shouldn't be a problem. But for XSET, they did permaban this map all the way throughout the year until stage 3. They lost it first to Astralis, then bounced back in a big way against Sonics just yesterday. This will be their third play on Coastline. We'll see what they can bring out.
Jesse, they're bringing out the book, man. The map poll is open now. This is a brand new team, hopefully, right? But now, fellas, when it comes to predictions, Jacob, now that we know what map both of these teams will be going to, which is Coastline, are you rocking with Mirage? Are you saying that, well, do you believe that Mirage can actually start to turn things around right now, or do you think XSET, they're just on a whole different path? They're looking forward to getting yet another win.
It's weird seeing XSET play the same map 3 times in a row, because this is going to be the 3rd time we see Coastline played. It's also weird because it's like everyone was playing Consulate before, and now we're seeing way more Coastline being injected, especially in North America. It's interesting to watch it. I am going to stick with XSET, though. I liked what I saw from them yesterday, and if that kind of thing against the Sonics of all teams is something you can replicate, there's no chance in hell that Mirage are going to be able to bounce back. And also, I do want to say one thing. If XSET win this game and then Beast Coast somehow go on to upset either in overtime or in regulation against OXG, which is the next upcoming game, I don't think Mirage gets out of bottom 2 for stage 3. I don't think it's going to happen. The pressure is on you now to perform in a really big way, because whatever we end up looking at for relegation possibilities down the road for the end of this stage, Mirage are now firmly the deer in the headlights, especially if they lose this one and Beast Coast and XSET both start to pull away from them. They need this win, but I don't think they can do it.
Jacob with a little bit of honesty and some spice for his prediction. Jesse, that's going to be a hard one to topple, but are you going to agree with Jacob, man? Because XSET just seems like clear favorites from what we've seen so far this stage.
You know, if there's one advantage for Mirage, it is that they got to see XSET play this not just yesterday, but also last week as well. And XSET showed a lot yesterday. They did play quite a few rounds, and they showed how they like to attack, how they like to defend. So you're really putting a lot of pressure on the coaching staff from Mirage by going to this map and seeing what they can come up with over the last 24 hours. But I just can't pick Mirage with how they've played so far this stage. Even if this might be a little bit of a known commodity for XSET, Mirage have just not looked good all throughout stage 3. Until I see that, Belly, I can't pick that team. I gotta go XSET.
I gotta say this outright. We've all been vocal. We've all just criticized XSET for so long, and I'm not a hater when I say this. I love what XSET showed us yesterday, and I think they're gonna show us a lot more of that today, hopefully. I hope they win as well. But the thing is, you take a look at Mirage's track record this stage, and it's pretty funny. Yes, Mirage has looked pretty trash. Those are my boys, though. I can be honest with them. But the thing is, losing to teams such as Spacestation Gaming, come on now. You have Oxygen. You also have Darkzero with Canadian in the lineup. They're going against top 4 teams, some of the best that North America has to offer. Now, a match like this is perfect for Mirage, and it looks like the script has been set. Yeah, you know what? You're going to get punched a few times, hit in your face, but you got to dust that dirt off. And I think going against a team like XSET, they're not a top 4 team and not even top 5. I think Mirage can finally be able to just take a deep breath and say, you know what, the expectations and the pressure, let's just let it out of our minds and let's get this well-needed win that we have to secure. I believe in Benji. I believe in Thomas. I believe in Nyx turning this ship around, hopefully. I really want Nyx to step up in the big ways in IGL and be the leader that this team needs, because he's surrounded with nothing but talent. So I'm going to have to go against the grain, fellas. We're going to have 2 for XSET. Shout out to them as well. 1 for Mirage. I'm hoping that they can
have fun losing your prediction, man. That's all I got to say.
But if I win this, Jacob, I'm going to look like a genius. I'm going to be above both of you right now. But ladies and gentlemen, to kick things off for the first game of the day, this is going to be a really exciting one. These teams, they want to go big. It's going to be Mirage versus XSET. But before we jump into that game, we actually have a special piece about one of the standout stars from yesterday in VK.
All right, everybody, it's time for our very first matchup of the day, XSET versus Mirage. And Michael, we find ourselves in a bit of a weird spot.
Really?
They're both 9th and 8th place between them, so we will be casting the two lowest teams to start off this show.
Yeah, Parker, and this is a really consequential match. It was touched on the analyst desk there. You're taking a look at XSET and Mirage. XSET, the expected underdog going into a match like this, but then not right now, though, because Mirage's whole stage has been abysmal, and XSET upset Sonics in the last Playday, so anything's on the table. I mean, if there's gonna be a time where Mirage's stage turns around, it would be now. But will that happen? I don't know.
I mean, it has to be now. I like that the desk talked about this. In the Mirage matchups that we've seen thus far, it's Spacestation, Oxygen, and Darkzero as their three opponents. That is an incredibly strong schedule. You are going up against three teams that historically sit in the top 4 of the North American League, and now with the Sonics improving their stock, top 5 if you want to call it that. Whereas XSET have had a significantly weaker schedule. They lost to beastcoast, another team that is not touching the upper echelons of the NA League. They did the same by losing to Astralis, but then they turned around, Michael, and they stunned us yesterday on this map, mind you, by beating the Sonics 7-3. Anyway, we have an interesting question today that actually doesn't involve either of these teams. The question is, should we take away Caliber Jacob's laptop? Yes or no?
What is that?
Personally vote yes.
Why? I saw that in the community poll forum, and I was like, what's the actual question? And they're telling me that's the actual question. Why? I vote completely indifferent. I have absolutely no opinion on the personal electronics.
Have we asked if Monte
Jacob.
Cristo has a laptop? I feel like he'd be a great person to give it to.
Yeah, we could give it to him. How about that? There you go. Parker coming up with all the great ideas today.
They took his away because of the death whistle.
That makes sense. The death whistle, I mean, it was a very precarious event due to the death whistle, Parker.
Well, it seems like we're almost ready to get underway. Big stakes for both of these teams here. Obviously, relegations are going to be playing into the minds of these teams. You do not want to finish dead last. You don't want to have to contend for your spot to stay here in the North American League. And for both of these teams, they find themselves in unenviable positions where they are both fighting for the bottom. That's it. Coming into this matchup, it's Mirage in dead last, which is very odd given that this Mirage team actually finished in the top 4 of the very first stage. Now, Caliber Jacob said that, they haven't been good since they lost hot and cold. I'll let you be the judge of that. I'm not going to weigh in on that. But the stats really do tell the story here, Michael. And for Mirage, even if it's been against the 3 best teams, or 3 of the best teams in the North American League, they have not looked particularly convincing at any point. They've had a couple good rounds, but that's been about it. They'll have their hands full today here against XSET, Michael, as we go back to the map that XSET brutalized the Sonics on yesterday, as we get underway with our very first matchup of the day.
So it's that advanced information advantage that we have here for Mirage. They're going to know how XSET plays on this map because they just saw XSET play this map. And we'll jump right into the operator ban phase. See what we get rid of. See if it's anything substantial. It's probably going to be your standard stuff. Oh, wow. I was going to say, it's probably going to be your standard stuff. Maybe not a Thatcher ban, but looky here. We got a Thatcher ban. Not terribly surprising, but also you don't have to ban Thatcher on Coastline. I think he's definitely more potent now that they've added a wall to VIP, but I don't know. You can just not. Nomad is the other attacker, man.
What noise was that?
Which one? The It's like a you know, like a I can't make it noise. Like it's like a verbal shrug.
Oh. Nomad will join Mira and Valkyrie, and a map that used to be characterized by its innovative bans and innovative style of play certainly seems like it's going to play out very similarly to what we've witnessed before. Maybe the change to that wall upstairs in VIP, which fundamentally impacts 2, if not 3 of the bomb sites. Maybe that is going to normalize Coastline to a certain extent. I mean, we still need to wait and see. The jury's not out on it just yet. The jury's still out on it, but we'll take a look. Very first defense for Mirage is going to be downstairs in Sunrise Barn. Is there anything that you think is worth talking about these lineups or the bans?
Jackal's going to be in play. That's substantial on Coastline because it's a really shallow map. Defender bans were super predictable and standard. The Nomad's the only real shift. I think that, again, I do think that Jackal's going to be pretty potent. Nothing else too crazy going on here. Loading says he's being targeted. His main attacker is Thatcher so far through this stage. So I guess that's what he means, but then his team was the one to ban Thatcher.
I mean, he's played a lot of Mira, and he has played some Nomad as far as I'm aware as well, so...
Yeah, there's been some
At this point,
Nomad
maybe
play.
he's just not allowed to play the game at all.
He's not allowed to play whatever he wants to play.
Oh, no.
And Benji's not allowed to go into gunfights with full HP. It's against the rules.
I don't know what happened, but he all of a sudden lost 70-ish, 60-ish of his HP. I'm going to go on a limb here and say that the only person who was reasonably close was Loading. It might have been through the wall, maybe a bailiff shot. I don't know.
Bird Lady's available, right?
Sorry?
You can play Bird Lady, right? Thunderbird?
Her name is Thunderbird, and
Bird
yeah,
Lady.
she is perfectly available.
Yeah, we haven't seen her, like, at all.
She hasn't been played once yet in NAL as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, she's been on the back burner. I do think she's got more potential than is being given credit to her by the NAL pros, personally. But it's a huge risk. It's a gamble to invest into that, just like it is to invest into an Ella. Big difference here, Ella's got that shield, and that gives her the ability to hold on to Office.
I don't know what got tossed out. I'm assuming that was a Gizmot to try and maybe disorient them a little bit. Nyx, who tends to die too early, and yesterday we got to see that front and center, might find himself in the same spot, and there he goes. He downs Filthy, but XSET pushes in together, and it's an opening death for Nyx yet again.
Yeah, Loading looking to follow, and Mirage already on the back foot as they lose yet another player. There goes Loading. Benji now, also on low HP, thanks to his teammates' efforts earlier in the round. I think that was Loading who did the damage, although I can't be certain. Is also on death's doorstep. He has a lot to cover by himself. He used to have support in the main lobby, now he's got to hold that solo, and that's not an easy task.
Now, so Dream sitting inside of bars, he'll have to watch over towards Office, as 2 members of Mirage being felled doesn't spell much success for them, and Benji also in a bit of a predicament with that HP that he lost early on. No HP to be regained. So he'll continue to scoot around. Those 2 kills for XSET, both coming in the first minute of action. Dream is the next one in line of sight as he takes some damage, but the run out from Thomas above is a big gamble. It does not pay off. Razor shuts him down, pulls out a frag grenade. Another could potentially be lined up. If it hits Dream, it takes a bit of his HP away, but that's about it. The smoke still has the deployable shield in front of him, but the grenade's going to blow up Benji. There wasn't much there to take care of, and Dream does some damage to NVK, but not quite enough. XSET seemingly quite close to a team ace, if my vision is correct, and they pick up a flawless round to start off this match.
I thought I saw somebody getting a triple kill there. Yeah, it was Razor got a triple kill.
So my vision was incorrect then.
Yeah, it's 3 for Razor, 2 for NVK. Say it's close. You were close, Parker.
I was not close at all, but thank you.
Okay. No, but well played to XSET Razor. Great entry. Good use of the nades there. Flawless round. So that is something. And quite substantial. That's the sort of round, when you start off like that, it really does set the tempo. It puts your opponents in a mind space where they're going, okay, darn it, that was pretty bad. We got to change things around, and they're going to change the site as a result. There's not a ton to dissect there because mostly it was just XSET decided what they wanted to do. Luckily for them, the roam from Mirage happened to be in their way, and then they absolutely stampeded through that roam, and that's it. That's the story. Round over. They hit the site. No answer back from Mirage.
Well, Mirage has proven over these last 3 games that we've witnessed, and round number 1 is really no different either, but obviously there's still so much more of this to go for them on defense, 5 more rounds, is that it takes them a while to find their footing. This team is not usually hot right out the gate. Yesterday, obviously, they picked up those 2 rounds before OXG started steamrolling them, and... Or rather, sorry. That was the other game we were watching. That was Astralis. My brain gets confused sometimes, because that was Coastline yesterday.
It's okay.
But Mirage takes some time to find their footing. We've seen this time and time again. It happened against SSG when they played them in the very first play day. We saw yesterday against DZ as well, as DZ looked very indomitable at the start, prompting Mirage to take that timeout quite early on.
Yeah.
So if Mirage can play safe, play protected minutes for some of these players, keep them in positions where they're not going to die early, and I hate having to call out Nyx every single time, but he does tend to be that culprit. If you can get an early pick and not necessarily trade it back, but just survive for a period of time and then start to trade when the execute comes out, when the mid-round hits, or even the late round, then Mirage is going to be in a good spot. And XSET have proven so far that they are a better team than those first 2 matches suggest, but this is still a team that has been historically towards the bottom of the NA League. So if Mirage is going to pick up a win, this really needs to be it, as we talked about early on. And they have to prove that by getting a couple early rounds on the board.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to do that. This round is better than last, at least, Parker, as we've had a minute transpire already, and XSET have yet to get a kill. Some hard breach going on. That sounds like the VIP wall. It's likely to try and push Benji off that position upstairs, and they've done that. He's now playing by 90, a little farther back, but he's got a shield, so he can continue to be a nuisance to the top 4 clear, which is not a particular focus for XSET, as they are trying to pincer onto A. Since they push the players out of VIP, they don't have to worry about the vertical defense, so they can just hit the site direct.
Oh, there's the very first kill. It's on to Thomas this time. Mirage surrendering early on, and a smoke will go into the middle of the site to potentially block off any visibility for the plant to go down. Prod diffuser in hand halfway through, and Nitro Cell is going to go off, but Mirage are getting cleaned out by XSET. They're not able to sweep back into the site. Nyx picks up his very first kill, but he and Benji have the rest of XSET to find with the clock going as well. Benji sees his target, but Razor has been so proficient with his shooting today, leaving just Nyx to fall and get taken out by NVK, while XSET picks up their second round.
All right, so this has been talked about briefly on Coastline. The map has changed drastically, and that VIP wall makes VIP a lot more holdable. You can actually defend vertically on a map or on a site, excuse me, like Kitchen. And that's exactly what we just saw Mirage try to do. They set up a vertical hold for Kitchen. And it would have worked, but XSET had the answer already. It's so simple when you think about it. Open the VIP wall. That, makes it so the defenders cannot defend within VIP, so they can't use the holes from above to deny a push into Kitchen. Take your Sunrise blue bar like your standard take as you do. Nothing too surprising or unusual there. And then just, okay, there's nobody in Kitchen anymore because they're trying to defend it vertically. They can't do that because you opened up that wall and you cover end plant. They had great coverage as well on the cutoff. NTK holding long haul all the way to main lobby. Had a player on the service entrance door. I believe that was Creators on the cutoff. He got 2 kills from that position. And XSET are firmly in control of Kitchen. Get the plant, you're done. It's a really easy counter strategy and a nice answer to the changes that we've been seeing here on Coastline from XSET.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
All right, well, underway, and this rotation, this site roulette that Mirage is playing will now bring them upstairs for the first time so far in this matchup. They went to the double bars to start off with in Kitchen as their second attempt, neither being successful. So hope and pray as you hang your hat on this hookah site in particular. Once again, for those of you that haven't really tuned in, there were some changes made to Coastline during Crystal Guard. The biggest change, and the most notable, happening over in VIP. They took out the window that was by the circle couch, and they've now replaced it with 2 panel reinforcements. So it allows you to reinforce that off, hold it a lot more, and with it, hard breach has become significantly more important on this map. For a bomb site like Hookah, well, you're going to need to hold upstairs, and I don't know exactly what the Tachanka uploading was doing, but it seems like the counters from XSET are working, because right now Mirage and loading in particular have not been incredibly successful. But Benji pushes up onto Razor. He's going to be blinded here. Down goes Nyx. It is a very early brawl between these teams, and it will continue to go from bad to worse as Benji's gambit does not work out. Filthy shuts him down, leaving Thomas and Mirage with over half the round to go as the last two players up.
I don't know what it is that has given XSET this dedicated focus to their objective, but I love to see it, Parker. This is some beautiful Siege being played. The way they cleared out downstairs there, all hands on deck from XSET. Full focus. They know there's a heavy roam from Mirage downstairs. Okay, let's kill those players. Yeah, this is a Hookah defense. Who cares? Focus on establishing the advantage, and XSET have done exactly that. They now have ample time and control to slowly and methodically execute wherever they so choose.
Well, there's been 40 seconds that have been burned on the clock here now as Thomas and Dream are the last two alive, and Dream very narrowly losing his life, but he's still surviving for now. Does some damage to soften up Prod on the window, but Diffuser will go down. In fact, Prod isn't actually the one on the window. It didn't look like he hit a single shot, but the Toxic Canister is enough to dislodge Prod from his position, so the Hibana will need to find somewhere else. And down goes Dream. Okay, I was not aware that Prod had been...
Yeah, he died to a nade earlier, actually. Another
Interestingly
nade.
enough. Okay,
Yeah.
well.
It's going faster than we can keep track here, Parker.
Certainly is, and I'm absolutely baffled with the tempo that we're seeing of this match. So much so, keeping up is a hurdle and a half. 3-0 for XSET, by the way, and that's going to cause a timeout immediately for Mirage.
Am I crazy, or is this the same round count that Mirage took a tactical timeout on last Playday when they were going up against DZ?
Well, Michael, let's go on over.
I could be
It
wrong.
is correct. It was 3-0 Darkzero. Mirage took a timeout. DZ wins the fourth round to go up 4-0.
Yeah.
Mirage answers back, if you remember, with that bull rush play on the fifth round where they barreled through the opening into CCTV cache, killed the players from DZ, and got the diffuser down. And then Darkzero answered back, and they took the first half 5-1. At this point, XSET cannot lose the first half. We're still trying to see what the meta shakes out for here on Coastline. Traditionally, this has been an incredibly attacker-sided map. If you want that trend line to continue, then for XSET, they're in good shape because they've taken 3 of these attacking rounds so far.
Yeah, the XSET's looking really good, and I already talked about briefly their roam clear, so I'm not going to reiterate that, but the follow-up to that, their ability to hit the brakes, slow down, realize the advantage they have, and then slowly walk themselves to the finish line. That's good stuff from XSET. That shows professionalism, shows practice and patience. Love to see it. And what we've seen so far from XSET is telling of multiple things. 1, XSET likes Coastline. 2, they know Mirage's Coastline. We discussed that advantage earlier because, I mean, we have seen Coastline played by XSET recently. But there are still VODs, of course, for Mirage from last stage to go over. I think what we're seeing here right now is XSET starting to find their identity and their comfort zone. And it's fun to watch because they've been downtrodden for a long time.
It's worth noting, by the way, that the info that I had on operator picks was outdated. Thunderbird has been played.
Which info?
So,
oh, okay, I didn't know that. What match was she played in? Did we cast it?
We did not, no.
Okay. That explains. But, yeah, no, she's still being undervalued. I played or not, it's... she's definitely not being played as often as you might expect.
Oh, she hasn't been a pivotal part of the meta, that's all. But anyway,
no, yeah, she really has not.
It was more so just to correct the record. It wasn't... There was nothing past that.
Yeah, well, you know what? You're wrong, Parker. How's it feel?
Attackers have located a bomb.
I mean, can't feel much worse than Mirage right now, by the way.
Oof.
So, loading will get a C4 kill here pretty easily on the Razor, and we'll look for a follow-up, but there's nobody there. He gets shot through the wall and scoots away. Underwatch on this drone, and the inability to refrag from XSET right now might be a bit of a problem.
Right,
Rod could have followed up from his position, but...
Yeah, good job to Loading getting the 3rd kill for his team over 4 rounds. See if XSET can answer that as the Jackal track starts coming out here from Filthy. They do still have to clear upstairs. As you can see, a heavy roam on the top floor here for Mirage. Presence by 90 in VIP. They've got a firm hold, and they're ready for the oncoming storm from XSET. XSET's very focused on Sunrise. This is the first round we've seen from XSET. There's a little bit of dwaddling going on the attack. A little bit of skirting around in the same location. Not sure what they want to do. And that lack of focus is allowing Mirage to rack up these kills. They get another one here as Thomas takes down MVK. XSET looking a little bit confused the first time.
The timeout seems to be working. Yesterday's top performer for XSET was Creators, and he's on right now unkillable 4-0, but he's not the only one. He and Filthy will need to do something they haven't done yet, which is die for Mirage to win this unless the 2 XSET members decide to stay alive and let the clock run out. XSET are the ones that are working within the next 60 seconds to get that diffuser down, so for Mirage, it is a major boon if XSET are not as aggressive as they need to be. The telltale sound of a toxic canister going off. Loading gives his position away over by the lobby. He can be tracked down by Filthy. He's got plenty of opportunities to track, by the way, but he's not employing any of them. Dream takes down Prod, so XSET's numbers will continue to dwindle, leaving XSET in a 2v4. They're doubled up on by Mirage with 30 seconds left to go. This is great position for the defense. The utility that they have available is really just limited to that single toxic canister from Dream. That's it, and that's really all you need. Creators will gun down Benji and then immediately hop in the courtyard. The site being kitchen means you got to get going because you are not quite close enough. Last smoke will choke off the doorway in the kitchen. 15 seconds. Filthy approaching over by the bathroom, but he doesn't realize that Nyx is still inside a main lobby. He's been cleared out. The 5-0 Creators will become 5-1 as Dream silences the last member and gives him a belated funeral after all those rounds of staying alive. And Mirage finally gets onto the board.
You love to see a Parker competition. And we're seeing a good leadoff pick there from Loading off that C4. No follow-up from XSET. You said it might have been a problem. Well, it certainly was. Get a second kill for Mirage, and now it's the 3 versus 5. That's a nearly unrecoverable position. Now, XSET did get closer there than I think many teams would have, but at the same time, a win's a win for Mirage, and that's all that really matters. I love to see the confidence from Mirage. I love that even though they are down 3 rounds, they just went for it. I mean, that leadoff pick for Loading, that's a very dangerous push he made through the security hall, and it could have cost his team. It could have been the punishing first pick for XSET, in fact. The timing worked out in his favor, and that kind of brazenness is completely necessary when your back's against the wall.
Well, the timeout immediately paying dividends, and so much so that it has prompted XSET now to make some changes. Filthy onto this Lion. This is one of the few maps where we do tend to see the French operator get brought, and that's because there are tons of potential for floor bangs. Rotates are pretty easy to pull off. I think it was Flynn in a cast that he did not too recently. But he basically talked about how one of the beauties of Coastline is that you can rotate from the top floor down to pretty much anywhere on the bottom floor in a couple seconds because of that skylight, that big opening in the courtyard as well. And a lion alongside drones can work very effectively to flush you out. Now, all 3 castle barricades from Nyx are being employed on those 3 windows, which essentially seal off that entire part of the courtyard. The focus then from soft destruction on XSET will be onto those barricades should they choose to do so. If they don't want to put that utility there, it'll have to go elsewhere, but there are still those 4 panels inside of the pink bar that will likely be the target for Prod's X Kairos, as that hard breach will be incredibly important to put some pressure on this hookah site.
There's the hard breach you talked about, and that's going to force the defenders out of VIP. And now presence established for the attackers. There's still players on 90, or a player. I think that's Nyx. I'm not sure. It could be Thomas. And with that presence, actually, it's going to be Nyx falling back. The Lion E1D just a little too late there. And, oh, the follow-up. Down goes Nyx. I'm not actually sure who got the down there, but he's on the floor. And XSET have established control advantage by 90.
And they want to be very quick to try and secure this so that Nyx either can't provide any intel or do too much. But nobody's going to come to his aid whatsoever. Razor credited with that kill. He'll pick up another and then immediately go on to drone.
We've got the down sound, but that's okay. Hopefully that goes away. Now, Mirage still trying to play from below. You can see Thomas using his impacts to try and poke holes in this VIP presence for the attackers, but it's just not working. There's nobody exposed to that position right now, and it looks like XSET wants to shift their focus to the Aqua side and start setting up for a default plant. Not as much time here for XSET as they usually have in these situations, and not as much of a man advantage.
Calm before the storm. Oncoming storm, as I think you talked about it. 1 minute remaining, and Mirage hunkered down in the bomb site over by Pink. Once again, this is a hookah defense, and XSET seem to have their tentacles all over those areas of the map, just a little off-site. We'll have to take out the player inside of Pink. If they can do that, then any of the staying power from Mirage will be bled away. It appears that Dream is playing in that same spot. He'd done that before, and Prod finds himself the victim of a Dream's aggression.
That's huge.
Out he goes, and the smoke now still has 2 canisters left with 30 seconds to go. This is perfect timing. His attention elsewhere, though. Over towards VIP, and he might miss out. Oh, no! Graders just walks in, takes out loading, and now XSET will just barge into the bomb site. Finding all the kills, leaving Dream as the last one left. He takes one down, but the SMG-11's good enough for a single kill and no more. XSET might have lost the previous round, but they tie it right back in terms of round 1. Over the last 2 rounds, they're back up by 3 rounds. It's 4-1. I hope you're following along, by the way. I deliberately made that confusing.
Yes, it was definitely very confusing, Parker. Thank you. But yes, the advantage is firmly for XSET right now. I want to say, I think what we just saw there from XSET was really solid. They heavily stacked onto Aqua, and usually that just results in a bottleneck and slows everything down to the point where the attack completely halts. But what we saw from XSET is they set up in almost like a firing squad and just confidently all together took the fights presented to them from Hookah and from Pink Bar and Base. And I thought that was going to be a much better round for Mirage. And after that pick onto Prod that Dream managed to get, that's massive. Prod was the only attacker in VIP. He's the cutoff. He's the punish for the smoke. He's the reason why you can confidently push him through Billiards in the first place. But Prod dies there. That opens up so many possibilities for Mirage. And then they all die.
Womp womp.
Womp womp.
I mean, so far, Mirage has looked, I would argue, much better on-site than off through these 5 rounds. But then again, we've already determined that my vision is not something to be relied upon today.
No vision, no math, Parker. You cast by senses that are not connected to your eyeballs.
Well, the downside of having an absolutely absurd headache / possible migraine.
Oh, what's going on? You all right?
Yeah, I get them from time to time.
Oh, do you take anything?
Advil.
It's good.
But
hopefully
no,
it
it's
kicks
just
in
one of
soon.
those days. But like I said, it was mostly intended as a joke.
Yeah, I'm just
trust
like
my vision.
I'm drawing it out to make it as awkward and weird as possible. Yeah. It's kind of the I don't know.
This is nothing has changed
tango.
here with. I hate to say this, but nothing has changed here with Mirage. We are not seeing a better team playing against a weaker opponent. I mean, the speculation is, okay, well, XSET are currently in 8th place. Mirage are in 9th. If there's ever a matchup that Mirage is going to win, it's got to be against XSET. What other teams are left for them to beat? Yeah, I know that their 3 losses come up against top teams and teams that are usually in the top 4. I understand that completely. The strength of schedule so far for Mirage has been nuts. They've had to play really good opponents.
Right.
But even when they've looked competitive, they still haven't been so sure-footed. And I mean, there's a lot for them to work out. This is still a team that made a roster move. They picked up Thomas after dropping Quartz in the offseason. And just frankly, there's not a lot of things that we're seeing right now on this map that lead me to believe that Mirage have made any real improvements. It's a big challenge. Yes, XSET played this yesterday and bodied the Sonics here. So clearly this is a good enough map for XSET.
Well, here's the thing. I want to say, yes, Mirage is playing abysmally. Yes, they are in a bad spot right now. Yes, they're going to need to make some changes before that corrects course. But they're not the only story here. I mean, XSET are playing really quite well. And I think they're starting to find their stride with this new roster. And that needs to be brought up and needs to be discussed because XSET looked completely harmless in the previous stage. They looked completely harmless even at the beginning of this stage. They looked like much of their old self when they played against Beastcoast, when they played against Astralis. But over yesterday and today, XSET are looking like a much more potent team. And I'm not just saying that, oh yeah, they're beating Mirage because Mirage is down bad. I do think XSET's got some chops here. They're looking confident in their play. They're coordinating well. They're going together. They're patient. There's some precision. There's thought behind what they do. And that is massive. Now, it's not perfect. There have been a couple rounds where XSET lingers a little too much, but it's still better than they used to be.
So some heavy defense upstairs over by VIP as we are now deceptively halfway through this round. It has absolutely flown by, and third time's a charm here for Hookah to see if Mirage can pull this one off. Twice in a row, in fact, and neither of the defenses from Mirage have looked particularly comfortable. We'll see if anything changes. Benji is the only one who's not at full HP for the moment. An explosion goes off. More explosions, some from flashbangs, some from grenades as they try to flush out by Billiards. I think they're assessing if Hookah is clear enough. The telltale signs of a player on Cool Vibes, by the way, is that rotate at the top of the blue stairs, and that's exactly where NBK is looking.
It's an interesting focus here for XSET. Is there? It looks like they want to go for a Hookah take, not a Billiards take, which is like, it's very unusual these days, very rarely done. And it's possible, but they need a pick or two to open things up, especially onto potentially that smoke, I would say, but he's already used all of his gas canisters.
The top two performers from yesterday, by the way, were Creators and NBK, and well, they're still doing a mighty fine job. Creators grabbed 11 kills yesterday. He's already at 9, and we're only in the 6th round. Tons of time for him to be able to continue with that tally, but not this round, as loading lets him down. And the rest of Mirage are all hitting their shots. All right, leaving Razor in a hopeless situation. A 1v3, but is there clutch potential on the board? No. You can take away his operators, but you can't take away his ability to frag well, and loading will make you pay for it. 2 beautiful kills on his end to end this round and end the half. XSET still prevail by a score of 4-2, but at least Mirage were able to keep it closer with that last round.
And I was going to say, Parker, that is why you need to get those opening picks, but XSET did. XSET got the 2 opening picks. They looked like they were in a good position. Everything was going smoothly. And then suddenly Mirage start to clap back. What a retake, and what great timing for it to happen. One of the problems with Hookah, and one of the reasons why it's so rarely attacked these days, is because even if you would disable the initial crossfires from Vase, for example, there's still retake potential. And with the way that Mirage was setting up on that site, the castle barricades on the window, that allows rotates from VIP Hall from the roamers. So they're coming back now through VIP Hall, and the crossfire's open because the wall in Hookah was already opened by the defenders. Yeah, you're going to have a hard time planting in Hookah. So that strategy was kind of dead from the get-go for XSET. They didn't have the right cuts. They didn't, even though you got the initial picks, it didn't end up mattering. And loading, in particular, by Pink Bar, he popped off. I believe he got 3 kills that round. Beautiful stuff. So Mirage, a little bit of salvage work being done there. That's something, and maybe it's just enough.
It's the kind of confidence-inspiring play that he desperately needed. I mean, Mirage had been struggling to find any player to get onto the board, and we talked about this yesterday in the matchup with loading, is that he's a tremendously talented player, and if he can find his footing in a matchup, then Mirage will do well, and their success, honestly, seems to rely on him more than anything else. When loading does well in a round, then the team overall flourishes.
Parker, it wasn't too long ago that loading was one of the worst performers in the NAL, period. And now he's the star on the team.
I don't know if I'd go so far as to call him the star, Michael.
When we talk about a player and we
I know.
say when he performs, the team does very well, that's the star. That's what we're calling him. That's what it's obviously implied, but it's there. I mean, and I agree with the sentiment, to be honest. When I've seen loading pop off, his team tends to see a lot more success. I don't think it's necessarily what he should be doing. I don't know if he's the right player for the job, but they don't have hot and cold anymore. So someone's got to fill the shoes.
I think the big issue that Mirage had, and without dissecting it too much, and we'll just talk about it a tiny bit before we get underway with what is a kitchen defense for XSET's very first attempt on defense, is that Mirage were able to do well when they had hot and cold leading the charge. I mean, they picked up Thomas, maybe not for fragging potential, maybe just for leadership, But he's down for the count, and he's the first one to die. Dream swiftly refrags onto Creators, and Creators nets his 10th kill, an astounding number, by the way. Doing an excellent job, and a bit of a misplay from Prod there as he can't hit the drone fast enough. We see Flores show up, and that Rotero drone goes out, and it claims the deployable shield, which is going to make holding Pantry a lot harder.
We can reconvene about the conversation later, too. We can talk about that later. There's a lot to get into. Oh, that's an interesting use of the Tachanka. Molotoving your own feet so that you take some damage to make it easier for your opponents. Really nice thing there for Razor to do. And he's going to do it again. No, really, he's trying to get those Molotovs in the kitchen door, and he's just missing.
I think it seems to be that case. And I mean, Razor, you got some work to do. But just like that, Mirage are going to break right in. Down goes Prod. He was the real only one to stop it. Filthy goes too. And Mirage have a commanding lead. Razor still from above with NVK scrambling to get back to the bomb site. Mirage really likes these brazen plays, and they worked out. They worked out yesterday against Darkzero, and it seems to be working against XSET as well. This is about to be a one-round game unless XSET can pull off a miracle. They've got a lot of things to do ahead of them. Number one, once you plant in kitchen, you can go out a doorway, you can hop out a window. You are in a rough spot. NVK tries to vault on over. You don't need to even be in the building, but in this case, whether you are or you aren't, it doesn't matter. You know exactly where the XSET players are. Razor having a bit of a snooze under the tree inside a courtyard. He doesn't need to really do much. And I think at this point, with the time left, he knows it's an unwinnable round. He picks off loading. A nice shot before Benji is there immediately to trade him away. Mirage now managed to take 2 in a row, and with that, suddenly the momentum that had been built up from XSET is effectively gone, and we have a one-round game between these two teams.
Yeah, so basically what happened there, Mirage, they get Sunrise control. Good job. They did lose one player, though, on that entry, of course, to Creators. Well done to Creators. But the problem was that XSET put all of the pressure for holding kitchen door onto one player, Razor, who was playing Tachanka above in VIP. And his job was to drop those mollies on the kitchen door and just keep doing that to waste time. But instead he dropped them on his feet. Whoops. I'm not sure how that happened. It doesn't really matter in the end. It's all just, it's either a bug or excuses, but the point is, if those mollies had been on kitchen door, this double rush we saw from Mirage into kitchen would have been met with absolute failure. They're driving themselves straight into fire. Sound cues pop off. The hold is in. The HP advantage is now for the defenders. It's the little things that make a lot of difference, Parker. And those mollies not going where they ought to, that mattered a lot.
I mean, it's just like a misplaced smoke. You can lose an entire round because your smoke botches where that canister goes, and instead of pushing the attacker off the defuse where somebody is waiting to kill them the moment they pop up, the planter is able to get the diffuser down, and now all of a sudden that single issue is the greatest thing that you have to face. And I mean, there's a lot that goes into these rounds. There's so many moving parts, if I can employ that cliche. And yet, sometimes it really does fall to just a single thing. And Tachanka being able to waste time, act as that area denial with the Shumika launcher, and have those Molotovs continue to burn away at the door means that Mirage cannot just rush in and start killing you. And they do that. They rush in, they take out Prod, they immediately pivot Razor, or not Razor, the Kaid falls. I believe that was Filthy inside of service, and that was it. It was over. Now XSET is full control, and it's Razor and NVK to try and retake from above. An absolute nightmare to find yourself in for XSET.
Yeah, it's also the fact that they were relying on the Tachanka, I think, on XSET. They like, it seemed like it was their plan, and they had it on their mind, but it's done now. Nyx is in really early. I'm just noticing here that Mirage are going quite quickly on the solo drone-in adventure. Somewhat dangerous, but no pressure from XSET being used here. They're just taking the passive stance on their roam upstairs. Absolutely nobody downstairs. They're very focused on this horizontal. And that's allowed a lot of free clear here for Mirage. They know what room they have to work with. And it's a lot.
Grenade hand to try and clear away anything on the stairs. I don't think it gets what they were looking for because the barbed wire is still there. Prod takes some damage in the process, but it's enough to push both Thomas and Benji back of their position. And now Mirage will need to wait a little while longer. Clone goes up and gives its position away, but Prod is prepared for the next follow-up in the next wave, which happens to be a drone, but he's shown a little bit of difficulty in shooting those drones thus far today, and it happens yet again, so he reflexively tosses out that toxic canister. First kill of the round goes to Nyx. He has not been giving his life away with the same reckless abandon that we've seen before, and Mirage are eager to tie this one up, as now Prod is staring down death on these cool vibe stairs. Thomas on a tiny portion of HP. Down goes loading. Amidst the smoke, Prod will push down to try and claim another life, but there's 3 players from Mirage in that particular area, and a stun goes up. There goes the clone, and well, Prod is not long for this earth. He's taken out. A nitro cell goes off in front of Benji, doing a whole bunch of damage. There's still a minute left to go in this round, and they are just coming to blows, Michael. Dream tries to attempt the plant, but he can't do it. Falls off. He doesn't want to be exposed over by Hookah, and Benji has so many bullets he can just throw them at the problem. He even gets a team kill onto Dream, leaving NBK to try and clutch, and it's very possible. Diffuser down, pistol out, but no, Thomas with the pre-fire, and Mirage will tie up the game.
Thomas was on 1 HP, Parker. 1 shot from that pistol on NVK, and that round goes the other way. What a absolutely chaotic round, and it's Hookah execution played out like you would expect from a Hookah execution. All of the action on that blue staircase was chaotic as all heck. Back and forth on the kill feed. It's a tactical timeout here for XSET as the round count has been tied up 4-4. So this is the correct time to be taking a pause, Parker, as Mirage have rallied.
They really have. They've put together an impressive streak here and are now putting a clinic onto XSET in a way that I don't think we were expecting to see, and there's been some mistakes committed by XSET. One of the few players who have played Thunderbird, as we corrected the record earlier on, was Razor, and Thunderbird seems to be ready. It's going to be a double blue bar and Sunrise defense with Tachanka also coming out. This time out from XSET, hopefully paying dividends as Jarvis is a relatively smart coach, and hopefully he can settle down the team as they've now surrendered 3 rounds in a row and have only picked up 1 round in the last 5. That is a bad spot to be in if you're XSET and you are losing grip.
Yeah.
Thunderbird was just a ruse, by the way, as Razor picks off of her, so sorry to tease you. You don't get to see it, but we can see it.
Yeah, I know. It's he switched to mute, but the one of the things that I want to highlight from that last round, because there was a lot that went on, a lot of chaos, but I want to give you one little nugget that I thought was really neat. The Yana from Mirage, and the fact that Prod traded himself out for the Yana clone. That's why Yana's so potent. It's not just the explosives, it's also that her utility in a team fight like the one we just saw forces the defense onto the back foot in that they now are the ones on the wrong side of a trade, and a trade that means nothing to boot. So if you're trading out a Yana clone, well, that's not very good. So Prod traded himself for a Yana clone, and that's why the team fight ended up going so readily in the favor of Mirage. Little things like that, they go a long way, and I think it's an undervalued use of Yana.
Yana's pick rate has been something to really watch, by the way, over the last, oh my god, how many seasons has it been since she's been out now? This is where I get lost on the lore season
I don't
comment.
even know what season it is, Parker.
Well, she came out with Oryx, right? So it's been, it was Phantom Edge or whatever it was called? That was a year, that was over a year ago, wasn't it?
It was
over a year ago, because it was a year ago that we had Shadow Legacy.
I don't know
where
if it
Sam
was
Fisher came out. How time flies, doesn't it?
She came out alone, didn't she? Or did she come out with Oryx?
No, she came out with Oryx. Yep.
I don't even remember anymore.
So, anywho,
So long.
her pick rate has been incredibly good, and expect to see her more and more frequently. And as an operator that we don't really talk about the full usages of as we dive through the meta and the analysis that we see in front of our very eyes. Gone 6 grenades, can evade, most intel gathering devices while also having good guns. There really isn't much that she doesn't do. So, always a good spot to find themselves in, just as Mirage finds themselves in a great spot with the very first pick here, and XSET seemingly have lost the plot. They need to do something real quick. Nyx gets another opening frag, taking out NVK, who's been the second best performer for XSET. But over the last couple rounds, both Creators and NVK have been a little quiet. Razor toss out a Nitro Cell. Down goes Dream. There wasn't a ton there, but the Hard Breacher is now no longer available, and Mirage will have to do the rest of this work with just soft destruction. Whoa, ball brazen play from Mirage as they walk right in. There goes the body. Diffuser surrendered in front of Razor, but it's a back and forth contest as now loading can equalize. 2v2. They'll have to work together, but they are not particularly close to that diffuser. The play to rush into the bomb site has now put that case in an unenviable position, but okay, all right. Head-scratching altercation, leaving Creators last alive, and Mirage has the lead with that round.
The very first time they have, Parker, they are looking really good here as they managed to rally. Super impressive stuff. XSET, as you said, Parker, have seemingly lost the plot. Not ideal as they were in such a good position. Parker Lee looked so good for so long, and now the question of, is this just an attacker-sided coastline, starts to come into our heads. But I think yes and no. There have been a lot of potatoes over the last few rounds, a lot of puzzling decisions made by many players on XSET and Mirage. But it's starting to have a little bit of a shift here.
Defenders, protect your bomb.
Across the board, it's been a weird match. I'm going to use the word weird because it's polite.
I mean, it is a very odd match. It has been quite sloppy on both sides, but I want to say that despite the sloppiness, which we have seen before, is that there were rounds of brilliance for XSET when they were on attack, and now I think we're starting to see a more coordinated Mirage emerge as well. That timeout from XSET hasn't really helped them the way that they wanted to.
True.
The timeout for Mirage seemingly doing a pretty decent job, actually, and Mirage are playing a lot more confidently, and even if I say confidently, confidence doesn't denote the fact that they're more coordinated either. You can be very confident and still not have the skills to back it up. I've met plenty of confident Silver Force. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they have the structure that they need, but the confidence and the structure combined for Mirage is working out well. That last round was an absolute head scratcher, and it worked for Mirage, and they did the same thing when that Tachanka defense from XSET came out earlier that ultimately failed, just as Mirage did the same thing yesterday against Darkzero on that one attack that they won.
Yep. The confidence sometimes will out, and at times it will get you punished. But it depends on the team you're playing against. Here, Mirage is starting to build in their confidence, and it's working great for them as they get yet again the lead-off pick, this time onto NVK, who has been one of the standouts for XSET. Him on the floor now, Razor's going to have to answer back, and he does onto Thomas, but that's the least impactful kill that you could possibly get right now, as Tommy has a whopping 2 kills across 10 rounds.
A very rough game from Thomas, but honestly not the worst that it was another leadoff pick for Mirage. So keep your eyes on that one. XSET a stalwart defense. They'll sit and wait as a minute has been burned off of this clock, and they are spread out all over the map. XSET want another attempt at this double bars bomb site and see if it can pay any dividends in comparison to where they were just mere minutes ago on an ultimately unsuccessful but still relatively close site.
Razor's in a good position to influence this office take if he can make something happen from Laundry, maybe drop through the security hatch, but it's a dangerous prospect, and he also could go through Aqua, but you could see that Mirage are wary of both of these drops and their potential.
Still this spread from XSET, but Dream's gonna walk right in. He sees the Malusi, and he only needs a little bit. He smacks the booty, and 2 big kills for him as he can now go at any point for a potential plant. He'll do just that behind the safety of the bar inside of Sunrise. This will prompt the 2 XSET members to try and drop on down. Dream taken out by Filthy from above. Why? Because Aruni can just punch her way through the floor, and now she's got case control as well, right by the kegs. Razor will have to head to that bottom floor. You don't want both of your players upstairs because they can ultimately get boxed out. A couple warning shots from Filthy, but he's still got aerial supremacy, and down goes Benji. A 2v2. This was very much in the favor of Mirage, but it's been swung back the other way. The grenade goes out, and it doesn't kill Filthy, but very close, and he'll be a shadow of himself. A single bullet through the ground should be his undoing. Case has been retrieved, and up on the futon it'll be planted over by Nyx, and now I'll hold that same position. We're in Mudroom. Long angle. Fast charge goes out, it'll blow open the wall, and there'll be even greater coverage for them. But loading goes down. Nyx will need to be the hero. He finds himself in a 1v2. Could be a 1v1 if he does a single point of damage to Filthy. He'll open up another line of sight on in as Filthy looks set to hop on that diffuser. Razor buying time at the halfway point. Either XSET members showing that they know what they want to do with that case. Filthy flirting on and off. Nyx can hear the bullets go on over. XSET looking to tie this one up. They're almost past the point of no return. Filthy goes off. There goes Nyx, and they have plenty of time to do it. XSET confident as they retake the site, playing it perfectly from above. Neither of the two members losing their lives, and we are again tied up.
Wow. What a round, Parker. What a round. That is a really crazy result. When you think about it, the control there from the Aruni above, the use of that fist to open up those holes, that's the adaptability you get from Aruni you don't get from really any other operator. You can just keep making those holes wherever you need them, whenever you need them. You don't run out of ammunition. You can just keep on going. That control on the diffusers, killing that time and getting those 2 kills as well, was massive for XSET. It forced Mirage into an uncomfortable position. One thing I will say on Mirage's side is they were doing an office take there, Parker, and they ended up planting in front of mud. They crossed through the entire site, and they felt attrition through the entire site every step of the way, and then they planted in front of mud. Their original plant location was Sunrise, and that's part of why they got punished in the first place. Very puzzling decisions made there from Mirage to put themselves deeper and deeper into the bog. And XSET, good job punishing.
Well, I mean, think about where Dream came from, right? It was a double bars defense. He could have very easily tried to plant inside of that blue bar, as you mentioned, and instead he went through the rotate, picked up 2 immediate kills, and then tried to plant in the bar in the one part of the map that they really couldn't have picked a worse spot to do so, because XSET had that control from above. They would have had to necessitate a rotate for them to get over to the billiard table to then open up those kill lines or sight into the blue bar. So Mirage thought they had something going, and that brief hesitation from Dream to then take out the bulletproof camera and plant where he did buy those kegs ultimately ended up costing them the round, and they had to retrieve that diffuser while a lot of time was burned by XSET. So XSET played that very well, especially on that retake. Like I said, both players up top trying to retake the site. No easy feat.
Yeah, I mean, there were a lot of holes from above, possibly also by blue bar, but I mean, it doesn't matter. You know, hindsight's 20/20 here, and we're using it to say that it was the wrong spot. Now, we've got Mirage fighting back here, and that's the most important thing. They've rallied. And this, for a while there, Parker, this looked like it was just going to be a walk-off for XSET, who looked in firm control. Early altercations here as NBK falls back to Aqua. He actually possibly could have gotten a pick there on one of the players ascending main lobby stairs, but that could be a clone. Yeah, no, that's a clone from Thomas, so it wouldn't have mattered. Still, though, clearing upstairs here, VIP, penthouse, and projector and control for Mirage.
They're on the hunt to find where NVK is that opening upstairs in VIP will invite the guests on in. The deployable shield will fall by the double door leading into the pink bar above, and that means less coverage for the smoke player of Prod playing that angle, but no, it's actually the Tachanka of Creators who's going to be there. The smoke is pushed up what appears to be by Vase with Razor holding cool vibes. There is denial for all 3 of those. The toxic canisters for Prod, the Nitro Cell for Razor, and then of course the Shamika launcher for Creators. We haven't really seen Tachanka been all that impactful thus far, so we have a good opportunity to do that. Maybe stall out, and hopefully Creators can do a better job than Razor had done that one time.
Here come the drones into Aqua, give information to the attackers, and you can see it'll get shot. No exchange of damage really there until Filthy is downed on the rotate. Loading will secure that kill. And now Aqua control for Mirage, as well as the man advantage, thanks to taking out Filthy. No answer back from XSET yet as the action starts to mount.
Oh, we inch closer to the end of this matchup, no matter who wins here. Michael and Loading will take out Razor. XSET's numbers falling, and a bit of a miss from Creators. He's having some fun times with those mollies. Dream getting the plant down, by the way, and the fire is going everywhere but in the right area. The Flores will be able to get out of there relatively effectively. No hard breacher brought by Mirage, and they don't really need it as they're just crushing the site. NVK in a 9-6 record will look to try and add to that, but he can't do it. Thomas guns him down, and despite trailing for most of this match, the favorite team to win it all is now Mirage as they sit on match point.
Wow. What a round there for Mirage. Great collapse in through Aqua. Good punishment. You can see Tommy is happy. And once they followed up on all of their positions, they had VIP control. They've got control out on the balcony. They've got control by Aqua. It's a complete collapse of the defensive structure for XSET, and they have no counterplay utility for that plant. and here's the thing, man. Like, Tachanka, I just want to say, I have to say, Tachanka he gets a bad rap, okay? He can be very useful. However, in order for him to be useful, you need to know how to use him, and you need to know where to place those Molotovs, man. Like, if you bring a Tachanka to deny default plant, then your Tachanka needs to know the lineup for that denial. You gotta practice that. So those Molotovs, not only going nowhere near the default plant, but also cutting off the rotation for his teammate, who is sharing pink bar with him. I mean, it is so much more than bad use of a Tachanka. It's detrimental use because it now is kneecapping the rest of your team. It's across the board confusing. You just expect that the operators there, they know where to place the Molotovs for them to actually be impactful.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Well, here comes what could be the very final round, and is Razor down below, potentially fishing for a Nitro Cell kill, getting some intel, or is he just going to go for a break through the window? This is a hell of a play to make on what could be the final round, because XSET are staring down the barrel of defeat. Mirage successful over the next 3 minutes, Michael, and they win the match. You lose Razor early on, your likelihood of winning the match goes down drastically. Good thing he peeled off of that. Not wise to gamble your life.
Yeah, better safe than sorry, I think, in this situation, Parker. I like that we're seeing a little bit of aggression because it shows that they're not dissuaded from playing their own game. And by them, I mean XSET. That's good. It's good. Razor is going to be playing actually also aggressively, but in a different position over by the white staircase that's by the main lobby. And he's trying to prevent a push in through that front door. This is a penthouse theater defense, a very uncommon defense, but it's becoming more popular after the changes to this map, because you can now hold in VIP, as you can see is being done right now from XSET. That ability to hold in VIP is massive. Creator's first kill is even more massive. Very important and impactful as Nyx goes down. Nyx doesn't have a lot of kills, but those kills he's been getting have been very impactful.
Well, if Mirage goes to overtime, and this goes to overtime, Mirage will stay on attack for at least 2 times, so that's one thing to keep an eye on. They will stay on this and essentially have 7 rounds in a row on the same side. It won't really break their momentum, but down goes Razor. He might have flown a little bit too close to the sun, and his Icarus impression is not ideal. With that, Mirage are able to equalize. Filthy's still off-site, as, yes, you're right, Penthouse Theater showing up, Michael, and this is where the very final regulation bomb site will be, no matter who prevails here.
It's definitely got potential for XSET, but they've got to be careful, as it looks like they're being corralled by Mirage right now.
And an upside-down rappel. I don't know if Filthy saw him before thinking otherwise of it, but loading just not good enough reflexes on that one. Thomas sustaining some damage. Filthy's been dropped, so I guess he wasn't spotted by loading. Still on this rappel, can hop on in at any point. Luggage being commanded by Prod. 1 and 9, but his utility is what could potentially save the day here, if not for his firepower. Benji has the misfortune of breathing in a couple of those fumes. No retaliation yet from XSET as their numbers continue to dwindle, and Mirage seem firmly in control, leaving the 2 newest members of NVK and Prod to hold on. Just Prod left, and he's not going to be able to accomplish it at all. Mirage grabs their first win of the season. It's a 7-5 over XSET.
Really important time to come alive for Mirage, and congratulations to them, as this is also one of the best XSETs I have seen in a very long time. Huge win for Mirage. You can see Tommy is very happy as he starts telling everyone just how happy he is. Sunshine and rainbows, I'm sure, coming out of his mouth right now.
Well, I mean, for him, this was a match of revenge because he was dropped, some would say unceremoniously, from the squad, Michael, just a couple weeks back. So for him, he gets to go up against his old team, and by doing so, he enacts his revenge perfectly. So down XSET goes, and both Mirage and them will fight towards the bottom of the standings still. This was an opportunity for XSET to try and put some space between them, but this also means that at the moment, with this victory for Mirage, amazingly, every team from third place downwards is currently tied with 3 points. So that's how close we are. Every single team right now sitting on 3 points. We'll see if that gets broken at any point, by the way, as OXG and the Sonics are hoarding all of the victories. But for Mirage, they were able to take a map that XSET had just played on yesterday, and not just played on, but bullied the second place team in the NA League. And Mirage made some changes. That timeout seemed to help them quite a lot. They settled down and they just continuously got better. Once again, another matchup where Mirage is a very slow start, then they're able to build on it, Michael. And once they start to build, they're a much better team. Today was a perfect example of that. They've come close before, but this is their best performance thus far.
Yeah, it's great to see Mirage grow so well and to see them start to come into their own. It was a little bit scary at the beginning of that match where they were struggling, but they managed to rally it in the end. So, GG's, and well, I guess Veli was right about this one. I'm looking forward to hearing what the desk will have to say about that after this break.
What does it take to call next? Follow us for a deep dive into the Rainbow Six community, breaking down barriers, taking you behind the scenes, and showing what it means to level up.
If you want to get better, try reviewing your game footage. Insights.gg's game capture tool makes recording and reviewing fast and easy. With no lag, automatic recording, and instant highlights, it's never been easier to learn from your gameplay. Try it for free at insights.gg today.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NAL, where we just saw XSET lose to Mirage in pretty much a fun type of matchup. Thomas was previously on XSET during Stage 2, but now on his newer team, he was able to pull out a big victory here on Coastline, especially after seeing what XSET had to say yesterday on that same map for a cool upset. But for this segment right here, we have an interview with my man, Tin Bomb Tom. And Thomas, if you can hear me, and I can't wait to see you on that screen, baby boy. First things first. It's good to see you, man. But how does it feel to finally get this dub with Mirage? It's going good,
First
man.
Shout out to Mirage. Shout out to them, but also shout out to the XSET org. I have no bad blood with the XSET org. Just want to state that I love the guys over there, Marco. The content creators, all of them over there. They're doing a wonderful job. But this match was much needed for me. During my free agency, it was tough, especially from the rumors coming from within some of the players on that team. Even some of them telling other people not to pick me up. So this felt really great. Obviously today was I didn't perform my best. My team did, but I feel like I did exactly what I needed to do on my role, which was entry in, either get a kill or die with a trade. I feel like almost 90% of the times I died with a trade, rather than dying without. So yeah, I think I did my job. So like I said, everything that's said on stage, or if anyone recorded out here on the stage, like I have no issues. That like it's just banner at the end of the day, but like it was a much needed venting situation for me. As you can see, my voice is gone. In the early round, the very first round, I did a cheer. I think it's Samoan. It's a Samoan cheer. I was like, cheer! So I just wanted to like hype up the team. Like, you know, it's actually really dope. So you know, the vibes on the team is immaculate. Obviously, the first three games doesn't describe us as a team yet. This game itself doesn't describe us as a team yet. I feel like we have more potential. All I got to do is just like get a couple more steps in that play style that they want me to become in, and obviously the comms as well, rather than becoming an IGL, just becoming a player. So I feel like just perfecting that would help me within this team tremendously.
Thomas, I love you. I wish we could get you in for an interview after every series, even if you're not even playing the game. But you know what we saw on that main stage? We saw the same thing on that main stage that we're currently seeing in this interview. Your energy is just so influential, man. It's out there. You can't help but love it and feel it, right? But the thing is, your energy helped your team come back after that first half. And you being able to get that win, and what you said about you being replaced on XSET and people doubting you and saying things about you behind the scenes, does that fire you up to make you even want to play better in matchups like this, and to also push your team to go forward with that energy of yours?
Obviously, like I said, I once again have no issue with the org from XSET. I don't even have an issue with NVK and Prod. Probably a couple words from like NVK on, probably just a couple words from NVK talking about like, you know, like his trial phase on XSET during stage 1 or whatever it was. Like I have no bad bloods, but this does fire me up. Obviously, I'm on a new role rather than just flex. A couple games ago, if you've seen it, it was more so flex support. Now I'm like on entry on like maps like this. So like I said, it fires me up to become even more better than I am, because I don't even think I'm like developed to my fully stage. Like I still got a lot to learn, and I've been playing this game unprofessionally for like 6 years, professionally for like 2, 3, probably 3, 4 actually, if I'm not mistaken. But like I said, I still have a lot to learn. Nyx is a tremendous IGL. Obviously, I think he was a better IGL than I was on XSET. And you know, when you say something about like that to someone, it motivates you. Yeah, I think he's a tremendous IGL, and he also comes from like SK, DZ, you know, that type of team where he learned from other teammates as well. So this team, like I said, with his direction, Dream's executional calls, Benji's fragging capabilities and loadings like flank watch, it's actually amazing to like have a flank watch that doesn't die nowadays. Like, you know, loading that fool, like when I say like hold my flank, he's holding my flank. Last stage when I said hold my flank, I died to flank. So yeah, so that's what I'm saying. The team is amazing. That's all I got to say. And we're on the come up, little by little. Just like Prod says, 1% at a day.
There we go, baby. So there's trust in the team already. You love where you're at. Coming up next, Mirage is facing off against Beast Coast September 22nd for Playday number 5. Is there anything you got to say to the fans out there to let us know to look forward to that matchup? And how are you personally feeling about that game? Is this a new Mirage we're about to see from this point forward?
Like I said, I think Beast Coast, I'm not gonna lie, XSET has improved with their 2 new players. You can't like take that from them. Like I said, everything that's been like said on this interview, it's all banner. Obviously, like, you know, my relationship with some of the players are, you know, exceedingly in this interview, but like they're doing really good. I think Beast Coast as well is doing really good with Young, Alec, and Jay. They took TSM to bank yesterday, which I think is probably one of the worst decisions they could have made, because TSM was always known as one of those strongest bank teams, even when I was on their team when it was called EXG. So, like I said, hopefully it's a good matchup. Once again, obviously, like you didn't tell me to end it, but I'm going to just shout out Mirage. I'm going to shout out the XSET org, and I'm going to shout out the XSET org as well. Like I said, I have everything. Like, I have every love with you guys. Like, I have no issue. Even within this team itself, I think Drew is an amazing coach, as well as Jarvis and such like that. But like I said, today was just a heck of a day and a heck of a game to play. And hopefully we turned a lot of heads within this game.
I want to say one thing, Thomas. thank you for this interview. You know you're my boy. We all love you in this scene. And also,
Love you, bro. You
the
know
way
that.
that you show yourself when it comes to broadcast and what you do in the game, what you do for the community, we love it. Keep being just an inspirational figure and keep that positivity up, man. I wish you and Mirage the best of luck. Much love, man. And listen, you take it easy,
Much love.
and I'll talk to you later. Anytime.
Mic drop.
Mic drop. There we go. Ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. Thomas from Mirage, and with the highlights coming right in from Predator. We're going to see how Mirage were able to get this big win against a new look XSET, who, by the way, put up a really good fight here on Coastline. Jacob and Jesse, help me break down the action.
Man, I wanted this game to be one that rewarded success for XSET, because early on, that's what they had. Plenty of it in spades. A 4-2 half, their attacks looking like they were all super objective, focused, and coordinated. And then what happens? They whip out Chanka 2 times on defense, lose 2 crucial rounds where Mirage suddenly gets steam back. And all of a sudden, Mirage, good win, but it looked like there were plenty of things XSET could have done to steal this one.
Man, you gotta love Tommy in an interview, right? Every interview he does is so good, and I like that he's kept it classy there. He's saying he respects the XSET org, the content creators, you know, Prod and NVK. A couple of names he left off that list, but we won't go into that one. Still, huge game from him and the rest of his team on Mirage. As he said, turning heads. This is the first time Mirage have gotten a win in Stage 3, and I think they're very relieved to finally have that on the board.
And by the way, Thomas's pop-off at the end of that game couldn't have been even better. Like, it couldn't have been any better. Mirage getting a 7-5 win against XSET on Coastline, who, by the way, Yeti from Sonic said on Twitter today, he said, I know firsthand how XSET are when it comes to Coastline. This is not a fun team to play against, and Mirage still put out a big way. Jesse, you spoke yesterday about how Dream needs to stay alive because of how important he is to this roster. 12 kills, 8 deaths in a row that he plays, that is significant.
Yeah, it's not often you see Dream come in here with a positive KD, let alone topping the entire team in terms of kills. I mean, he had a big game for sure on Coastline. Part of it, I think, is the map being able to move around and get a lot of those kills no matter what role you're on. But I think part of it also is just Dream taking that initiative, getting into sight, making the space for himself before he went in and got the plant down. It's almost reminiscent of how Playday plays in Europe over on BDS, right? You're able to go in, make that entry for yourself, make that space, be confident in your gunplay, and then get that defuse kit down as well. He was playing those objective roles, which I thought was really important. So shout out to Dream, probably the MVP for Mirage in this game, and he had a fantastic one today.
Talking about a fantastic job, and shout out to XSET as well. Creators with 13 kills and 5 opening kills. But I think the storyline about all of this is the fact that it was the trust that Thomas says that he has with his teammates. I mean, take a look at Loading, take a look at Nix. Both of those players did great on the opening side, but also it's just having his back is what matters most. But Jacob, the one thing you liked about Mirage is you said when it came to their attacks, it was fast and, in quotes, chaotic. And in a good way, of course, because they put out the dub.
Yep, they absolutely did. And Mirage looked like a team that were able to get, like I mentioned, they got more steam back. It wasn't a case where they looked at them being 4-1 down when they were on a defensive half and said, well, there's no way that we can't resurface. I feel like their timeout when they took it, when they were down 3-0, was a nice time to take it because they won 2 more of their rounds on defense. And then when they shifted halves, everything they did seemed like it was coordinated on one thing, and it was about going in hard and fast for several rounds in a row. That took all of the wind out of XSET's sails, and you might say Siege isn't momentum-based. It absolutely was for Mirage, because it was round after round, opening pick here and there. It looked like it was all clicking into place, so good job for Mirage for sticking through it until the end.
And Jesse, that big brain of yours, I'm gonna need your help for just a second, right? So we saw a lot of Tachanka be played, and Razor did get a very good blind fire. Someone in the chat said it was a gift from the god, right? Yeah. But the thing is, you guys weren't too happy with the way that he was utilized on this map.
Yeah, listen, I think Tachanka has a lot of potential here in the NAL, and I think that teams like TSM have really utilized this operator well, but there was just no Tachanka play that was working out in terms of the utility he brought. There was the one kitchen hold where we had Razor up above on Tachanka, and he tried to throw the fire grenade through the floorboards to stop the push from coming in. He ended up fire nading himself instead. The players on the bottom floor were able to run in, get the plant down, completely lost in the whole push. And then the final round as well, the second last round, I should say, playing in hookah, you've got 2 guys in cocktail. One of them is Tachanka, it's creators, and he actually blocks off his teammate so that he can't swing around and stop the plant from happening. Again, directly impacting that round and likely giving it to Mirage. So, I mean, these are the plays you have to practice. Kicked railed on it a lot in the cast, and he's absolutely correct. This is what needs to be nailed down if you're going to be bringing Tachanka in these situations, especially in place of a smoke. You have to have these things nailed down.
Yes, and along with all of this breakdown you're doing, Jesse, you actually have another replay for us, and it has to do with something positive about XSET, right?
Yeah, it wasn't all bad for XSET. They did start with some really great attacks, and I want to showcase one of them that looks like it shouldn't work, but there's a great reason why it does. So it's once again a hookah attack, and you've got three guys coming in through Aqua, and then I believe one coming in through the hookah balcony. Now, one of them has died in VIP, that's Prod, but watch this. Dream's in a great position to stop the plant, but that lion charge, perfectly timed, right when Dream is vaulting over the couch. It means that he's not in a position to throw any more toxic babes to deny the plant or swing out. He has to stand still, and it's going to allow these players on XSET to push through Aqua and focus the guys inside of hookah and take those gunfights. If we press play on this replay now, you'll see this all play out. The players inside of hookah all going to fall down. There's Creators for one. I believe he'll get another one here. The nade going to fly out from Razor. There's Creator second. There's the nade from NVK. And now Dream can swing, but he's already in a player disadvantage, so it doesn't matter. Lion charge used excellently from Prod in that round, and I wanted to applaud it.
Now, Jacob, to close out this whole segment, I mean, there's plenty of good things we can say about XSET and Mirage as well, but let's just give a little more shine to Mirage, man. The criticism that we've given to players like loading and just seeing their progression, seeing even him do well, I believe 3 opening kills as well, and Thomas's interview saying how he said, hey, watch my back, and the job gets done like that. Do we see bright things over the horizon when it comes to this entire roster? Because that was a feel-good type of match to watch.
It was, but I'm going to say the same thing for Mirage that I said for XSET before this game started. I'm not putting the cart before the horse. I'm not about to get way too ahead of myself on something like this because, again, that was only their first victory. I liked what Thomas said in the interview about Nyx probably being a better IGL than he was. That's kind of high praise coming from someone who we know is a very vocal leader, teammate, like Thomas has been in the past, 100%. That's the kind of stuff that you like to hear, and that also does kind of help answer the question, who's calling the shots? For Mirage, it might just be a case of you needed a couple of games to shake out some inconsistencies or identify some really pivotal things that you need to fix going forward. But now you're out of the super weeks. You've played 4 games straight. You're going to have a bye later on in the season. But for right now, you can kind of focus on yourself, get more time to work on all of these little individual things that work going very well. And you've got way more time to do it because you only have 1 opponent per week, bye notwithstanding. I think it's overall a nice sign for Mirage. But in terms of things to come, like I said, not getting ahead of myself just yet.
We got to see what happens with Beast Coast and after that first, right, Jacob?
Yes, we do.
All right, now for the community poll, I feel like Jacob's going to be a big fan of this. Should we take away Caliber Jacob's laptop? Jesse, what do you think the audience said?
Take away the laptop. I thought it was, should we give him another one or something? But yes, take away the laptop. Please take it away. Easy poll.
So actually, Jacob,
I fought for this.
Jacob, show us the laptop,
so long,
man.
And it's finally here. You're not taking this thing away from me. You're just not. This is my baby. I actually use this. Parker doesn't even use it.
I say with that, we turn this into a fun game. Let's get the community involved. We need to come up with yet another bet when it comes to predictions this year. I don't think that it's
we were
way
thinking
out of
about
reach
it,
yet.
to be fair.
Yes.
Yeah, we're like, maybe for stage 3 it might not work out because it was all built up like, hey, the laptop in Mexico, cool. But now we're just like,
we had the shirt.
We had the shirt. That's true. Dude, the shirt was from the November major last year. You remember that? That seemed like forever ago.
What about like the winner has to pie both of the losers in the face at like the next LAN or something like that?
Wait, doesn't Jesse owe me a cake?
Jesse,
listen,
you owe him a cake?
We'll get to that. We'll get to that.
All right, we're going to get to that. But actually what we're going to be getting to is Beast Coast versus Oxygen. And Jacob, when it comes to upsets and expectations in the NAL, yes, we want Beast Coast to win. We are on the Alec hype train, baby.
I'm cool with it,
but
yeah.
This ain't going to be an easy matchup, right?
No, absolutely not. I think OXG are on a hot streak right now, but if Beast Coast don't go to bank, then we're going to see a good game.
Wait, Veli, what did the people say about Jacob's laptop?
We don't need to see the results. No.
Yeah,
Veli was trying to gloss over the results.
Jacob, let's see how much the community actually loves you. 84% said take that damn thing away. No, Jacob.
Proud of you guys.
Jacob,
proud of you.
I do want to ask this question though. Has your quality of life been better ever since you got that Predator laptop in your life?
100%, but it was mostly just about getting what I finally deserved and just proving that I'm not a temp anymore. So that, like, it's not even like getting the machine, it's more about the status symbol.
I'm glad you graduated from intern. We love you here, man.
Finally.
But ladies and gentlemen, coming up next,
year.
let's see if we're going to have yet another banger of a matchup. Like I said before, Beast Coast will be taking on the best in NA, Oxygen. We'll see you guys on the other side of this break.
What does it take to call next? Follow us for a deep dive into the Rainbow Six community, breaking down barriers, taking you behind the scenes, and showing what it means to level up.
If you want to get better, try reviewing your game footage. Insights.gg's game capture tool makes recording and reviewing fast and easy. With no lag, automatic recording, and instant highlights, it's never been easier to learn from your gameplay. Try it for free at insights.gg today.
God, I love my Predator laptop so much. I've been fighting for this thing for a My bad, that's the old one. Sorry, I mean, I love my Predator laptop so much. Sorry, chat. You know how long we've been fighting for this thing for? About 11 months. Remember back when I came on the NAL for the first time, I didn't have a laptop and the only thing that I had in front of me was a sandwich? Well, now I can have a sandwich, but I can also have the laptop with me at the exact same time. This is the Predator Triton 900, Intel Core i7 RTX 2080, all stored inside of it, and even flips out with a touchscreen. This thing has turned into a mobile editing station for me over the past little while. It's actually been really nice if I'm not at home for some reason, if I need to get a whole bunch of work done. This thing is a behemoth and runs games about as smooth as anything that I've ever tried out so far. So yeah, I gotta do the bit. I have to do the ad. I've got the laptop now, so you're gonna see a lot more of these from me in the future. But if nothing else, after an 11th month journey, we finally got what we were looking for. We'll be right back with our second game of the day, OXG versus Beast Coast, after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NAL, where I'm your desk host, Veli, and I'm breaking things down with my boys, Jacob and Jesse. And Jacob, great ad read, by the way, because I know that you love showing off with your brand new laptop. But as we move into this next game, Beast Coast versus Oxygen, we heard what you had to say before we went to the break. But Jesse, this match this time around, Oxygen, just be honest, how good does it seem to see this team go back to that level of just consistency where they're on top?
God, the worst part about that, Jesse, is I didn't hear any of his intro. I'm sure it was great, but I don't really know how we're gonna work off of that.
Yeah, I don't even know if you finished talking.
It's all good. Now, hey, we're into Beast Coast. It's all good. So the only thing I have to say about Beast Coast off the rip is just don't play Bank. That was probably the biggest problem in their game against TSM from yesterday that seemed like it wasn't going to work out from the start. I had some confidence issues overall in a team like this with brand new players on the roster trying to go to a map that had, like, it hadn't been in the competitive pool for the entire time that Beast Coast as a team, whether they were bruh or under this new org, had been playing Rainbow Six. They never played Bank before. And when you have 2 new players coming in, the problem is you're not able to like fall upon like a comfort pick, so to speak. You can't do what you normally know, like from a reflex perspective on a map that you've played over and over again. So just, that's the one thing. If we see Bank in this rotation for some reason, Beast Coast, I don't know what you're doing, but please tell me you have a better plan than you did against TSM.
And Jesse, one question I have for you when it comes to Beast Coast especially, yes, we saw Jay, we saw what Alec has to do with this roster, but also some of the mainstay on this roster, the core. We're talking about Anthony and also Sippin. We have great expectations for him, and especially Sippin, who struggled pretty hard last game. What would you like to see that man do this time around?
I mean, I need to see Sippin doing a little bit better on his roams this time, Veli. He was playing a lot of Vigil last time on Bank, and he was really trying to make those entry kills happen, but he was often way too far alone. He thought he was like completely invisible to drones, but like at some point the Vigil charge runs out and the drones find you, and it's Bank, so you're completely on the other side of the map from the rest of your teammates, and Bolo's gonna shoot you in the head. That's what Sippin's reality was just yesterday, and so we need to see that improving a little bit. You see that one opening kill, which you don't see, or the 4 opening deaths that went along with it. Sippin was really just not having the impact that he needed. 3 and 8 was on the high side for Beast Coast in that game, so give him credit where it's due, I suppose, but definitely needed to see a little bit more from Sippin yesterday, and so that's why he's been a player to watch, because we've seen it before.
Right, and Jacob, now when it comes to this roster as well, yes, the pipe dream is for them to obviously get this upset, but we're hoping for an evenly matched game against Oxygen to show us a little bit of something for this team, right? But you personally, what is your biggest thing about this roster that you just feel like can be fixed, that can be better, because the talent is obviously there?
I mean, for Beast Coast, it's actually kind of difficult to determine that because their win against XSET seemed like they were doing most things correctly and XSET were kind of dropping the ball. And in their game against TSM, they got trounced so badly, it's almost hard to figure out what the one weak spot on their team was. So for Beast Coast, they still do look pretty darn solid. I appreciate how it seems like there's only one player really making calls. It's not like there's much confusion in terms of who does what on attack. If you allow Alec to get activated and just provide him the support that he requires, then he'll go and kill. He'll hold angles where he needs to and get aggressive in moments where you probably shouldn't expect him to. But overall for Beast Coast, it's more about making sure that your impact players don't get taken out early. Guys like Anthony, if he's sticking to his sledge, need to be alive for a lot longer than they were in that TSM game. If you're going to create vertical control on a map that requires a lot of it, then give him more space, let him use his nades, let Anthony kind of transition more fully into the player that we know he can be, because he's not playing on support anymore. The guy is fantastic when he's activated, but not in games or situations like the TSM one from yesterday.
Yeah, watching Anthony in the USN qualifiers back in when I was in Poland with Blue and Stokes, I saw great things coming from him when it came to Sledge, but 0-7 to start off Playday number 3 was not that good for him, Jesse. What does Anthony have to do this time around, especially as the Sledge?
Yeah, I mean, I really want to see him, I guess, flex around a little bit more, look a little bit more comfortable. Like, he's supposed to be this player that can play any role that is so good, right? Was their star from last stage, but just uncomfortability was the main thing I saw from him on Bank. Look, he didn't know what was going on, didn't know where he was supposed to be playing, didn't know what he was supposed to be focusing on with his gunfights. I do genuinely wonder if Beast Coast were confident they were going to get a different map, and it ended up being Bank, and that caught them off guard. That's kind of what it seemed like when I watched them play that map. I'm sure they've scrimmed it before, but maybe just not what they were expecting. I mean, you really can't hype up Anthony too much after his first couple of performances here, right? But we've seen him play well back on stage 2. He was the one player that was always the rock for Beast Coast that they could rely on, so I need him to come back to that. Beast Coast, need him to come back to that.
All right, now, one thing that we will come back to is talking about a highlight team, Oxygen Esports, who have been just on a tear so far this stage, Jacob. And looking at this entire roster, I mean, from top to bottom, they just look completely solid right now. Even Yaga is fitting in so much more better than we have seen in the past. But also, you and Jesse were talking about how Oxygen were winning a lot of their early game lately. So when it came to yesterday or just previous examples, can you give us anything about that?
I feel like OXG, yeah, in their early game feel like they have everything very scouted for, like, very well. Whether it comes down to attacking and they want a full clear from top floor down, they have a really good understanding of, like, default operator positions on defense. And a lot of that is interesting because they're not the kind of team that when they play defense are going to have players posted in very predictable locations. They're going to go crazy on roams. They've done a much better job of understanding how to support one another when they are roaming to make sure that if one player dies in an uncomfortable position, and doesn't have support, there's usually someone there to back them up. It feels like an overall improvement from their stage 2 play, even though there are some sometimes questionable moments. Unfortunately, questionable is kind of what Oxygen relies on in order to win. They're forcing their opponents to kind of go, what are you doing? But at the same time, if we're questioning it and it works, we just kind of have to accept it, because that's been a lot of what this stage has led to so far.
I will say that, like, yesterday versus Astralis, I think that was a bit of a weak point for them. Kind of strangely, their opening pick was actually often not going their way, but they got a couple of clutch rounds in there. I mean, I thought Fox had some great plants. A C4 from Kino was able to win them one of those rounds as well. They still won that game handedly, obviously, despite them not winning some of those early rounds. So, I mean, it just shows you how well-rounded Oxygen has become here in Stage 3, being able to win both early and late.
Now, Jacob, this is the stage of the OGs and their dominance, right? Now, speaking of OGs and their dominance, that man Vertical has been on an absolute tear. When we take a look at all of the past Stage 3 games for Oxygen so far, Vertical has either been tied for or has been the best fragger on the roster. He has been lights out ever since this stage has started, and it looks like he's pretty upset about what happened Stage 2, and he wants to correct the course right now.
Yeah, Vertical is somebody who we've been wanting to come back into his own for a little bit. OXG haven't been lacking, so to speak, for a consistent fragger or entry presence for all of this year so far, but the fact that it's Vertical back in this role is a nice thing to see. 10-7 in that game from yesterday, and best part about it, he's 4th overall in CGG's ratings through just his first 3 games. He's only got Grixer, J90, and Hot and Cold above him so far, and Foxy's not too far down the leaderboards with him.
Yeah, and in terms of KD, he's actually even higher. He's the 2nd most kills inside of the stage, 36 and 21 overall. And I think nowhere was that sort of shown off more obviously than in that 4K yesterday in the 1v1 clutch when attacking on Hookah. He's a beast.
Yes, now let's talk about maps. Beast Coast sitting at 1 win. That was against XSET on Playday number 1. They had to buy Playday number 2, but when it came to 3rd Playday, they got beat pretty bad by TSM, Jesse. 7-1 loss, and just like we were talking about with Mirage, this is an opportunity for Beast Coast to kind of show what they're made of right now before they fall back really far before their next Playday against Mirage. So if you're on Beast Coast, where would you like to take the very crazy roam-heavy Oxygen to try to win?
No, I mean, there is a very obvious answer. It's Villa, obviously. I mean, that's going to be the permaban for OXG. That's the map that
you and Villa, man, you can never escape this.
Yeah, I mean, Villa was never getting played here. I think the more realistic option for Beast Coast might be Cafe. I think that's one where OXG do play it on occasion, and Beast Coast have banned it quite a bit before, but I think it would be a strong one, and there it goes. Oxygen reading my minds here, so they're definitely aware of the maps that they know that they're going to be strong on. I feel like Beast Coast are kind of pigeonholed here. They have to ban Oregon, they have to ban Clubhouse, and then Bank is just so poor from them yesterday. So far, I've gotten all my map bans correct. I did expect us to go to Coastline. Oxygen Esports banning out Coastline, the best map for this team. They're on a 4-game win streak there. That is a curveball. It's not being banked. If East Coast choose Bank, they're actually throwing, and they don't deserve to win this game. There's no way.
Production, do it, please.
No, okay, good. They know what they're doing. They're not making a huge mistake. Chalet is a great map, I think, for Beast Coast to have ended up on here. It could have been a lot worse. For Auction Esports, they're on a 3-game losing streak on Chalet after going undefeated in Stage 1. Stage 2 was kind of rough. They got just 4 rounds against the Sonics and SSG combined. But then you look at Beast Coast, and this map hasn't been too successful either. A 4-game losing streak on Chalet. They've actually never won Chalet, but they did push Darkzero to overtime last stage, so I think there's some hope.
All right, Jacob, what are your thoughts about Chalet, man? You were high on this map when it first came into the pool, and seeing Beast Coast face off against Oxygen, it sounds pretty scary, to be completely honest.
Yeah, but the primary issue is actually that 3-game losing streak that OXG have on Chalet. I like the map overall. I think it'll be nice to figure out, so to speak, how Beast Coast play it. It's interesting due to there not really being a strong map that I really associate with Beast Coast playstyle yet. It might have been Coastline because that was the one that they very nearly defeated OXG on back in Stage 2, but it came down to an 8-7, and Vertical had a clutch round in that game that forced it all the way to round 15. In this moment, I love OXG. I think the pick can work out. They seem like their trip back from their really bad slump in Stage 2 is really proving to almost be done. Yeah, they're essentially back in form. I just don't know if Chalet is the map that Beast Coast wanted to take OXG to, because they're not the kind of team that strikes me as one that's going to counter-strat very heavy against their opponent. It might just be Beast Coast playing their own game and OXG doing the same. We're going to find out.
Well, Jacob, you seem kind of unsure. You said a lot about what you don't know. And when it's time for predictions,
I don't know, yeah.
I want to hear what you think is going to... I want to know what you really feel, Jacob. Who's going to win this game? Are we going to see an upset or Oxygen, #1 NA, just another Wednesday in the office?
Honestly, just another Wednesday. This is a map overall that OXG, despite a whole bunch of losses, are still going to be very comfortable with, and the fact that it came down between Bank and Chalet, 2 maps that I don't really know how well they're going to fare for Beast Coast, and they had to be the ones to pick. Yeah, for me, it's an OXG map.
Jesse, what you got? Is it that easy, Jesse?
Of course it is. It's Oxygen Esports, Veli. I mean, they're playing Beast Coast. We're taking OXG. But I will kind of disagree with Jacob. I think Chalet is probably the best case scenario that was realistic. Like, obviously, Villa was not going to get played. Cafe maybe would have been better for them, but OXG banning it out. I think they're lucky to be able to play on Chalet rather than Coastline, where OXG just run house. So a little bit of respect, I think, from OXG in that map ban phase, choosing to ban out their best map because they think Beast Coast are a good team there.
Well, listen, as a prediction leader of the group right now, I'm just going to have to say that I'm going to have to agree with the peons for this series right here. No, seriously, Oxygen just looks way too strong, man. I think at the end of the day, Vertical just found his groove. He's just feeling himself. He's getting loose out there, but he looks extremely comfortable compared to before. But other than that, it's the Young Gunners. Every time we go to player cameras, you always see Kino just laughing it up next to Laxing. And for Kino and y'all gonna have these type of mentors around him to continue to grow and build this roster to be something special, I think that Oxygen is just about there. But Beast Coast, listen, we're all rooting for you deep down inside, so make this one good. So for the second matchup of the day, we're gonna have Oxygen versus Beast Coast. Kickstar and Intero, take it away.
All right, well, thank you very much. We're here for our second matchup, Michael, and for Oxygen, the team is undefeated thus far. They have looked mighty in every single match they've played. Beast Coast have shown some nice signs, but ultimately, they've had a bit of a rougher outing, and this seems to be the Beast Coast from the stage previously. Yesterday, we saw the Sonics and XSET matchup go to an incredible upset. Think there's any potential for this here on Chalet?
No. But maybe no. All right, Parker. Let's go over the community poll before I finish my thought. Who's gonna? Will Vertical continue his hot streak by out-fragging Young Alec? Basically a yes or no question. You're voting for Vertical or you're voting for Alec. Who do you think is going to have more frags? First of all, I just want to get this over with. The map has been bad for both teams. I think this has been discussed. Chalet is not good for Beast Coast. It's not necessarily good for Oxygen either. And yes, Young Alec is, I think, a really important player to keep focus on. After his first Playday, he was actually #1 in the NAL for a while, but no, Parker, I'm not seeing a lot of likelihood of upset here.
Well, I mean, only time will tell. Oxygen has been a very surprising team thus far. They have had some consistency issues, if people have followed along since the very start. They finished in 6th place back in Stage 2, just ahead of Mirage, XSET, and Beast Coast, but they won Stage 1. So, OXG thus far, they went to the 6th Invitational, they win Stage 1, they finish 6th in Stage 2, they don't make it to the Mexico Major, and now here in Stage 3, they are undefeated, sitting atop the standings with 9 points, the only team thus far to have that tally, and they could break double digits. They'll be the first team to do that, and the only team that's capable of doing that today. We'll give you up for Chalet, and we'll get into the matchup. Oxygen versus Beast Coast. Beast Coast will be starting on defense, first with OXG on attack. Neither of these teams have played Chalet so far this stage. We've already seen Chalet in the NAL, but not with either of these two, so we will put them to the test. Band starting out first.
See what they decide to get rid of. Well, they haven't played this stage. It's still been a bad map if you count Stage 2 for both squads, so See if that changes for either of them. Thatcher, the first ban. Nothing surprising there. Maybe a Jackal here. Jackal's really good on Chalet because there's a lot of cutoff points. And when you inject the Jackal into that, it makes roaming nearly impossible. Could be a Nomad as well. It's going to be a Maverick, actually. So this is going to be a really interesting Chalet. I like that Maverick ban because when you get rid of the Jackal, or sorry, excuse me, when you get rid of the Thatcher and then the Maverick, now your only real counter to all the denial is going to be the Kali or just getting your nade where you need it to go. So it makes opening those walls a lot more difficult, and I think it makes for a more interesting Chalet, personally.
Valkyrie gone. Who joins next? Wamai? Mira?
Whammy.
Wamai or Mira? Which one is it? It's Kaid. It's neither. Okay, interestingly enough.
Circumventing expectations.
The Electro Claude operator, the magnificent Moroccan. He's gone.
It makes sense because, of course, we do have a Thatcher Maverick ban. So you kind of have to get rid of the Kaid, yeah?
I mean, you have to. But we've seen matches where teams will ban smoke and then run no denial and then let teams just walk in and plant for free when they were the ones who banned smoke. And it's like, oh, maybe I should have thought this through, you know? Like, so we like to think that just as when teams play Villa, and I distinctly remember this, there was a team that was playing Villa that banned Thatcher and then they didn't run Bandit, Kaid, or Mute. So it's like, I get it, but like, why? Run wall denial.
Yeah. And sometimes you got to get a little deep into that. But here, I like the bans. I like what we got. On Chalet, you need the Valkyrie ban. I like the Thatcher and the Maverick. The Kaid has to come in because of that. So it's good. Moving on. We do also have, of course, because of that, a lot of options for both teams. Like the Mira, which we see being brought, the Jackal, which has not been brought. It's going to make for some interesting and different Siege. What the?
What?
Did Fozo just punch his own barbed wire? Yeah, he punched it and then repositioned it. That was weird.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
Maybe an act of frustration.
I think he just messed up.
Don't shame him.
All right.
First round is going to be upstairs. By the way, it's going to be office and bedroom. Mira is in play. Anthony was once the high-flying performer for Beast Coast, but he's taking a bit of a back seat to young Alec. Anthony had a rough outing yesterday. It was highlighted on the analyst desk segment, and we'll see if he's in any better shape today, but they've put him on Mira, so he will be the foundation of this defense, at least from the 5 operators that we see on Beast Coast side. Mira will be staying much in close to the site with the Nitro Cell in hand to possibly do some plant denial, but it might hurt the fragging upside for Anthony. We'll see.
This also seems to be a Solarium take for Oxygen if they are setting up on the big window and setting up on Solarium double windows. They're going to need to clear out Trophy downstairs and then push up the Solarium stairs before they can actually hit the site. So that's a lot of process left to go for Oxygen. They're looking to get that Mute Jammer, maybe open up the wall. And oh, look at this. Yaga's already in Solarium. Wow, that is fast for Oxygen. It leaves him very exposed, though, since he is somewhat alone. Only players on Repel to assist him.
Jay will hunker down, launch towards the bathroom. He's got that very familiar rotate that we see time and time again. Yaga throws out a grenade. Nothing found. Didn't sound like it triggered an ADS either. Nice shot from Yaga onto Jay, who unwittingly peeks into the barrel of a gun. And OXG get the very first lead-off kill with half the round to go.
They also have the wall open, and that's going to give them a great avenue to the site. Fox A going for a plant already. This is fast.
But the Nitro Cell goes off. I don't know if that even would have killed him, let alone maimed him, as it seemed like it would have been below. Young Alec falls, and OXG have coverage. Fozo walks in, but the diffuser goes down. Guns come alive. Anthony finds a kill, but right now the numbers very much favoring OXG, and they continue. Another kill from Yaga. Big round from him, and OXG takes the opening round.
Wow, okay, so good round there from Oxygen, obviously, but also really bad round from Beast Coast. They set themselves up to fail. And most of that comes down to the fact that they barely even attempted to hold on to Solarium. If you know it's a Solarium take, usually what we'll see teams do, rotate the shields, rotate your players, fall off of your roam, address the problem directly. And Beast Coast knew it was a Solarium take as soon as we saw the player on Big Window shoot at the mute jammer on the Solarium wall. They must have known after the default cam and Solarium got shot, so there's no excuse there for Beast Coast. They frankly just didn't adjust for the situation, and as a result, Oxygen took full advantage.
Oh, a quick one from OXG to start off with, and we've seen this many times with that particular bomb site. If you can gain access to Solarium, whether you're not playing down in Trophy on defense, because that Trophy site obviously, and I mean part of the map, not the bomb site. Trophy down below on the stairs leads up to Solarium. If you can't control that and you allow them to take control of Trophy early, if they can swing in through the windows of Solarium, then you are in rough shape, because once that panel gets opened up, and Jay had died earlier in the closet, which meant that the only real grip that Beast Coast had on that part of the map was gone at that point. Once that panel gets opened up leading into the bomb site, it's very simple for somebody to be on Big Window, somebody playing inside of Solarium, and maybe even one on Bathroom, to just watch. That leaves one free floater to possibly do flank watch or play elsewhere while the diffuser goes down. OXG had those numbers advantages, and they could continue to make it work, so they read into it perfectly, and Yaga gets that leadoff kill to help, while the rest of the team follows up, and Vertical picked up 2 kills in the process, for those of you that are watching the community poll quite intently.
That's kind of funny there. I don't know if you guys noticed that, but Kino came within an inch of getting a kill on a Fozo, and he just didn't expect anyone to be there, so he didn't get the kill. It's really funny. Oh, Fozo will die regardless, though, as Vertical's in the site. This is a bar defense, and Vertical is in the bar. He's ordering his drinks, and while he is, Beast Coast is falling one after another. 2 kills up here for Oxygen. We're not even a minute into this round, Parker. Foxay's going for yet another plant.
Young Alec will be tagged to stop this. A Nitro Cell goes out, and Foxay manages to get it off, losing about half of his HP in the process. But Vertical has the coverage. 2 kills for him. 4 in total. Watching over top of that diffuser. Anthony goes down to Yaga as this dynamic duo of OXG is just enacting a ton of pain. But Laxing decides he wants in on the fun, and like that, OXG's already up 2-0.
Wow, Oxygen playing their own game on their own planet. Meanwhile, Beast Coast lost in the forest, and they are going to need someone to come and find them as we find ourselves in a desperate situation off those last 2 rounds. Yeah, it's only a 2-0, but it's 2-0 enough for Beast Coast to call their tactical timeout.
Incredible. Beast Coast having to flush out that timeout, and Mark the Shark has some work to be done as... Already look at Beast Coast. Have you ever seen a set of players so demoralized after just 2 rounds, and not even 2 rounds? I mean, I don't even think a single round has actually transpired thus far because of the brisk pace that OXG set.
Yeah, it's been like 2 minutes, Parker. 2 minutes of action and about a minute of prep. And you can see on Beast Coast's faces, they're looking around like, ref, are they allowed to beat us that way? Can they do that? Because we haven't really seen any competition yet, Parker, and I expect that to change somewhat, right? I don't think it's going to be a complete blowout like this. Obviously, Beast Coast will figure it out eventually, but the question is, will they have any room left to recover the match when they do eventually figure it out? And I think that's why they're taking this time out so early.
I don't think we're in for a doozy like this. I think at some point Beast Coast will pivot. Their roster is simply too talented with the upgrades that they've made, and I think it's indisputable that the 2 changes they made, bringing in both Jay and Young Alex, significantly raised the ceiling of this Beast Coast squad.
Oh, for sure.
So I don't necessarily think that it's gonna be a bloodbath the way that Oxygen has been putting on this clinic thus far. I think that we'll start to see some changes. One change that we're going to see immediately is that for you and I, this is going to be the first round that we see Thunderbird, by the way. For those of you that aren't familiarized with Thunderbird as an operator, she puts down a Kona machine, which kind of looks like gumballs, and it's essentially shooting out syringes that heal you, and there's a radius around it, and if you stand in it and you're hurt, it will heal you. But bear in mind, these are automated, and they're not particularly smart devices, so they can also heal up the attackers if they end up in that circle.
Yeah, I found the most effective tactic for this operator is to place them in positions where you either know you can destroy it before the attacker gets to them, or where it's crucial that they exist. Like, for example, right now, Beast Coast, they want to do a dedicated Solarium hold. They're going to place one of those Kona stations on the Solarium staircase with 2 ADSs and try making playing there much easier for whoever has to inhibit the roll. So that's Inhabit the role, excuse me. So that's going to be a difficult prospect regardless. Holding Solarium from the staircase is not an easy feat, but it'll be made easier, at least by that Kona station.
30 seconds in, and it's another attempt at the same bomb site before for Beast Coast, who just took that time out. They're going to hope and pray that they can shore up the weaknesses that they had on defense.
Oh,
Weefence is actually kind of a funny word.
Weefence? Well, I've never heard of it. What is
weak
it?
Defense, Weefence.
Weefence. Oh, okay. I see where you're getting with that.
It sounds like a. It sounds like a. Okay, never mind. I will focus on what's happening in front of us because Vertical decides to tickle the ivories, and down goes Sippin. He'll sit behind that piano and now need to be retrieved.
Yep.
I don't think Jay realizes that it is impossible, and he's wary of being held on big window. Sippin is finished off by Kino, so there you go. It's at least capitalized upon. The first kill goes to OXG. Again, 3 rounds, 3 opening duels breaking for Oxygen. This is a good spot to be in. Yaga takes out Jay, and Fox A with 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock is going to get the diffuser down unless somebody can stop it. Ozo looks to attempt that with the Yokai, but he's taking too much damage in the process, has to fall off and now engage over by the window. Young Alec punishing Vertical. So the Thunderbirds are go, but what more can be done of it? Because you've got a lot of weight on your shoulders. Yaga saying, hey, thanks so much. I'll take some of that healing. Goodbye, Young Alec. Anthony, a 1-2 record will become 1-3, and Oxygen will become 3-0. This OXG team is a scary, scary sight right now, and they find themselves absolutely pummeling Beast Coast.
Oxygen know what they want to accomplish. They're skipping a couple crucial steps at the beginning of the round. Their drone work, for example. A lot of pre-placed drones I'm noticing here. There are gaps in that drone work. There's potential for exploitation. However, it's not being exploited, Parker. Beast Coast is getting scared, if anything. They're playing very differently. So what we saw in that last round is, yes, an adjustment for Beast Coast. They decided to commit more heavily to the Solarium hold. But you heard me say, oh no. You might have heard me when I saw the sledge coming in through library. You may have heard the oh no. And that's because Beast Coast set up their whole defense for Solarium, and all Oxygen needed to do to counter that is just change to your standard library take. And no adjustment once again for Beast Coast. The only way to defend on Master is to be able to adapt to whatever attack is brought by the opponent. It's either going to be Solarium or it's going to be Library. But either way, you need to be adaptable. You have to adjust for whatever it is. You cannot set up a rigid catch-all defense on that site. And Beast Coast will stop even trying. They're going to go to kitchen.
While this now is their 3rd bomb site, by the way, I do wonder if with the Thatcher, Mav, and Kaid bans, if we will see a team bother to attempt that downstairs bomb site. I would imagine that it would be a bit of a headache to get into, especially with Bandit's prevalence on Clubhouse rising, but we haven't really seen that translate to any other map. It's entirely possible that we could see an attempt, though I just want to, I'm just speculating, of course. Regardless. Laxing is already in downstairs, by the way. He's inside a big garage, sitting crouched behind the vehicle, possibly waiting to strike. He'll be heading up West Main, or it's Vertical, rather, who's down there now. All right. Laxing would have been above. He's by the window.
He's droning himself in right now. Vertical is trying to gather his own information. Bozo eating some damage early on. It'll be finished off by Kino on the big window. That's why that mirror window is very difficult to play. You leave yourself very exposed. You could bring a castle to make it more viable, but Kino's just going to ash it. There's layers to it, but that's all, well, as Parker mentioned, it's just speculation. It's just absent, right? And Young
Look
Alex,
at this coordination, Michael, right now that we are witnessing.
It's really bad, Parker. It's there. Oh, here we go. Some signs of life.
Oh, it's a refrag from Anthony on to Yaga. Yaga has been the best performer thus far for OXG in terms of finding space and opening things up. Young Alec has the mirror window that he's playing off of, but did he miss an opportunity for a kill? And he almost gets it, but then retreats towards the piano. A grenade sails on in. It's credited to Fox, even though the grenade of Vertical was very instrumental in getting the down. So OXG continues to run forward. In the similar spot, 2 players of Beast Coast have been buried here, but Sippin is going to dance on their graves and hope for some success. Playing just by Chimney, but he's not going to find anything for now. Anthony falls. Jay is gone as well, and this is not going to be a flawless round, but it's an absolute drubbing as without Yaga on the board, Vertical comes online and finds 4 kills. Huge stuff for OXG, and with those 4 kills, they pick up round number 4 at the same time.
I think Yaga got a 4K earlier, and now Vertical's got a 4K. And I think the word is drubbing, Parker?
I said it was a drubbing, Michael.
Yeah. Yeah.
It is. This is a... I will say, Chalet is one of 2 maps where the attackers do tend to do better than most maps, at least at the moment. At least based on historical precedent and what we've seen and what we know of Chalet, it is not uncommon for an attacking team to take 4 rounds.
Sure.
No matter what happens over the next 2 rounds, Beast Coast might be able to salvage some of the matchup and gain momentum in their heads at least and untilt, but Oxygen have now put their stamp on this first half. They cannot lose it. But I don't necessarily know if this is just an attacker-sided map. Beast Coast look like they don't coordinate with one another. They are playing in positions where they are unsupported. Fozo dies. Fozo dies, and then they put Young Alec in the same spot. When Young Alec dies from basically the same spot, once again unsupported, there's a 3rd player from Beast Coast called into action as Sippin comes up in almost the same spot.
And here's the crucial thing, Parker. They're doing it one at a time. Like, if they all engage at the same time and try to confront the horde, the onslaught from Oxygen, maybe they'll trade out 1 or 2 kills. But it's just a series, a trickle of 1v1s or 1v2s all favoring Oxygen. And you can't have that. You cannot have that. And you mentioned it could just be, oh yeah, attacker-sided Chalet, which I don't personally buy, but it could be that. But at the same time, these rounds have been so unbelievably confidently in favor of Oxygen that there doesn't leave a lot of room for confidence on Beast Coast's side right now. This is one of the most one-sided matches I've seen in a while. It's not done yet, but I'm already seeing the end, and we're 4 rounds in.
By the way, we saw another kill accredited to Foxay, though he doesn't have any kills. That is once again because of the change where if you kill somebody who gets the down, you don't get it. We saw the nade from Vertical capture the down, and then Foxay secured the kill, but it wasn't his.
They need to reflect that in the kill feed for sure. That's got to be like something where they're, oh yeah, it's the kill, but then someone else's name for the actual credit.
Well, they've got time to do that. This is one of the slower rounds for OXG, and that's because nothing's really happened in the first minute that we find ourselves in. A grenade goes out, and it did a tiny bit of damage to Fozo. Sippin takes 1 bullet's worth of HP off, but Young Alec is facing a window or the wrong way. Goodness gracious. 2 kills from OXG, and Beast Coast look lost in this round. They'll continue to pivot back towards the bomb site, but OXG have not been able to get a flawless thus far, at least not that I've recorded. Now this is a good opportunity to do that. 2 players from Beast Coast nearby, and oh no, JJJ! My goodness. Oh, that is an unfortunate situation. A flawless on the board now with Fozo and Dara back stock, and that's it. Oxygen is just playing with their food. It's 5-0.
Bum bum ba-da. This isn't this isn't Beast Coast. This isn't Beast Coast. This is not their map. The list could go on. Oh, here it is in replay. For those of you who missed it, shotgun comes out. Oh, unfortunately, just missed the opportunity. And here's the vert train. Wah wah.
I think there's one thing to note, though, by the way. Jay has, at this point, only played 3 full matches at this level, just the same as Young Alec.
Sure.
This is a new player who's going to have some shakes. He's playing on land for the first time ever in this stage. He comes from a team pulled up after stage 2, maybe unexpectedly, and the fact that he is already acclimating at this level and helping lead this team is massive.
He's had some good
very
moments.
Easy for us to sit here and go, that is an unfortunate play. I believe you me, 2 of the most experienced people in this lobby are Laxing and Foxay, and if they pulled that off, we would have torched them. We absolutely would have torched them.
Yeah.
But with somebody like Jay, it's important for us to keep our kid gloves on because he is still very new to this league. He's having a tough game, playing on a tough role. In fact, probably the toughest role on Beast Coast. And people do that.
Still funny, though.
Hell, watch either of you and I play a ranked game, and I'm sure at some point will do that as well. So.
Oh, I've done it plenty.
And
Luckily,
you're Kickstar, so.
It's still funny, though. I mean, you're definitely right, Parker. He's got a lot of room left to grow. Jay's got a long career ahead of him, I'm sure. He's shown a lot of promise. This is not his match, nor is it Beast Coast's match. Let's be clear about that. The end is nigh at this point, and we can go ahead and bring that up already. But, it's still funny, though. And I'm glad we all got
somebody
to see
whiffing that catastrophically is always, is always amusing. But I mean,
yeah, no, pinch of salt for sure.
Elicit a little tee, and that's it.
We see some great objective
by the way,
play.
this is the final defense now for Beast Coast, and OXG have been absolutely slaughtering BC. It's 5-0, and the scoreline on the left, 4 kills through 6 rounds for Beast Coast, is about as bad as it gets. I don't know, maybe Oxygen has somewhere to go. I'm not entirely certain, or maybe Beast Coast does as well, but they're going to need a big round here. Grenade goes out, it takes out the shield. Foxay is getting the plant down while all of this is happening. Does anybody know?
Nope.
The answer? No, it isn't. Everybody's still alive, and then Foxay also credited with that very first kill. Diffuser goes down, objective play for OXG, something we talked on. Not exactly the strongest, but hey, finally Beast Coast are being able to keep this one close. 2 kills right away. Kino and Vertical going down. OXG just need to wait for the final 30 seconds. Drones going out. Will they be able to gain any intel? As Jay looks to swing outside, they'll have to grab that diffuser, and this is where the tough part comes in. But down goes Yaga, trading out. Foxay doing some work with his gun skill. Laxing one another, and it's Fozo in a 1v2. Diffuser, 4 seconds to go. 3 seconds to go. 2 seconds to go. You're out of time. Foxay cleaning up in that first half. 6-0 for Oxygen.
All right, first half done. If we get an interview, I'd like one of the questions to be: were you guys in a hurry? Is there some important occasion later today?
May I? I want to know, what are they feeding them?
That's a good one. Ask.
What are they feeding them? That's what I want to know. I mean, this is the pertinent question. Oxygen are obviously so confident that they can go for the throat on this one and deliver the knockout blow that they are going to take a timeout. And that is not a bad idea. I will say, the likelihood of Beast Coast winning 6 rounds in a row to force overtime, which is the only scenario in which Beast Coast can win, is not impossible, but about as unlikely as it gets. As likely as you and I colonizing Jupiter, Michael. So,
very improbable.
With that said, Oxygen takes their time out, and they're going to essentially devise a game plan. Redeemer is going to walk them through this. And then for this fateful 7th round, OXG are going to go for an attempted 7-0.
Yeah, I think taking the tactical timeout right now and just going for the throat, as you say, Parker, is the right call in this situation. Just get it done. Get it over with. If we see a comeback here from Beast Coast, it would be one of the most legendary comebacks I've seen in a while, because they are down so bad. They are down so bad that nobody's even questioning, not anymore anyway. Nobody's even questioning, this is just Chalet being a attacker sided. Surely it'll go back the other way when we get on the second half. I don't think anyone really is thinking that right now. Not realistically. But hey, it'd be cool. I'd love. Show us what you got, Beast Coast. Come on. Here you go. You got attack. Let's see.
Well, they were able to pick up some important kills on that one. 3 kills in that round alone, almost matched their tally for the previous 5 rounds. I don't think that alone needs to be focused on more than it already has been. 4 kills through 5 rounds for Beast Coast, and then 3 kills in the 6th round. Good God. I mean, there's only up to go at this point. Vertical saw that question and was like, and I took that personally, and now he's 11-2. So yeah. I don't really know what else to say. I mean, this has been one of the most one-sided matches in NA League history.
That's true.
And on top of that, it is also setting up to be the only 7-0 that we've had so far this stage. The closest that we've come to that was yesterday when TSM 7-1'd Beast Coast. So in the last 48 hours, Beast
Wait a
Coast
minute.
have been having some major difficulties, but a good start to this round for them, as what do? Well, they pick up an opening frag. The first one for Beast Coast thus far in this entire match.
Let's go, BC. Showing us what you got. That's something there, and that's from young Alec, the prodigy that we've talked about on Beast Coast, being a newer player to T1 competitive Siege, but having a lot of potential and showing us some great performances. Again, for a while, he sat atop the NAL statistically. That was after his first match. So now he's somewhere in the middle. Let's see if he can recover his stats for this match and give himself a good showing, give his team maybe a round or two.
There's more work to be done now. If young Alec continues to get softened up here and he goes down, this will be bad. But oh my goodness, Yaga falls as well. Anthony claiming that one. Suddenly things are winnable, but don't ever count him out. Vertical playing on this deployable shield finds his 10th kill and will now retreat through the basement and try to find salvation elsewhere. No collision course for him with any of his opponents. You've still got Laxing and Kino playing inside of the site, and as long as Laxing is up, he is always a difference maker, no matter what team he's on, no matter what role he's playing on.
Oh, the C4.
But he has been playing sheltered units. Waiting for that C4 to go off, but it's pulled a little early, and he'll see if he can squint his eyes through those metal bars and hopefully determine if somebody is playing in that area. All the while, there's a minute to go for BC to be able to move towards the site and pull off this execute.
I want BC to bring this a little bit closer, give us some more interesting Siege, because frankly, we are starving for it so far through this match, and this has been a good start. They're set up well here. They've got the control above. They've got the man advantage. This is a good position to convert from, but as you said, Parker, don't count Oxygen out just yet.
Laxing playing this shrewd angle, watching the stairs. He and Vertical earlier on had vacated the site. Anthony will creep on up. Anthony so far being the standout. He gets swatted away by Laxing, who can now possibly stop this defuse, but Kino is trapped in his position, and they'll wait for him to swing on up. Unfortunately for Kino, he picks the wrong direction. It costs Laxing his life, and with that, the diffuser planted, and they'll be able to get out of dodge. So Vertical will need to be the one to clean up while Kino watches the site, but there's no intel as to where Beast Coast is playing. It looks almost certain at this point that a 7-0 is out of reach for Oxygen. A miracle would happen for Beast Coast to 6-0 here, just as there would need to be a miracle for Oxygen to win this round, and it's not going to happen. The guns from Beast Coast are just too good. They take an early lead in man count and snowball from there, and this is not going to be a skunk. Beast Coast gets one round on the board at minimum.
Let's go, Beast Coast. Some signs of life. It's great to see. There is, of course, that attacker advantage, but they were the ones who won that round. Also, some mistakes from Oxygen. That early peak from Foxay, a little too confident on ego. That caused some problems for his teammates. And no recovery, no trade out. So, XSET, or excuse me, this has been going so fast. My mind is still stuck in the last match. Those first 6 rounds were like 10 minutes, if even. How long has this match even been going on?
Not very long. I feel like it's been about 30 minutes.
No way it's been 30 minutes. You mean since the start of the analyst desk?
So, no. So, I typed right as we were getting underway with the pick ban phase. I typed in the group chat that this was the first time that either of these teams had played Chalet, and that was exactly 30 minutes ago right now.
Oh.
And that was when, if my memory serves me correctly, that was during the operator bans.
Okay, so that's including like the tactical pauses and stuff like that. Okay. Well, yeah, all right. So about 30
Yeah, we
minutes.
don't
So
just arbitrarily not count those, by the way.
Well, no, I was thinking about like the action, but it's been a short match is more the point I was trying to get across, and it really has. This has been extremely expedient for the first half. Beast Coast now on attack. They've been a little bit slower, a little bit more about what you would expect, but still, it's got a quick pace to it. I just want to know how long Beast Coast is going to be able to hold on here. I mean, at this
They got
point,
dinner plans, man. Oxygen's got to be somewhere right now, so...
Laxing's cooking steaks.
Possibly. Maybe that's what they're feeding them, who knows.
As he did.
Either way, Oxygen got really brazen on that defense. They took the BM timeout to try and, I don't know, celebrate or get under the skins of Beast Coast, and we'll see if that's a turning point. So far with the way the teams have played, even that previous round wasn't that close when we consider what we've seen so far from this matchup, but it also was Oxygen cutting a lot of corners and taking a lot of chances that they didn't need to take, and teams do this when they have an abundance of confidence.
Well, it's also an abundance of... Oh, wow. Lots of damage done there to Alec, but no kill. I was going to say abundance of room to breathe, right? Because Oxygen, they've got the confidence because they can back it up. They've got room to breathe. They got rounds to lose here. They'll be okay. As long as they don't let that mentality seep in and stay, and as long as it doesn't sour into, oh, heck, we're losing this thing, then they'll be fine.
Down goes Jay, their fearless leader, and the thermite is gone as well. No hard breach available here on a bomb site that does need it quite a lot. This is a kitchen this is a kitchen take, so I'll be playing down below, kitchen and dining. Look for somebody to play up above, possibly over in bedroom or in office, and that seems to be where... Nope, the silhouettes gave it away. Never mind. That's where Anthony looked like he wants to go through the window. Whether he'll get in or not is the real question. Good patience from Laxing, and it's rewarded with a kill on Nefozo, and just like that, OXG grabs the numbers advantage right back. All three remaining players from Beast Coast don't seem to be within lockstep with each other. Young Alec and Anthony are so low that just a tickle from that toxic canister will kill Young Alec and do significant damage to Anthony, but they're going to test Kino's reflexes by the deployable shield instead, and at that range, one bullet from the SMG should be enough to kill Young Alec, but it's a close one.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a difficult angle to play with that weapon, but still something that I think they are perfectly capable of doing. Oxygen primed and ready to lock this one out. Here comes the push from Trophy. East Coast set up, and there's the gas canister. Down goes Alec, and he is finished off by Kino. Good use of the utility. Sippin, though, gets a second before being finally shut down. It's all on Anthony, and that's it, folks. It's a 7-1 for Oxygen, and the GGs roll out in the chat.
Well, yesterday we had a 7-1 as TSM plowed through Beast Coast, and today we have another 7-1 as it's OXG to do their best TSM impression and plow through Beast Coast again. A disappointing 48 hours, and this week for Beast Coast, not kind to them. Only 2 rounds thus far, but the good news is that everybody did get on the board, even if there were only a handful of kills to go around between the entire team. OXG looking just as formidable as before. They finished the first 2 weeks, the first 2 super weeks of the NAL, a perfect 4-0, and their round differential is looking mighty healthy. They're 28-13 so far through those 4 maps, and they are doing a mighty fine job. At this point, dare I say it, they have pretty much locked in one of the top spots, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. Still plenty more time to go.
Yeah,
but OXG are certainly looking like a team that will almost certainly finish in the top 4 with the way that they've played thus far.
There are plenty more play days left for OXG, but I agree, Parker. I think that Oxygen are making a bid for that top-tier position in the NAL for this stage, and they're looking a lot more stable than they have in many stages prior. I do want to say this, though, and you should temper your expectations, and you should understand that this is Beast Coast, who are down so bad. That's 2 rounds for 2 play days over the last 2 days. It's real bad. And yeah, Oxygen are doing great, but, you know, they'll probably have a lot more trouble when they play against SSG in the next play day. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, Michael, we're also excluding the fact that on day 2, Beast Coast had a bye. So you have to go all the way back to the first match of the NA League Stage 3 on September 7th to go back and find the last time that this team won more than a single round, because they beat XSET 7-4, then they had a bye, then they lost to TSM 1-7, and they lose to OXG 1-7. And we were singing the praises of Beast Coast in their matchup against XSET.
Well, they were
because
good.
They looked so much better. Young Alec put on a clinic in that matchup, and Jay did work as a support player that we saw Beast Coast needing, and Beast Coast looked much better for it. And now, Unfortunately, the last 2 weeks have been, or the last 2 play days rather, have been absolutely nothing to write home for Beast Coast. They have a lot of work to be done. Lucky for them, they play Mirage next week, which is another opponent who's down towards the bottom of the standings, but it's very clear right now that Beast Coast are a team that is in trouble and they need to correct course relatively quickly. I know there's a lot more that we could say, Michael, but I know the analysts are probably as eager as ever to dive through that quick matchup. But before we get there, we'll toss to a break, and then we'll continue to roll on with our 4th day here of the NA League.
What does it take to call next? Follow us for a deep dive into the Rainbow Six community, breaking down barriers, taking you behind the scenes, and showing what it means to level up.
If you want to get better, try reviewing your game footage. Insights.gg's game capture tool makes recording and reviewing fast and easy. With no lag, automatic recording, and instant highlights, it's never been easier to learn from your gameplay. Try it for free at insights.gg today.
In a game that looked like Beast Coast were beat like redheaded stepchildren, Oxygen just had their way with them. But here on the Destin, what we see now from the Predator replay package, I mean, Jesse and Jacob, this was a very fast game. It looks like Beast Coast never even had a chance.
Nah, Beast Coast picked up 2 new players, and they also have 2 round wins over 2 days. So,
ouch.
I don't really know.
Tough.
What other stat line do you need to bring up? This was OXG kicking Beast Coast's teeth through their head. I don't even know what to say. Just get us out of here.
This is a really tough week for Beast Coast. Not even just this game, but yesterday as well against TSM. Tough opponents, sure, but I think you can still lose to tough opponents and look acceptable, look all right. Beast Coast looked horrible in these 2 games, and there's not a whole lot left to say other than that. Auction Esports, congrats on continuing to be undefeated, I guess, for your first 4 matches. You're looking very good this stage.
I mean, Beast Coast had 1 more kill than Vertical had total in totality, man. That is insane. Vertical once again on top for Oxygen, but it's not an individual effort. It's just teamwork. Yaga popping off with 10 kills as well, but Laxing with the 100% cost along with Vertical's 100% cost. This team was just about flawless when it came to opening kills and just 1 opening death. That's insane. But let's break down the matchup. Jacob, Oxygen's consistency seemed to come from a lot more than their gunplay, and we see the stats right now. There seemed to have been another factor at work that really helped them out when it came to attacking.
Yeah, they figured out that Beast Coast's defenses were mostly ass, but you want to know how they figured out they were mostly ass? Good droning. That was something I was a little critical of for this stage so far, but want to know what they did? They just they got drones in, made sure that every time there was a bad setup, which was every round for Beast Coast defense, they got in the building quickly. They acted upon the intel incredibly quickly. I was critical before this game, but there's no way that you can criticize the intel game from OXG at all.
I went to the bathroom to take a number 2, and by the time it was done, I checked Discord to see what the round count was, and it was 6-0 already. That was a very that was a good one on the attack side from Oxygen, Jacob. But Jesse, when it comes to defenses for Beast Coast, man, I mean, well, what was the answer? I mean, you heard it from me. I missed most of the game. So what actually went down?
I mean, everything was really falling apart. I wanted to focus on that first round particularly. They're defending on the top floor. It's a master defense. They bring a bunch of drone denial. And I want to talk about theory for a little bit here in Rainbow Six. If you bring drone denial, if you're bringing a mute, a Mozzie, and a visual, what you're doing is you're hoping you can deny a bunch of time on the roam, and you're sacrificing site utility. You're sacrificing shields or mirror windows or whatever you're not bringing, right? But what they did was they just went for a Solarium intake, which makes sense for Oxygen, because if you're going for Solarium intake, what do you have to clear before you hit site? You've got to clear Solarium, and that's it. Like, probably trophy and bathroom and such too, but like, that's really all you need. And the roamers weren't even on that side of the map. They were off in library and such that Oxygen didn't even need to deal with them. The setups were fundamentally flawed on every level, it felt like, for Beast Coast, and they tried some other strategies too. They did rein that in. They weren't going for these drone denial holds every single round, but it did feel like every single time, if they were trying to hunker down on site, Oxygen would just take the entire map for free. If they were trying to roam, Oxygen would just ignore them, or they would clear them ridiculously fast if it was a necessary roam to clear, like a top-down roam. So it was really just disappointing for the holds. I think Beast Coast needs to take another look at this map, go back to the drawing board, and figure something out, because this was not their day.
Well, Jesse, you talked about taking a look at things. You also wanted us to hear what you had to say about Oxygen when it comes to points and how they've been doing so far for the 6 Invitational race, right?
Right, so we talked at the start of the stage that OXG, as long as they don't finish last, they have a 99.99% chance to go to the 6th Invitational. And as of now, the only possible way that Auction Esports could finish dead last in the NAL Stage 3 is if there is a 9-way tie for first, which would therefore also put them last. So Oxygen are looking pretty safe for the 6th Invitational. You can see it now. Technically, every single one of these teams could finish with 12 points, and that would force Oxygen to be last. So there is a path, but Oxygen with this start to the stage look very good, Veli.
I think it's insane how there's so many 3 points that we see on this standing sheet right now. But fellas, let's talk about the poll that we had. And Jacob, I have a honest feeling that anybody on Oxygen set up against Beast Coast in a popularity contest is automatically going to win, right? But this question was actually a really fun one, right? Will Vertical continue his hot streak by out-fragging young Alec? Well, obviously, the answer would be
yes. From the game, yes.
Yes.
For sure.
But having Alec in that conversation, I mean, even though Beast Coast did get the snap beat out of him, it's pretty cool to have your name in the conversation with a player like Vertical, right?
No, it's true, and it's nice that we get like the comparison between two very good players on both teams, and maybe the fact that young Alec had such a good game against XSET would give him a boost to some people, but it's Vertical in the poll, it's Vertical in game, it's Vertical everywhere today, it seems like.
Yep, Vertical is going to get the win way closer than I actually thought it would be. Shout out to Alec snagging at least 32%.
We got Alec stands. I approve of that. That's okay.
The Alec hype train is real, man. Jesse, any last words about Beast Coast and what you would really love to see from them next week? Because kind of has to turn around.
It's very possible Beast Coast got a little bit blindsided in both of the map ban phases this week. Obviously, they were not comfortable on the two maps they went to. Both Chalet and Bank didn't look great. But you know what? I mean, it's the NAL. They did get that win in the very first week, so they still have some points. They're not in the worst situation. If they can claw back, Beast Coast have a long stage still ahead of them. But, you know, this week, maybe you've got to wipe it from your memory, bounce back, and you'll be back for week 3.
Kind of a take that we're not leaning towards at the same time. Beast Coast probably did get beat that badly because they went against NA's finest right now in Oxygen.
True.
So once again, shout out to Oxygen, undefeated on top of the standings, and the boys are looking better than ever. I hope it continues on. But coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, I really hope this is a good game because the last one was a speed run. It's going to be Astralis versus Space Station Gaming. You don't want to miss it. We'll catch you guys on the other side of this break.
What does it take to call next? Follow us for a deep dive into the Rainbow Six community, breaking down barriers, taking you behind the scenes, and showing what it means to level up.
If you want to get better, try reviewing your game footage. Insights.gg's game capture tool makes recording and reviewing fast and easy. With no lag, automatic recording, and instant highlights, it's never been easier to learn from your gameplay. Try it for free at insights.gg today.
With a battle between two logos that I love the most, Astralis is facing off against Space Station Gaming in a matchup that could be a heavy hitter because the three that Jacob has continuously talked about that has been fragging their way up for Astralis will be facing off against some heavy gunners on the side of Space Station Gaming. But let's break it down. Let's talk about Astralis right now because Jesse, the thing is, Astralis, Jay and I know popped off. Yeah, we're going to talk about that and whatnot. But the thing is, this team, they still have a lot of potential. We talk a lot about Retro when it comes to objective play. Now, if the rest of the team plays their part, Retro, we're expecting him to really have an important matchup against Space Station Gaming, who is also an objective-heavy team.
Yeah, definitely. I think that Retro, I mean, in their first game that they played on Coastline against XSET, his objective focus was very clear. It was excellent. Felt like he was doing a great job focusing down those plants, both on offense, but also on defense as well, being able to focus the defuse kit in that post plant, stop it from going down in general, which can be hard to do on Coastline when the enemy team is really trying to focus that down. So I thought he did a great job in that XSET game earlier, Now against Oxygen, of course, for Astralis, he didn't have the greatest game, 1 in 9. That one kill was a headshot, so I mean, take that for what you will, but still not the stats that you want to be having if you're Retro, and the objective focus didn't really get a chance to get off the ground because they weren't really having that same success, I guess, in the early rounds. So yeah, I think Retro still leads this team in a great position, right? And I think he can still try to bring these gunners back together. But as far as his individual play with what he's focused on, I definitely want to see a little bit more success than against Oxygen.
Jacob, I mean, there's better things looming for Astralis, man, because the way this team looks right now, yes, they're not all the way there, but you see the progression slowly start creeping towards. Yeah, Iconic doing his thing. Jen, I know, popping off yesterday, by the way. Shuttle being a clutch god, and you just, I mean, DP fire. I mean, what more can you say about it, man? But with Jen, I know's performance yesterday, I mean, still, like I said earlier on, when we saw Iconic join this team, or just the league in general, he was popping off. We saw moments from Retro. We saw moments from Shuttle. But Jan, I know, definitely seemed to just arrived, and he has stayed consistently comfortable, and I think he's a player to watch, and rightfully so.
Yeah, you can't really argue the idea that all of the pieces are here for Astralis now, but the question is, how do you morph all of them into one very cohesive being that can go and win games? And there are some questions, I think, about coordination. Astralis thrives in chaos. Like, I think that's something that we've talked about them even back before the Astralis acquisition, was they're always a team that when their chips are down, or sometimes they will explode in crazy random moments, and J9O, especially in Stage 2, was a spearhead for it. 22 kills should not be overlooked. That ties the record of his own teammate Shuttle from back in Stage 1 in a Coastline game against Beast Coast, but still, it wasn't enough to get a round win. So what else is everyone else on OXG? What is everyone else on Astralis doing to work off of the success of J9O? We'll need to see more of that today.
22-6, and imagine losing after popping off like that against some of the best in North America. That is absolutely insane. But let's talk about the team that they're going to be facing off against, because I'm going to be honest, Stage 2, they just looked unstoppable towards the end. They go to Mexico. They didn't get the result that they wanted, but now with this happening, is Spacestation Gaming just look better than ever with Skies inserted onto that roster as well. On paper, people say this is an all-star lineup, but we still need to see it. And Jesse, you've spoken to a person who would know better than all of us here on the desk, or even spectating. You spoke to Lycan about a few topics. Now, the thing is, what happened against the Sonics with Space Station Gaming?
Yeah, so I did get a chance to sit down with Lycan, as you mentioned, and we talked about that last game where they played against the Sonics. In his mind, the main issue was the mid-round decision-making going on within SSG's comms. For example, their blue bar attack, apparently they had the hacked cams, but they didn't use them very well. They ended up going for more of the kills, and they probably could have managed to get into plants. He also admitted at the very end they probably shouldn't have gone to Coastline, and they only picked it because they had actually scrimmed the Sonics on it recently and thought it was a safe map with their recent changes. I mean, changing out just one player may not seem like a big deal, but when it's your entire IGL structure that's being shifted up with this one player coming in, when it's a huge name like Skies being able to come online and replace Thinking Nade, who's been around for so long with SSG, I mean, it's a big change, especially given how little time there was between the change being made and this stage actually starting.
Right, and Jacob, Space Station Gaming going against Astralis, I mean, do you think they have the firepower behind them that could actually match up with the trio that you have always been talking about? Because when you take a look at this roster, yes, you talk about Rampy, Bosco, but also inserting someone like Skies in there. I mean, I just feel like the moment he gets comfortable with this team, they're going to be so much more deadlier, man.
I kind of feel like that question, Veli, is almost like, will the people who have looked up to these players for the longest time be able to work off of them? It's almost like if anything, it's almost like the trio that we talk about on Astralis learned how to be as good as they are from watching guys like Rampy and Folt, and in some cases Hot and Cold. So yeah, I do think that there will be a way for them to stack up against one another, but it's like, will the apprentice defeat the master is kind of that question. And honestly, if Space Station are the ones who have kind of helped to write the book about that kind of aggressive go and get him play style, especially for Folt and Rampy in an entry capacity, then I don't really know, man. I do think that SSG does kind of have them beat in that regard, but we'll see how the game shakes out before I get proven right or wrong.
You know what, Jacob, man, if there was a player to watch on this team full of gunners, right, who would be the main guy? Who is the X factor for SSG?
Man, I don't want to keep on saying hot and cold, so I'll change up my answer this time. I'll say Fultz. Fultz is someone who we haven't really given the spotlight to like as much. We talk about Bosco for having the most kills of any player in North America in the entirety of Rainbow Six professionally. We talk about Rampy because he's had a bit of a role swap. Let's give the love to Fultz. That man had to shoulder a lot of the IGL responsibility in stage 1 and still had a really good stage in spite of needing to take more of the leadership role. And now that that pressure is kind of off of his shoulders, he's looking at a far better stage overall. He's still hanging in there and proving to be more of like what SSG need in terms of that frontline attack, and they get it done week in and week out. Even if for some reason he's not the one getting the opening pick, he's always got someone else's back and can trade easily. It's always down to Fultz, man.
I like how you start off that answer right there, but how to go at the bottom of your screen right there. I mean, let's dive into him just a little bit at the same time. If you're ever wondering what his impact is like, Jesse, take a look at Mirage now without him compared to when he was on that team, and now he's using just all that greatness on this roster. And 16-8 last Playday for him.
Yeah,
that's nutty.
Yeah, I mean, Jacob might not want to talk about it because he's all we talk about, but as long as he's putting up numbers like this, screw it. I'll keep talking about him until cows come home, Belly. Right now, 16-8 in their Playday 2 matchup. Overall, that translates to an even better 16-8 for, or sorry, that was a kill feed yesterday, but in general, he's been the best player in the North American League so far. 6-0 on entry throughout all of their matches, 4-0 just in their most recent matchup. 1.23 KPR, he leads the league, and 82% cost is incredibly high for where he's at right now. And again, I mean, he's being able to sort of slide into this role of doing a little bit less communication, a little bit less of that IGL leadership role that he was having to fill out throughout a lot of stage 2 because they didn't have a hard breach player that was great at being an IGL. So he did pick up a lot of that slack, and now he's able to kind of get unleashed, right? I mean, it's weird to think about Hot and Cold just now being unleashed with how good he's been throughout the last couple of stages, but this will be the area where Hot and Cold can pop off and really find his footing and show that he is arguably the best player in all of North America.
But Jesse, talking about the area where Hot and Cold is going to pop off, you're Space Station Gaming, and you're facing off against Astralis. What area would you like to battle it out on in order to secure an easy dub?
If I'm Space Station for the easy dub, I mean, listen, stage 2 Chalet was a 7-2 pretty easy dub. I think I'd like to repeat that. Maybe you're looking at the stage 1 7-4 that you got over Astralis. So I think there's a couple of maps here that Space Station would like to be playing on. We'll go see what the map ban phase is. And they start with a bank ban. Very odd for Astralis. It was actually the map that I thought we would go to for these two teams. I'm shocked they ban it first. I mean, usually you don't really know what your opponents are going to be thinking about for bank. You would at least save it for last, even if you don't want this map. So odd that they choose to go for it first. There's the clubhouse ban that I had mentioned for Astralis that I thought would be a strong one coming in for SSG. I don't think there's any map that hugely favors Astralis in this pool. So Space Station really do have a lot of freedom in what they want to ban. They're going to ban out Coastline. They're going to ban out Villa. I'm kind of happy we don't have to watch more Coastline. We've seen a lot of Coastline, which has been nice. But you know what? Maybe we do need a bit of a break. There goes Chalet. So no back-to-back for us. That was the other map that I thought would really favor SSG. So now it's Space Station's decision. They can choose between two maps left here in the pool. It's Cafe and Oregon left alive, and they'll choose Oregon of the two. I would expect them to pick Cafe, but Oregon, not a bad choice when you look at Astralis. Let's start with them. Great map for Disrupt Gaming last year. This year, Astralis have yet to play it, and last stage they banned it in 7 of their 8 matchups, which sounds bad until you hear what Space Station's record's like. A 5-game losing streak on Oregon, stretching back to the 2020 Stage 2 Major Qualifier. This is SSG's permaban, and for good reason. To bring it out against Astralis is a very surprising decision, and we're going to get a spicy game, Belly.
Jacob, this sounds like a thick matchup with 3 C's, man. So with the fact that Jesse just gave us, and this is a permaban for Space Station Gaming, granted, the team could look way different right about now. Do you think that Astralis might have this in the bag going against one of SSG's biggest weaknesses?
No, mostly because I don't really know where Astralis' strong point lies at the minute. I do think they're a very good team when they're trying to focus one specific objective on attack, but they only have one win, and that's against XSET, which when you're facing SSG, I don't really know if that kind of success really counts for that much because the caliber of opponent is simply too drastically different. So I am going to go for SSG, kind of in spite of the map pick. I don't know if that's going to have nearly as much of an issue for SSG as you might think. It's a very similar case to Joe Bro wanting to go to Coastline against XSET. There's a very good reason for why they want to go here, and they wouldn't have allowed this map all the way through the ban rotation if they didn't have a plan for it. So I'm going to stick firm on SSG because Astralis don't seem like they're there yet.
Jesse, does Space Station Gaming have a plan, or for Astralis, or are they just going to the stars with this dub?
This is tough, actually. I don't like that Space Station chose to go here. Yeah, for sure, they're going to have a plan. But, like, I don't know, man.
It's hard.
Yes, we'll stick with them. I'm going to stick with Space Station. Because, listen, what we've seen over the last... No, what we've seen over the last couple of Playdays, right, with Beast Coast is when they get forced onto a map that's unexpected, they don't really perform. Astralis would not have been expecting this map, right? So that's my thought process in this. If we can learn anything from the last couple of games, this might not go too well for Astralis.
Well, I'm actually hoping that it does go well for Astralis, because even though I'm a big fan of Space Station Gaming, I think that Astralis might have this one in the bag. The boys, they're having this type of resurgence where they're trying to get back to the top and make their name a lot more relevant than it used to be. Now, going to a map that you says is Space Station Gaming's permaban, I'm just going to have to say it, man. I don't know what to expect with Space Station Gaming yet, but we kind of know how Astralis is rocking right now. I'm going to have to rock with them. And speaking about just, winning and being awesome, by the way, Jacob, 62%, Jesse, 62%. I'm amazing. So that's why I'm sitting at 69, right? Nice. But ladies and gentlemen, coming up right now, we're going to have a banger of a match of Space Station Gaming facing off against Astralis right here on Oregon. Stokes and Blue, my USN boys, take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Veli, and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the later half of our matches for today. Here, starting out things with Astralis going up against SSG on Oregon, of all maps. A map that SSG has not felt comfortable playing on, even back in the times when they had Canadian on their roster. Clearly, Hotness had quite a bit of time to work on the map with the team since he's joined up with them, and now they feel they're ready for the challenge today against Astralis. Stokes, what do you think of things as we get ready to jump into this match?
Well, first things first, I hope you're having a great day, my friend.
Yeah,
secondly, I'm really excited about this game, dude. And yeah, I'm having a great day, John. I'm excited to be here, man. We got Oregon, as you said, with SSG. And, we're kind of pulling a rabbit out of a hat here. Up against Astralis, I think this is a really good choice. If you're going to test something, you'd want to test it against the lower half of North America. And sadly, although Astralis is trying to head for the stars, they really haven't landed there just yet. So I think this is a perfect opportunity for Space Station to take advantage of this and see what they can do up against this Astralis roster.
All right, well, as usual, we have our community poll for this matchup. We want to know from you guys, as J9O was the talk of the town yesterday, will it be able to repeat what he pulled off against Hot and Cold? Feel free to let us know between those two players which you think is going to do the best in this matchup. Will it be J9O from Astralis, or will it be Hot and Cold from Space Station? Submit your vote now, either in the Twitch chat or on one of the many social media platforms that you can do so on, whether it's our Twitter, Instagram, you name it. We got it for the most part. At R6 Esports NA is our usual handle. Feel free to jump in, leave us a follow. As we move away from that question and talk more about these players, talking about J9O specifically, who had that great performance but started to taper off a little bit as we got to the later end of that matchup. So we'll have to see and make sure he's able to keep things going consistently throughout the match today.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be a pretty difficult choice, especially since the top three inside of North America are actually really tight-knit right now. But inside of those top three, we have two of those players right here. The second best player by rating in North America right now, Hot and Cold, obviously on SSG, and J9O with a 1.4 currently as well. So, I mean, it's neck and neck. It could really go either way, but really, we want to see the team effort from Astralis across the board today. J9 had such a huge impact on Coastline, but it just wasn't backed up. So we really want to see that change up here on Oregon.
Once again, for the players on the other side of things, Space Station also having a bit of a rough start to things here in their first match of the stage versus the Sonics, as they were able to eventually take them down 7-5 on Coastline. And that primarily, just off of first glance of statistics, is due to Bosco struggling quite a bit inside of that matchup. But again, plenty of other reasons aside from that as well. No one thing to aim it at there, as other players were doing perfectly fine. Even Skies had a great performance inside of it for his very first time on the team, but missing that usual fragging power that we're used to seeing on the squad. Certainly definitely not helping Space Station try to pick up many rounds there in that matchup. So hopefully we'll be able to see him and the rest of the squad return to full form today.
No, not in the slightest. But I will say this, SSG obviously trying to get, new things set in stone, and that's going to take a little bit of time, Bosco not playing the best last week. But again, like they were talking about on the analyst desk, Hot and Cold is finally moved back to a role where he's kind of off the leash, you can say. Skies is in to actually take over more of that IGLing. Obviously, inside of Rainbow Six nowadays, you don't have a hard stuck IGL that's the only one making comms. It's usually 1, 2, or maybe even the entire team really getting in on that and trying to make decisions throughout the round. But Skies is there to pull some of that away from Houghton, let him get back into the action. And the more and more comfortable Skies gets with this team, because you got to remember, he was playing with Darkzero before, and with like BC and stuff at the helm of that, that's a really structured team. Skies doesn't really seem like that person. I'll be honest, watch this guy play for a really long time, all the way back on Xbox, you know what I mean? All the way back in the Elevate days. And he can play that structure, but I like it when Skies gets loosey-goosey. And when he's in a loosey-goosey team, it feels really nice. So I think when SSG finally gets everything nice and stuck together, things are going to be meshing pretty dang well. But we're right around the corner, folks, from hopping into Astralis versus SSG. Here's the map fly through, so you can see the beautiful Oregon, or what's left of it, one could say, and we'll be hopping right into things.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, just waiting on the match to get started, and then we'll be good to rock and roll. Should be coming up right now here. And indeed, here we go into Oregon between Astralis and SSG. Both these teams looking to carve a path forward. For SSG, looking to once again claim a top spot here in the league, and for Astralis, looking to reclaim what they found earlier this stage earlier this season, rather, in a top 4 position, but since lost it in stage 2 by going down to 5th place. Let's see if they can rebound one more time here as they look to get 3 points today against the former world champions in SSG. Now it's starting to see a much different look, though, for the overall squad. First ban, though, going to come out for Oregon is not surprising considering how much we see her played out on this specific map. Ying will be gone as Astralis' first ban.
Yeah, probably one of Ying's best maps, especially for that basement attack, but we see her used mostly everywhere just because of the quick access you can get to these sites here on Oregon. Haban is going to follow through, obviously just because of the hatch play that goes on that mid floor. Outside of that, we're going to get one Mai removed here for SSG's secondary ban. I really, really like this one, just, limiting what they can in that throwable or that catcher position.
For Mai, we'll see Mira get knocked out. Still plenty of use for her on the inside of this matchup on most, if not all, of the applicable sites. So, once again, too universally useful. Easier to just knock her out than to try and negate it through a series of other bans and utility that would still be left in the outset of the map. Speaking of which, here we go with round number 1. Astralis will be your defending team. SSG is going to be on the attack, and we'll be starting out with the usual site pick for Astralis. They'll head right down into the basement to give themselves that bunker hold on the first round.
And they are going to be leaning into that as well here. John Rooney will be along for the ride, and this is something that we've come to expect on the basement defense, especially around the E-box room that you're going to be using most of these laser gates on. We've seen upwards of all 3 being used there for both doors as well as the hatch, so we'll see if Astralis want to go through with that. The rest of this simply to build around that, especially for J90 picking up Warden here. He's probably going to be in a pretty pivotal position. We could see him playing in a place like Elbow or even Freezer. It just really depends on where they want to place him, but obviously with those goggles it's going to make his life a heck of a lot easier when it comes to stuns and everything else. But the thing is that there's not very many of those on offense. In fact, SSG has doubled up or almost quadrupled up in explosives. We've got Fultz with all of those Rotero drones, Rampy, Hot and Cold, and Bosco all bringing nades to the table.
Let's see here now what SSG specifically are going to be able to deploy all that utility towards as we finish up with the setup for Astralis. No huge surprises here with their setup in the meanwhile in terms of how they're trying to facilitate their eventual defense. A lot of drone emphasis we can see between both Rampy and Bosco on the intel over towards security. This is oftentimes where you can see one of the defenders lurk out towards and have a pretty hard locked position if you don't commit a large majority of your attack to clearing it out. This time, though, not going to be toyed with by Astralis. We'll bring that up once again if we do see it from either them or SSG in the second half. And SSG will know it's not going to be an issue, obviously, due to those drones being in position here. DP Fire is still going to try to cause some problems in the opening few seconds, though, with that T2 push out, but obviously won't lead to a whole lot, and he'll back away pretty quickly afterwards.
All slow and steady as you'd expect here inside of the opener on Oregon. Need to take this mid floor and start working on these hatches, but they have to make sure that this area is clear first. Always got to make sure you check these spaces. Could have a lurker just hanging around, but obviously when we're playing at such a professional level, that's more than likely not going to be the case, as you're just going to be easily killed if you are on that extended roam, more than likely from the basement. Either way, though, SSG has begun working on the hatches. Hot and Cold currently taking out the lobby hatch, but could possibly see them transitioning into getting that meeting hatch as well soon.
Still seeing a slow process build up, though, as for the most part, Astralis chooses not to interfere with the inner workings of SSG in the mid-round. You can see little bits of it specifically over there towards the tower stairs. Players from Astralis trying to find ways to lurk up, maybe see if they can get in the way of SSG, but they're smart about this. They're not over-pushing their bounds in any extent, so locking in fairly quickly on what needs to be done. And SSG still worried quite a bit about the tower positioning there, the upper tower positioning, as we enter the second half of the round now, and Astralis looks for other methods to try and get aggressive instead, such as towards the freezer stairs. Still, for the most part, though, just kind of holding the line, holding the thresholds against the push, or the eventual push that we will see from SSG, now that they've opened up most, if not all, of the hatches. And in a second, we're going to see security get popped, which will mean a potential issue for that extended player here. Iconic, once again, in this position, but he's prepared for it. He's got smokes up on top of the stairs, also has a teammate to watch the actual hatch drop as well, so we'll still be relatively secure as long as that status quo that I mentioned previously is maintained.
And luckily enough, that angle's pretty shallow as well, so if he's able to slip deeper into freezer, he can more than likely circumvent that. But as we're getting low on time now, SSG has to spring too. It'll be Rampy to do so first. He'll take down DP Fire, but that doesn't mean too much of the overall push just yet, as they're still stuck at the gates. Fultz is going to take quite a bit of damage as well from, I believe, Shuttle, who throws a Nitro Cell deep into construction. SSG's trying to get control of the space right now, but J90 and the rest of the squad have started to press back up against this north side. Grenade out. Shuttle will be able to take down Hot and Cold inside of Elbow. As SSG, they're starting to falter. Another big kill here for Shuttle as well. I don't know if anyone will be able to finally get the refrag, but finally Sky steps up. Rampy gets one of his own. Astralis, worse for wear now. They're down by a member, and they need to try and stop this plant. The Skies has more than likely got in his back pocket. Bosco will take down one. SSG's playing this with the full breadth of the timer. They've got all the angles as well. Rampy gets stuck on a shield, but finally he'll take down Iconic. But no big plays here from Astralis to shut down the plant. Beautifully done there from SSG to play out on the time as well. Really putting it to Astralis, making them worry and overpeak.
Yeah, lack of big plays, unfortunately, sealing the deal at the end of it, despite what we saw from Shuttle there, trying to work the construction hallway, gets himself two without anything else occurring successfully in their favor. SSG are able to tear apart the fairly standard hold on the inside of that basement site that they've come to know and execute upon many, many times in the past. It's not too much of an issue for them to work past that. And like I said, without the consistency of one gunfight's going by the way of Astralis there, they're unable to win things out as they do not put any additional aggression out across the map at any point during that round. That will more than likely change at least a little bit since we're heading to a different site here. Astralis realizes the core weakness of that site defense is not something they can very easily fix on a repeat, so they'll go upstairs instead and see if the strategy here will work out a bit better.
Yeah, that was just, simply put, that was a round where SSG just baited Astralis into doing what SSG wanted them to do. Yeah. Step forward, take the gunfights with us, we're prepared, you're not, you think we're trying to plant, and that's not the case. So, very straightforward inside of round one. Round two, though, might be a big change up here, as Astralis doesn't trust the downstairs defense anymore, and in fact, they're going to be headed upstairs. And on top of that, Shuttle's got some interesting things going on here in Shower. There's a mute jammer here for the drone hole, doesn't want any info on that. He's also going to be muting that as well. Remember, he's also been changed up recently, though, operator-wise, so it's not going to protect the top of that wall if they do want to go for it, but Skies would more than likely run into quite a few issues trying to get that done on those single panels. Either way, they do have Hot and Cold to be able to handle that as well, but this is going to be Astralis holding on to both towers here. They don't want to give SSG any space to work with early on, at least without running into one of their own.
That first couple seconds away from the round here, not a whole lot of action coming from SSG, but that's not really to be expected anyway. They've got plenty of things outside of the building to focus on here. As we can see, the entrance into the master balcony is going to be one of those. Iconic opening up a pinhole to shoot through in the event there's pressure towards Arsenal, but we're not seeing that, at least not immediately, come out from the attacker's camp. But we are going to see those Hot and Cold with a nice drone inserted. He's not actually going to be able to spot Iconic's position just as of yet, but another drone does, forcing Iconic down to T1 from the looks of things, where he specifically is trying trying to fend off pressure from the doorway. I'm not sure you saw it on the rappel as of yet, but either way, he's going to piece out of here. He's had enough fun and enough time wasted with the first minute of the round now gone from the counter, and he'll fall back to the site after reinforcing the second attic wall.
Yeah, a lot of different positions that we've seen played like this before. One on the very similar, well, on the exact same map, actually, with elbow downstairs, where we used to pocket a reinforcement and slap that up there, up the elbow wall as well. So, not the craziest thing, but definitely one that can be used in pretty creative ways, like to keep him out inside a tower there and waste some time. Either way, though, Astralis has been able to keep everyone alive and on full HP going into the second half of this round. SSG, though, have gotten a lot of control around this space. We can see they've already gotten the master closet open here, so they're going to have to worry about this deep dorms angle that DP Fire is still holding on to. The good news, though, can't step too deep into this, and now that they're out of ADSs, Bosco's nade will land true. It'll take down DP Fire, and now Astralis. This is not looking too hot going into the later half of this round now. Iconic will be able to refrag, but still, the control in the deep angles here for SSG is more than likely going to lead to a lot of trouble.
Bolt's waiting for this eventual swing from the inside of White Stairs, and surprisingly, he will get it here. Retro still trying to peek in for intel whenever the opportunity presents itself, as well as trying to reignite Soraya Gates. Rampy, in the meanwhile, looking for still this entry capability, and actually catches Retro while trying to chuck a nitro cell at Rampy here. Shuttle will find an exchange to that one, as he finds a shotgun pellet from down below. Ultimately serves just to even us back out into a 3v3, and now puts SSG back in the driver's seat as they take down J9O. Only for a split second, though. Iconic still keeping things even and going to try to do it again. He succeeds, and with Shuttle getting one more successful shotgun pump off against the big window push, that's going to be them picking up the second round.
So many angles to worry about for SSG, and Shuttle, the star of that round for Astralis, needed in a multitude of different ways there, especially with that smoke play from underneath to be able to cancel the plant on SSG and force them to have to go even deeper into sight and start taking gunfights up against Iconic as well there in the last little bit. Either way, Astralis are able to get their first round on the board, and it's looking good for the top hold. Really like what they were doing with the extensions there to waste some time and really keep SSG guessing. SSG had everything set up like we were talking about, and that default plant would have been more than likely the thing that would have pushed them over the edge. But again, it's just Shuttle coming in at the last second when he's needed most to save and bail, honestly, Astralis out of that situation. SSG now got to go back against the basement hold. We'll see if Astralis have anything different this time around.
All right, so once again, Astralis with an opportunity to push ahead here. The teams will be tied up at 1-1. Tachanka being brought into the fold for Iconic specifically is going to make this an interesting one here. Obviously, that doubles the delay potential between him and Retro, also allowing, assuming that they're going to split up, potentially fend off both of the usual push points too, whether that's going to be split between Freezer and Construction to the back stairs, or some other positions. They can put both of them in the way of it and ultimately try to delay out the time to a 0 timer if they're able to use those with an appropriate level of it. We'll see inside of the round itself if that'll happen, as I'm sure SSG will have a heightened sense of urgency knowing that this extra delay utility is going to come into the fold. That, or they'll obviously look to try and eliminate it if at all possible. Let's see what they're going to do, though, as they're spawned out on the map now.
Yeah, if there's one thing that you and I learned while we were in Mexico, is that it's all a good strategy until you get shot in the face, and that's basically it. That's how we saw quite a few teams working their magic at the Mexico Major. Some of these aggressive strategies that just limit your utility simply through the frag department instead. So we'll see if SSG can possibly muster any of that on their own. They're out and onto the field now, and they're already beginning their works with the Gemini. J9 going to be playing very close here on the freezer stair, so Fultz needs to be careful. And in fact, he's actually going to pre-fire down the staircase as well. This forces J9 back, as he simply just has to respect this. He knows that SSG is more than likely aware that he wants to play the bottom of the staircase, and they're just going to play this quite safe.
You're obviously not the only one playing out aggressively. You guys have already seen it. DP DP Fire was positioned at the back stairs, but even he doesn't know how he just got killed right there. Beautiful pre-fire coming out from SSG to line up that kill.
You got to win those, DP. Come on, man.
Now, that brings us down to an early 5v4. SSG having the advantage. Does only take down the Jaeger, so not solving those utility woes I discussed at the beginning of the round. Those two operators will be tucked nice and safe deep in the site, but at least makes things a bit easier, as they do have a somewhat free death they can lose in the process of this execute now.
Okay, well, what's the next step here for SSG? As of right now, it's looking to be Freezer. Getting some drones down here as well, some Rotero drones to back that up. And yeah, they're actually going to end up breaking the softwall here for Freezer as well. So we could see a potential plant here around maybe the laundry space or something like that. Have to see what else they really want to get rid of. As John has been talking about for most of this round, the defenders have quite a bit of delay utility in the likes of Smoke and Tachanka. And with J9 available as well, if they continue to try and pressure them with stuns and stuff like that, he can still step up and take these gunfights. But now, taking quite a bit of damage of his own, about half of his HP gone, but Retro finally battles back. Bosco will go down, Rampy trying to find a refrag, but there's just too many flames around him to actually do anything at all. Still has frag grenades to try and deal with this, but can't find too much space. They got to go for this, but it's J9 to strike first. He'll take down Rampy as SSG's been stunted in Freezer.
We can see here Sky's picking up a kill, but overall SSG struggling to try and maintain any ground. That's because there's so many of these incendiary bullets going down. However, it will not matter. All of a sudden, SSG swarm the site and pick up a myriad of kills to completely trade out their losses on the Freezer push and close out the round for themselves. Beautifully done as they take it now 2-1, 2 successful basement attacks in their pocket.
I mean, I hate to say it, but it's like the last 3 members of Astralis just completely forgot that laundry existed. They didn't even, they weren't cognizant to the fact that anyone could even be there. And usually when you have a push through Freezer like that, there's going to be players in that space. And we saw Hot and Cold there very, very early on, at least on our end. Obviously, that's not for Astralis, but for us, we saw him working that staircase for quite some time, droning and what have you. He just ended up hitting the site at the perfect time. Astralis had no clue that anybody was going to try and come into that area, and Hot and Cold gets away with a round where SSG was starting to lack when it came to their push inside of Freezer. Very well done from them, and that's going to be a 2-1 lead at the halfway point of this half.
See the kind of double-edged sword that comes with Tachanka there, with the utility that he has to delay, is obviously it creates a very chaotic situation for the attackers, just because more than anything there's so many of those grenades to chuck out. So you don't
14
really know,
of them, by the way.
You don't really know when one is going to go down, and more importantly, you don't know where one is going to go down. So you could see the hesitation for the SSG members inside of Freezer there. They did not want to move forward. The only problem, as we could see for Iconic, was he had to use pretty much all of those inside of that 1 minute to 30-second transition to keep the anonymity of where they were going down up and make sure they were going down so consistently. And as a result of that, burned himself down to 1. Eventually had to fall back, and as soon as that pressure is gone, it is gone completely. And SSG, as you mentioned, had a free path forward from that point into Freezer, and apparently to get all 3 of those kills.
Okay, so Astralis once again extending themselves out here in round 4 to Big Tower. Really nothing too much else going on inside of that space. This is obviously going to be a top hold here. That's going to be the truth site, actually, being on the mid floor for kitchen as well as mating. That's why this top floor hold is so important and something that they need to try and play out on and see if they can possibly waste some of SSG's time and look for these big picks, especially for Big Tower here, as usually the default for meeting is going to be the plant right on the opposite of the stage wall, and that's why Astralis wants to play this so close to the chest. Bosco's going to get a big pick here as J9 simply going to step up to the plate as the very first person to peek an angle as Smoke.
Probably not going to see a reset call on the round, guys, just so you know, especially after one of the members of Astralis has
especially
died.
After J9,
yeah. Probably if you wanted that call, you could have fell back, but now you got to commit yourself to the fight, it would seem here, as we're going to have another 1-for-1 exchange go down just at the bottom of those stairs there, ultimately leading us once again into an advantageous position for SSG at a 4v3.
Drawn up top inside of Attic or Bosco now, and it's actually going to be Bosco as well as one more SSG member. I believe it's Hot and Cold on the staircase currently. SSG has gotten tower control, and this is going to lead them into the ability to pop stage wall whenever they need to, but it's actually already been done. It appears that the right-hand panel was actually soft, but the big thing is, Astralis have so many angles around this space, and well, as SSG is going to actually add to them, things are going to get pretty hairy for both sides here. This round's on a knife's edge. It could go either way. It's really about these next handful of picks and how this is going to break down. The map control clearly in Astralis' hands, but SSG have the tools necessary to propel themselves forward.
Left soft, I think, mainly due to the fight that goes down inside of Tower. That player not able to successfully fall back this time around here and play out towards it as things continue to devolve, though, later in the round. Shuttle still waits patiently over on the side hall, leading into kitchen. for a potential pick here against any more adventurous members of SSG. At the same time, you got DP Fire doing pretty much the same exact thing from the upstairs position, still trying to fend off any potential push we would get out of Houghton. But Houghton's low now as well. He'll need someone else to do this job for him. And no, it's going to be Bosco instead that finally picks up the job against DP Fire. Houghton will fall, but it's downstairs. Bosco continues to dominate now. However, with the top-down angle, there's nothing that Astralis can do inside of Meeting Room itself to hold it. That hatch, unfortunately, reveals far too much. It makes the rest of the process very easy for SSG to take control as they negotiate themselves yet another round here at 3-1. And we are going to go into a technical timeout, I do believe.
Actually, it's going to be an Astralis timeout. Instead, they apparently got some things to talk about, and they damn well should. This is defensive side on Oregon, and they are getting bowled over right now. Although the offensive bans aren't the craziest thing we've seen, it's not that limiting. SSG is still going to have plenty of things in order to pop this map, as well as Fultz has been doing a really bang-up job with those Rotero drones, and that's really the difference maker there, especially nowadays with Rainbow Six and its meta. So for Astralis, especially inside of that last round, I think really it's just been down to the gunfights and the way that SSG has been able to handle them throughout the entirety of the map so far. Astralis, they had the map control like we were talking about before, but the gunfight upstairs for DP Fire's positioning was the most important thing inside of that map. If DP Fire ends up winning that against the Mav, or I believe the Sledge actually, then they more than likely end up taking that round or get very dang close, just because of the positioning downstairs inside of Meeting. Just like John was talking about, that hatch is so very important to the overall hold inside of that space, and once you have control of it, it's basically impossible to play it unless you get a really, really nice shot and the guy's coming to the hatch angle. There's nothing you're really going to be able to do. So for Astralis now, it might be a change up in strategy for them. It might be simply, it's really difficult to say, because it really feels as though it just is happening inside of their gunfights, and the fact of SSG just being able to pressure them in that way. I don't exactly know what they change up, whether it be a change up in strategy in the way that they're going to stack themselves or really what have you. But that round was just an easy dissection there from SSG. Just the spacing of the players really easy for them to manipulate once they got past that point upstairs.
And those big individual fights, that's the difference maker right now for SSG. It's not even that they're winning all of the fights, because they're not necessarily.
No,
Astralis are fighting back pretty well.
They're
here
winning
for
the
most
important
part.
ones.
Yeah,
that's what matters.
Yep, exactly my point. As SSG is winning all the fights that get them further access, which then, as a result of winning that important fight, leads to the other ones that they then take for themselves as well, such as, again, the freezer access in basement 2 rounds back, which they're only able to get for themselves once they finally deal with Iconic on the Tachanka due to him running out and having to change positioning there. They catch him during that. If not, he actually had another incendiary in his pocket and could have potentially delayed further, and that's not even considering what the smoke could have done as well. But it's SSG who take care of those players before they can make that impact on the defense, and opens up a floodgate of opportunity, which SSG seems to continue to get and continue to use those to pick up round after round, now leading at 3-1 as we head back into the game.
Honestly, I think I'd push that even further, especially for the downstairs defense that we had with Iconic on Chanka. At least the one where Hot and Cold was able to slip through the cracks, because, it's really SSG just getting halted there, and then Hot and Cold making the play around what's going on, because he knows the distraction that Astralis, is mostly focused on in that positioning. So I would just say, overall, that was a really good call from Hot and Cold, or whoever made it at the end of the day, to just have him push down Laundry. I think that it's SSG just being one step ahead of Astralis currently, as well as just, as we were talking about before, winning the important fights. So we'll see if that's going to continue to happen here inside of round 5. We're out and onto the field now here as SSG's ready to play. They haven't changed up a single dang thing inside of their operator lineup, and why would you? Oregon's pretty dang straightforward when it comes to the things that you need to get accomplished, and this lineup is definitely going to work, as well as a 3-1 lead currently. If it's not broke, don't fix it.
Straws, we'll have some external intel here, as we can see the Valkyrie camera snuck its way just to the back doors of Tower. SSG has not been too keen on using this for the most part here. Nades are getting chucked in. That's man, that's going to create a nade sandwich for Iconic, and it works. Cooks him up good, unfortunately. He's going to go down there and lead SSG once again with an early advantage at 5v4 and a free path forward into Attic for the attackers now as well.
To be honest, I don't want to know what cooked Iconic tastes like, but it might taste like chicken, because everything tastes like chicken, apparently. You know, that's what I've been told, John. Either way, though, SSG with a really nice pickup onto Iconic. And again, it's just been very unfortunate with their positionings. The frag grenades pouring in onto him there and just not having anything to really fight back. SSG with really solid intel earlier to influence that decision-making overall. Astralis is still going to have a nuclear option, though. We see two people downstairs, one on the mid-floor here. Actually, might just be behind the wall. It's actually just a single person instead. The mute down low that could play spoils to this plan. And yeah, it was just the Goyo playing close behind that wall. Gets finicky every once in a while, folks, as the commentators. Just bear with us. But either way, DP Fire still being allowed to exist here out in the open inside of the actual site. Trying to play towards the back now since the big window has been popped. Has a deployable shield here to assist that as well. But the biggest problem right now is the fact that SSG has once again gotten so much control over this space. Looks like another nade's going to end up downing Retro. That's unfortunate. Skies will pick that up, and no refrag available. DP Fire here as well, but you can just see the amount of intel that they have on these positions, constantly aware of where these people are. More drones coming in onto DP Fire. They know he's locked in this corner. Hot and Cold will pick up White. J9 will get the refrag, but that's the first one of many that he's going to need.
Really, you can see that what you were talking about here before. We're talking about SSG just kind of being one step ahead of Astralis right now. We're reading into them. Even the most recent death for Astralis there we can see is not truly the player's own fault, just a matter of him getting completely overwhelmed and not having any capability to survive in that scenario. And we're seeing it again for J9O as he had no idea there was a player at Big Window. Nearly gets cut off from it regardless, and eventually Fultz will complete the cutoff inside of Attic to secure yet another round for Space Station.
Yep, when you're up an operator or up, how many was it, John? 5? I think you're allowed to trade. Yeah. I think so. Yeah. I think that's okay to do. It might be. So, and that's what SSG's has been abusing for most of this time. You know, winning the important fights as well as when they do get in these positions, they're able to simply overwhelm Astralis a lot of the times just because of the man advantage they're able to procure in the dying moments. This round, a heck of a lot different from what we have been seeing, but still more of the same. Just simply abusing Astralis, and as John was saying, just one step ahead. That's really what it's been. Astralis, though, this is going to be their last round on the defensive end, as it's like what I tweeted earlier, guys. Everyone's just trying to speed run the NAL right now. I don't know what's happening. I really wish it would stop because I would like some games. So I'm hoping Astralis can possibly fix this on their offensive side, but they still have a defense. So if we split 2-4, I'm not too sad about it, but, you know, it's just not looking too hot right now, and you can definitely tell that SSG's been working quite a bit with this map.
5-1's looking to be the flavor of the month scoreline here for half times, and SSG are about to sport it here. We'll see if they can get themselves that one final round pickup. They do have to work their way past the delay composition yet again, but they already know what to expect as a result of it. No surprises this time with the Tachanka being brought into the fold, and I doubt it was much of a surprise last time, to be honest with you. But either way, Astralis. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I highly doubt it surprises anybody anymore after everyone saw the influence from TSM, you know what I mean?
Kind of like one of those things where it's like, oh, it's a Tachanka pick.
Like, how dare you?
You just hype it up.
Useless. Gosh. I mean, God, did you guys know there was literally only one operator that wasn't played at Mexico? And I'm pretty sure it was an offensive operator. I'm pretty sure we got every defensive operator when we were at Mexico when I last counted. Yeah. So there's like a singular offensive operator that wasn't played. And it wasn't even Amaru, which is hilarious. But either way,
Amaru got used a lot on Chalet specifically, I noticed.
Amaru's a pretty interesting operator, but that's for another day. We've seen a lot of cool things with her. But now SSG, once again, they're presented a very similar defense to what we've been seeing held from Astralis before. J9's going to be in this exact same position he was the last, so I'll be really honest with you guys. I don't know if he's expecting different results, but he's more than likely not going to get them. He's going to get droned out immediately. He'll get a drone for that. That's actually a good thing at the end of the day. They need to deal some damage to this intel game because we've seen the influence that SSG has had with it overall so far. But again, they're going to be playing this very, very patiently. They want to make sure that Astralis can't get up these staircases. That's literally their entire job right now. They want to get these hatches open as safely as possible and then make their moves after once they have the insight to actually do something about it.
Well, Sky's going to pop open Freezer, and that'll pretty much fulfill the duties of the hatch opening job there, as I think that was the final one they needed to open, so it's time to move downstairs, and Rampy going to waste no time doing so. I believe that is actually Rampy and not the Gemini doing so as well, but We'll confirm that in a second. Yep, there we go. The Gemini trying to bring it out. Apparently this staircase isn't very Gemini friendly. But either way, Rampy will eventually be able to bring that out and start investigating. Looking more for utility, it looks like, than anything as he runs out there. I think he actually gets killed by his team's own drone as that thing blows up. But hey, it's the Gemini at the end of the day. It's not the end of the world. Just kind of puts it on that cooldown. And here comes Houghton. Once again, though, no surprises here. And that principle applies to the members of SSG as well. They'll be aware of this sudden addition to the hit. As we're going to see, they can find immediate impact on it as it's going all the way of Astralis this time. 3 frags in their favor, no success for SSG. Only a quarter or so of the incendiary grenades have been used. Obviously, that's progressively ticking down, but still, for the most part, utility untouched here. And SSG does not know what to do. A nade kill will be a good start to making things up, though, as they finally take out J9O.
Fantastic. Oh my gosh,
Houghton.
this is just the Rat King Houghton. Crawling, slowly crawling his way up here. I don't believe that they know he's here. He's going to have to step up because of the poison, but they'll finally be able to find him. Retro went back to check the angle just in time, but this is actually given enough time to Bosco, Clutch King, by the way, to win this out in a 1 versus 2. Don't count him out just yet, folks. He does have the case control, but not very much time anymore, and he's chosen frags instead. The chunk is down by Pillar, but now that there's a Banshee, this is more than likely done and dusted. They know where he is now and have the angles, but Iconic's dead. Doesn't look left. That's a quad for Bosco that Shuttle will shut down. That's going to be yet another clutch for Shuttle, who's actually top of the clutches right now in the NAL as well.
Obviously, it goes without saying, but imagine if the dude looked left right there, had the right read on every single gun duel he takes except the final one, and some of those were ethereal as well with how he's able to find those. The 2 frag pickups also, this man was on a heater, Bosco, in the midst of that clutch. Houghton trying to work himself into the corner of Laundry so he could eventually sneak on those site players, but finally getting picked as he put the pressure on it, left everything to that last player on SSG instead, and still nearly gets it done. Either way, though, not the end of the world. SSG still have a dominant lead coming off of that half at 4-2, and now they're going over to the defensive side where we see them excel here plenty of times in the past. Astralis still very much have their work cut out for them as they switch sides as well.
All right, can I tell you what my favorite part of that round was? You probably already know it, but it's got to be Hot Cold crawling all the way through Laundry. That was fantastic.
Like I said, I'm pretty sure they already knew he was doing that, so it was all for kind of naught, but...
I mean, they knew he was in that area. That's why I think that they just started smoking it. And to be honest, the smoke plume is pretty dang big. So either way, he was more than likely going to receive tick damage. But I mean, at the end of the day, still a nice, it was a valiant attempt. Somebody had to do something there. And Houghton's like, I can't just sit here in Laundry and do nothing. So I guess I'm going to crawl across the floor. So either way, SSG not able to get out of that one, but round 7 now on the docket. We're at the halfway point. Astralis, luckily enough, able to bind for that second round and make this a little bit easier going forward on their offensive side, but they have to start this off with the right foot forward. Anything for SSG early here could mean damnation for the Astralis roster.
Well, let's see if Astralis get themselves started out well. It is an aggressive float moment here for the SSG players across the first floor. I'm trying to see who's going to stick up here, though. That's the big question. I've seen a 2-man setup played into this, specifically into the extension over here towards Kitchen before, and that's exactly what we're going to get. Hatch is left soft and open, I believe, as they're going to put a laser gate over that so they can fall back if things get a little bit too hot here. Wanting to try and waste the extra time that normally the attackers use to get into the basement to try and clear out this roam game instead. Let's see if the plan from SSG will work, or if it'll leave them with a detrimental player count ultimately if these 2 players cannot escape to the basement.
Well, as you'd expect, SSG will be playing things somewhat similarly, especially for their downstairs holds. Not so much for their security, though. As you can see, they've popped that security hatch. And as we talked about earlier, the angles off of this thing are extremely limiting. So the fact that it's open and just has a gate on it isn't all that worrisome. They still have to commit a piece of utility to be able to clear that and actually get drones through the way that they want to, if they do want to use any Rotero drones out of J9, but they haven't even gotten to that stage of the process just yet. And in fact, I don't even know if they're aware of the amount of SSG members that have been close to them all around this time. Now that we're getting down to this halfway point, though, they have to begin working on this space, and just like we saw earlier, we're going to have this shotgun positioning here from Bosco. Fultz is going to hold onto the hatch and hopefully funnel them into that M590, and we all know how potent that thing can be.
Bolt still waiting for any aggression down the hatch, trying to keep the members of Astralis away from it outright so that Bosco can continue to maintain his own position. Unfortunately, Explosive Drone going to get a little too close for comfort. He can still directly challenge it, though, because the explosive radius is relatively small. He's going to begin fending off the pressure, focusing a bit more on the hatch now because continuing to have nades thrown at him from the main staircase. It also destroys his final ADS that was supporting him, so no more utility mitigation. Astralis' next nade that goes through, assuming the laser gate, of course, is get reignited, will make it all the way down to the bottom and potentially knock out Bosco here if he's not careful. So he's going to try to deploy that Toxic Babe. Nice shot from DP Fire, though, as it's eliminated instead. But now the first Wonder to move in will go down. However, DP Fire gets the first outright kill. Rampy quickly retags Iconic to make sure he's not going to get brought up. And we're down to a 4v4 with 40 seconds left.
SSG also with a good read on the laundry take, and Rampy, he's just hitting shots today, folks. That's a double for him. He'll be looking for the triple on the Thermite if Shuttle wants to step up and get some on his own. Still have freezer control as well for SSG. Bosco's the only one to falter, but Fult's still over in that space, I do presume. These two simply staring at separate angles. Don't know where to peek now, and that's going to be a triple. Make it easy for Fultz as well. Give him the double, and Astralis fall early here, folks. It's a 5th round for SSG as they simply shut things down on both ends.
And unfortunately, zero pressure going out against any of the players on the back line.
I love that we're calling it the hug bug now, by the way.
The hug bug. Yeah, so one of the players going to get hit with that. We are going to go into a quick pause here real quick, folks. Once again, should just be a client reset, though, not a rehost. So hoping to resume things in the next minute or two. Don't go anywhere, as we are bringing that player back fairly quickly. But yeah, resetting for a HUD bug real quick as another member of Astralis seems to have caught it. And as soon as they can fix it, they're coming back in. SSG, though, taking absolutely no prisoners inside of that execute whatsoever, specifically the hold inside of the laundry supply closet there, just not letting anyone get out from the main freezer entryway, specifically that last player holding the case in hand. As soon as it was either Rampy or Bosco holding the angle, knew that that player had gone to the corner, they stuck it and continued to hold it. And we could see as soon as that case carrier moved out from cover, they were instantly headshot, as the intel was just far too much in the favor of SSG there.
It's just extremely, extremely difficult for Astralis right now. You know, they try and go for the freezer play, but SSG's strategy inside of there was just so very solid, especially with Bosco's positioning. He got to slow down that freezer take for so very long to the point where Astralis legitimately backed off and went to laundry. And that's how Rampy gets all of those kills. Everyone had to reconcile with that and go, okay, we can't take freezer. We might be able to pressure it after, but we need to throw these people another place and try and pull SSG's attention. But they got the attention of one man, and it might have been the man that they didn't really want to get the attention of, and that's really the issue. Again, we go back to this thing of SSG winning very important fights or overwhelming Astralis in that department, and really just them not able to fight back. We've only seen a singular round from Astralis where they've taken it to SSG, truthfully.
And this is, again, not to say that Astralis is necessarily doing anything wrong on a moment-to-moment basis of their execute for the most part, especially with the way they handle freezer. Things are done right. It's just, unfortunately, it's a little bit too obvious to the members of SSG, at least inside of that first round, so they're able to lock into it. And the stagnation, more than anything, that we see from Astralis and trying to transition into the site is what gives away all of that intel and allows SSG to set up for the ultimate shutdown there in those final couple seconds of action, leaving them in control now at 5-2. 2 more rounds for SSG to take themselves up to a winning scoreline of 7-2. And for Astralis, 3 rounds behind, need to start making up the difference now. We might never see a comeback from them. We'll see how things are going to go, though, in their upstairs hold for SSG as they now go on to their second defensive site, looking to lock this one down as well.
SSG with a routine defense upstairs with a focus on the master take. We'll have the regular, degular, schmegular deployable shield setup in that space, but we won't have a Rooney as we would normally expect. SSG going with something a little bit different, more than likely going to be the Valkyrie coming in or the Malusi, whichever you'd really want to switch out there. But I'm going to put my money on the Valkyrie, as you can just usually slot her in wherever the heck you want, and she's got great influence. And this would be a great position for her, as well as Hot and Cold and Rampy are both going to be on the road. Rampy's going to have that Nitro Cell as well as the Valk of Hot and Cold, so they can have some pretty hefty influence even if Astralis tries to ignore them on this base floor. Hotten's going to start adding some cameras later on into the round as well, and this should get them some solid insight as to what's going on the front of the master balcony here. So they'll definitely be able to tell if Astralis want to go for this regular take or if SSG have to try and deal with that big window. Hot and Cold might be going for a run out soon. DP Fire quite a bit of damage. Iconic will be able to actually, no, it's DP Fire to get the kill instead. Rampy refrags Fultz, but he actually just takes down Iconic, so truthfully not. They can trade it out. Iconic, though, and actually, excuse me, Hot and Cold doing quite a bit of damage to J9, and once again, Astralis caught on the back foot.
Yeah, J9O and DP Fire now heavily lit as a result of the aggressive actions from SSG. Able to fend off one bit of it, though, as we saw there against Fultz. But DP Fire, despite taking the damage he did, I believe from a Nitro cell is how he took the large majority of it, still manages to pick himself up a kill. Very impressive indeed. Now, though, time to move in for the execute with this detrimental health. Obviously, few of the members of SSG have taken some heat, too, most notably Rampy and Hot and Cold, but it's pales in comparison to what we've seen happen to the attackers. Rampy also still potentially flirting with another run out. He's going to go for it. There's the intel. They never find the camera. Rampy having some trouble finding the aim, but he eventually gets it against Retro there, despite his best efforts to turn it around. And SSG take the player advantage as a result of that.
Astralis is playing checkers and SSG's is playing chess, honestly. You know, this is just more of what we saw from Mexico, John. Very, very aggressive plays, but it's calculated. They've got cameras, they've got all of this stuff. They're not just jumping out of windows willy-nilly. It's all meant to be, and this is something that Astralis simply can't handle right now. They're going to have to try and push forward here on this master take, but the issue is Shuttle's the one with the most amount of HP. If anything, he should probably drop the case and try and get some of these frags, because his friends definitely won't be able to. Skies, that's going to be very forward for him. J9 tries to hop in attic window as they need that very, very badly, but can't try and muster it. Instead, it's up to Astralis and their last two members in this 2 versus 4, but they barely have any utility to work off of as well. DP Fire's going to have a grenade as he starts to work into concrete. Nobody truthfully having any insight on this just yet, but as the timer dwindles, they'll definitely be prepared. Multiple different sources coming in here on these members, and SSG is going to wrap it up with a bow, John. That's round 8 in the bag, and SSG with a victory. Or getting up and onto victory point here, I do believe. 6? Yep. Yes. All right. I caught myself. We're good.
You're good. Map point for
again,
SSG.
We're speedrunning things, man. They just keep catching me off guard. I thought we were already on round 6.
A little further than that now.
My goodness.
Round number 9 as we move into SSG's potential map point and match point as well. This is a best of 1. Love that at the end there from Skies as well. Full confidence in his position. The teammates support, not flinching at all when he sees that potential peak coming in from the enemy. And eventually is still able to get it for himself at the end of the round, regardless, despite the Yana trying to taunt him out early. Here we go, though, into the round. We are going to see some interesting adaptations, smaller changes overall in the grand scheme of things here, mainly Iconic going on to the Twitch. Hot Cold still sneaking the Valkyrie in as well, though more than likely that'll be expected at this point, just considering how often we see Valkyrie when she is allowed in the pool. Shouldn't be too surprised to the Astralis members at all. Just going to have to watch those run-outs a bit more this time.
Yeah, if anything, that might delay even more time, and that's been the entire name of the game so far for SSG's defense. It's just been limiting the potential of Astralis across the board. Even with their initial defense of the downstairs, there wasn't anything big that we saw really happen. We just saw that extended hold and security with the laser hatch, but that's really all they needed. Once Astralis, catch wind of that, they start having to clear everything and really respect what SSG is doing with that space, and it delays time. All of this takes time, and once Astralis gets to the point of trying to take Freezer, that's when all of those other actions that we talked about previously happened, and they get forced into that laundry take where everything fell apart. For SSG inside of that last one, it's in a different way that they're able to handle things. It's mostly off of the efforts of Hot and Cold and what he's able to get done with those cameras later on into the initial parts of the round. So gets that camera outside, and they're just able to use that for the rest of the round to have influence. A multitude of different damages as well as kills coming through that exact same cam all out here on the windmill. So very well done to SSG on that, but this might be the possible last round here, as SSG has looked just impossible to take down thus far. Astralis only with 2 rounds, and well, none of them coming thus far on offense. Hot and Cold, he's going to get away with the bag. Really quick kill onto J9, and as you saw, the Gemini just coming in too little too late.
Gemini, a couple seconds too late to be able to catch him, and unfortunately, since it is the Gemini, cannot do anything to our aggressive member of SSG, who you see here, specifically for Rampy, he's going to go unnoticed as a drone swings right by him. I think he eventually catches onto it and deals with it, but still, position has been given away. They also obviously know where Hot and Cold is from the previous action, occurred a few seconds ago, so Charles have the layout about how to deal with the Showers play, but now we need to see them execute upon it.
Yeah, but here's the problem. J9's dead, and he's the entire key to this entire site. They only have 1 set of frag grenades. Do you guys notice the difference between SSG's offensive lineup and Astralis' offensive lineup? It's the grenades, and this is why. If you get picked, especially somebody important like the Flores, you don't really have an option to get rid of all of these shields and everything else, and oh yeah, by the way, they're also playing Jaeger. So have fun trying to clear all of this. It's not going to be a good time. They obviously have burn to be able to get this done, but it's still limited in the sense of DP Fire only has 2 frag grenades. you can only get rid of 2 positions if both of the frag grenades land. So now SSG, or rather Astralis, have to get something done inside of this round that's going to be a little bit different. That's why they've changed things up and started going for this East take instead, but now they've ran into yet another problem. It's mute jammed.
Not going to be very easy to get rid of either.
I'm pretty sure if he puts it to the right or the left, he can get it, but they're going to nade it instead.
Yeah, they're going to nade it. They're going to get rid of it nice and quick. So some of the clear being devoted to do that. Now with access to the site, things start to look a slight bit brighter for Astralis. More than anything, once Iconic is able to group up with the team, which shouldn't be too much of a delay. They've got smokes to push into Kitchen with here that could potentially work out well. And more importantly, also mask out Foltz's current position, making it so that he cannot do a whole lot from that top-down angle if they work their way past it. Let's see how that utility is going to be used here. Astralis still trying to go for a hard lurk, and it's not going to pan out. The cam work from SSG, the intel work overall is just far too strong. Some trades coming in, but all for naught as it leaves Shuttle in a 1v3, fighting against the top-down angle, nearly winning that fight to its credit. But again, it's not enough. Sky shuts it down, and it's going to be SSG taking control of another quick matchup here on Oregon in their favor versus Astralis.
I think that there is a lot to take away from that Oregon here for SSG. A lot of people need to hit the books on that. Great game there from them. Astralis simply not being able to get it done. And it's not the fact of strategy or anything. It's just that they were outclassed here today on Oregon. I'm going to love to see what they are able to do the next time that we see them on Oregon, because this is more than likely going to be a lesson learned and probably quite a few scrims in the future here for them.
Outread in far too many situations. SSG constantly having advanced intel, the actions of what they were going to do and being able to set up appropriately on their defenses and on their attacks, obviously excelling to take out what Astralis was bringing to the table as well, especially with those basement plays. We're constantly seeing that on SSG's attack, always winning the important fights to completely swing the floodgates to the site wide open, although things inside of the round up until that point might have looked close. Once that one fight or two goes the way of SSG, that's important to giving them access. They would continue to frag out from that point forward and oftentimes bring the rounds back under their control that seemed lost. So Astralis definitely going to need to go back to the drawing board on their defenses and take a look at that. The attacks, really getting to see a whole lot of that, to be fair, but hopefully going to make some improvements on that as well for the future, as SSG certainly dominates today here on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I was almost more impressed with the defensive end than I was with the offensive end there from SSG. You know, the SSG offense was very controlled, but the defense, man, was that wild. A heck of a lot of fun to watch, especially from the Rampy and Hot and Cold camp. Those guys were just on fire inside of that defensive side. But, you know, going forward, this is looking like SSG's finally starting to come together. They're working as a team. It looks like people are starting to mesh and really respect each other and understand and just be on that level you have to be as a team. It's really building that trust and being okay with, like what John was talking about mid-game there, people holding your angles when something's getting risky, that kind of stuff. That trust is very, very important. But that's going to do it for us guys here for SSG up against Astralis. We'll be back for Darkzero versus TSM, so don't go anywhere.
What does it take to call next? Follow us for a deep dive into the Rainbow Six community, breaking down barriers, taking you behind the scenes, and showing what it means to level up.
If you want to get better, try reviewing your game footage. Insights.gg's game capture tool makes recording and reviewing fast and easy. With no lag, automatic recording, and instant highlights, it's never been easier to learn from your gameplay. Try it for free at insights.gg today.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NAL, where we just saw Spacestation Gaming dominate and beat Astralis. And for anyone that's like me that bet against Spacestation Gaming, I hope you all learned your lesson like I did. You just don't bet against them. But one of the players that we will have in for this interview, you guys have seen him on the desk. I love him to death. You've seen his analysis, you've seen his gameplay. Now let's see him in this interview. It's going to be Skies from Spacestation Gaming, one of the latest additions. And Skies, first things first, man. You with that chain, you're looking better than ever, man. I love seeing you in the SSG jersey. I miss having you on the desk, but I have to ask, how is this whole transition so far? Retiring, going on the desk, and then coming back to join one of the top teams in the world.
Oh man, from a personal standpoint, it's been really tough. Not playing the game for 3 or 4 months, I was extremely rusty our first week of scrims, or even our second week. And then I would say even against our first 2 matches, I just have been, I think, a little bit below average, a little bit underwhelming in performance and calling. But this week of practice kind of, woke me up a little bit. I'm starting to feel a little bit more comfortable with the guys, and today it worked out well. We did really well.
Did you just say you were rusty after seeing your stat line of being 7-2? You're out of your mind right now, man. You and your team are looking so good, Alex. But also, Stokes had a question he wanted me to throw to you. He wanted to know what was going on with the comms and in your heads during that 3v3 in Freezer, because it was insane.
Oh man, the 3v3 in Freezer, I don't remember the round specifically, but if it's the one I'm thinking of, we knew exactly where they were, and I was just calling to focus on this box 3 guy, which was like the freezer door hallway guy. Kill that guy, the round is easier because the other guy's trapped on the other side of the map. So we just, kept our heads cool and did what we had to do.
I feel it now. I don't know if this is map reliant or not, but you guys are really aggro on defense, and looking at the roster from top to bottom when it comes to names, I mean, is this something new that you guys want to just be out there in people's faces taking gunfights? Because all of you can pretty much do that on an individual basis.
I think a bit of it was just the vision. We had a lot of Echo, Valkyrie, and they didn't really clear any of our vision. So we just kind of abused that, specifically on the last round and even the kids round that we were on. It's not really a change. It's kind of how SSG has transformed to play since post invite, and I'm just still trying to fit into that. I'm used to more of a slower structure because of Darkzero, so it's been an adjustment for me to try to match these guys' energy, but at the same time, I'm also there to kind of pull them back when we need to be pulled back, so it's been a good mix.
I love your energy, by the way, because when you pop off, that energy is crazy. But playing off of information to abuse the other team aggressively on defense, that's something we want to see more of, Skies. But I'm going to leave this last moment for you right here to pretty much show some love to the fans, because what Spacestation Gaming has been doing lately has been lovely. We want to see you guys pop off even more. We love the additions of you and Hot and Cold on this team. And me personally, I hope to see you guys at the top and start banging people out, man, especially at majors.
I appreciate it, Valley. And, to shout out to the fans, man, especially the people that have supported me as well. It's been a long, bumpy road for me, retiring, didn't plan to come back. But this opportunity was just too good to pass up, so I'm glad to be here with, all the new SSG fans, all the old ones, and, just excited to keep growing with these guys, and I hope we can, make you guys all proud.
One last question, Skies. Do you plan on doing things? Do you see things going way better this time around with Spacestation Gaming than when you was on Darkzero? Because this switch with Canadian is pretty cool, by the way, but I want to know your honest thoughts about where Spacestation is really headed. Sorry for the last question, man. I was feeling it.
Oh, you're good. I think, it's a process regardless. I don't think Darkzero was a disappointing stint at all. I think we did really well for our team. It's just unfortunate it ended the way it did. I think the guys around SSG are, they're amazing, and I'm excited to be here. I don't want to, downplay Darkzero at all, but, we'll just see what happens, and I'm excited to keep going with these guys.
What a class act. Skies, I love you. Tell the team I said congratulations on the win. And Caliber Jacob says he misses you too. Everybody here on the desk misses you as well. But have a great night, and I have a feeling we'll see a lot more interviews with you guys soon. You have a good one.
Have a good one, Valley.
Take it easy, man. So you guys saw me try to grab a little bit of drama towards the end, but as humble and professional as ever, Skies and Spacestation Gaming rocked away. The Space Boys got a big win against Astralis here on Oregon. Jesse and Jacob, how'd you feel about this map?
Really good. I think the way that Skies approached that interview was exactly the way you should. Stay humble about it. Make sure that this is just like another step on the road to continued success, if anything. And this game just proves that even when it kind of looks like Astralis might have a couple of good ideas in the bag, SSG said, nah, and just pulled the win out. It was a really good thing to see.
Yeah, Sky's spent one event on the desk and realized, no, he belongs in the server playing the way that he knows.
He's back where he belongs,
so,
yeah.
Yes.
I mean, he's playing fantastic with Space Station. I do like what he said in his interview where he was a little bit rusty for that first week of play. We definitely saw that, and we commented on the desk. But for him to come back here today and have a good performance, 7-2, as you pointed out, 2 deaths is kind of insane for a game that went 9 rounds. He should be very happy with this performance. And yeah, I mean, going with SSG right now, they look very good.
And playing against a team that can have pretty much a chaotic play style, especially on attack.
Oh, yeah.
The things that you just don't expect. They play it differently than a lot of other teams. Shuttle and Iconic was on top with 5 kills, also negative. And when it came to opening kills, Space Age Gaming had 6 of them. They were looking hot, man. But let's talk about Shuttle and Retro for a second, Jacob, because they changed roles. Shuttle was on top, but it just still felt kind of weird.
Well, yeah, it was on attack. We saw Retro switch from the hard support over to flank watch. He played Nomad, and we saw Retro on Thermite, which we don't... I never would have thought we would have seen something like that on like a mid-season swap for some reason. It probably wasn't a huge deal, mostly because none of Astralis' attacking rounds worked in the first place. But it does beg the question, why would you pull that kind of move out against Space Station when you already have like a little bit of success, if nothing else, on who plays what role so far? Astralis have a formula, and even if they don't have a whole bunch of wins under their belt, it does still work for them on several attack rounds, but then they made the switch, and I just kind of have to question why you do that in the first place.
All right, now, Jesse, I have a 2-part question for you, right? So, I mean, take a look at the stats right now. Rampy's on top, 12-5. We know from history and just from the eye test and just having 2 brain cells that actually work, that when someone like Rampy and Bosco get extremely comfortable on the roster, they take over, and Rampy can turn into one of the most deadly players in the lobby, in the world, if you give him that chance, right? But take a look at Astralis at the same time. DP Fire, one of their most important and vital members, he was 0-5 by round 6. You have players on Astralis really not being able to capitalize on anything, and Space Station just had it their way.
Yeah, I think DP Fire is a player that is worth highlighting, and he didn't have a great start to this game. 3 opening deaths for the first 3 rounds. He was trying to play really aggressive in kind of these like rat spots. You saw the wow kill that happened when he was up, on the top floor roaming that laundry defense. I think he really did take some time to find his stride. Once he started getting opening picks was actually as soon as they transitioned from the defense over to attack. That's where he started to find his stride. Obviously didn't result in any round wins for them when he was able to get those, but it did feel like he was picking up a little bit more in that second half. Unfortunately, when you're playing aggressive on a map like Oregon, you have to be able to get those opening kills, because if you die, as he was, it's really hard for your team to pull those games back.
You're right. Now, Jacob, before I ask you about the community poll question, anything else you want to get off your chest? Are you good for now?
So you know how you asked me to come up with like a nickname for the Astralis trio? I haven't come up with a nickname right now. And the reason for that is I don't think they've earned it yet. I hate to say it, but we've already seen them play 4 games. We've hyped them up into oblivion at this point, like practically into outer space. But what have they done? Beat XSET. Not really a long list of accomplishments there. So once they get more things on track, I think once their defenses are a little bit less erratic and chaotic, once we understand more about what this team can truly bring to the table and not just see like some flashes in the pan, then maybe I'll go through and give them that trio nickname. But for right now, Astralis, I hate to say it, I don't know if it's new org syndrome or something, but what we've seen so far through both Super Weeks has not been enough to impress me.
I mean, I will say this. Them going against Space Station Gaming, yeah, we expected a better game. We didn't expect them to outright win. Well, my dumb prediction did. But still, though, Jesse, you haven't highlighted to show us, man. What's going on behind the scenes? What's going on behind the tape? I'm sorry.
So this is a particularly poor play to come in from Astralis, but I wanted to highlight it because it represents an overall problem that we've seen from them. This is going to be their meeting defense, and they're extending into Big Tower. You see Iconic up in T3, and J9O is backstage. He's the one we're going to be focusing on, because this is not in itself a bad extension. It's a little uncommon, but if you want to be extending like this, I can see how it could work. But you need these 2 players to work together and to stay alive. And J9O, knowing that, how is he going to approach this? Well, we'll take a look at his POV in a moment here when we swap to him. He swings the backstage doorway right when his teammates call for a potential rehost and pulls his gun up. He's outside the door with 1 foot by the time he goes down. It's just not the right call.
As
that
Smoke.
forces Iconic to fall back. And yeah, as Smoke too, that's the thing, right? Toxic Babes completely going to waste. Iconic does get a kill here at the end. He gets traded as well, so it's a 1-for-1 for Iconic, but this extension does not work for Astralis. That's fundamentally because they play so aggressively. We saw that from J90. I think we saw it from Shuttle in the very first round on the on the bottom floor defense. And we saw it from DP Fire throughout those first couple of rounds on those opening deaths. It just wasn't working out with this aggression for Astralis.
Not at all. Now, fellas, the community poll, and this one just shows the power of Space Station Gaming. Jacob, J90 was the talk of the town yesterday, man. You know, 22 kills, like, what, 7 deaths? He had a good game. They still lost. They lost again. Can he repeat himself against Hot and Cold? Now, Hot and Cold isn't like anybody he went against yesterday. I'm going to tell you that right now. So, how did you think he would have probably fared in this type of contest? And, what would you personally think before the matchup, your own personal opinion?
No, I was going to say, like, before the game began, I thought there might have been a little bit of space for J9 to have, like, a better game. Maybe not 22 kills, maybe at least back in double digits, because Space Station's just a way harder team, but it's Hot and Cold. You can't take anyone off the Hot and Cold hype train, especially after stage 1. Even if J9 had a really good performance yesterday, Hot and Cold's going to win every time.
Jesse, when did Hot and Cold just flip the switch and say, I'm tired of opening walls, I'm ready to just clap everybody in the server?
I mean, yeah, months ago, Valley. This has been an old trend now. We should know the new Hot and Cold.
One of the most consistent tears we have seen in the NAL, though, especially after a role change. I haven't seen anybody like that, to be completely honest, but Hot and Cold, all he does is win no matter what. 64 to 36. J90 didn't stand a chance in HE double hockey sticks. But ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Space Station Gaming did pull away with that win against Astralis on Oregon. But coming up next, this game is not to jinx it, but this game should be way better than the last 2 series that we saw. We saw the speed run, we saw Oregon, but Darkzero facing off against TSM is one for the ages. I can't wait to break it down. My boys right here on the desk. We'll catch you guys on the other side of this break for some more NAL action.
What does it take to call next? Follow us for a deep dive into the Rainbow Six community, breaking down barriers, taking you behind the scenes, and showing what it means to level up.
If you want to get better, try reviewing your game footage. Insights.gg's game capture tool makes recording and reviewing fast and easy. With no lag, automatic recording, and instant highlights, it's never been easier to learn from your gameplay. Try it for free at insights.gg today.
Now, if all of you guys at home want to be like anything that we just saw from Space Station Gaming, and I know there's a lot of silvers and bronzes in the chat, make sure you check out AimLab. And once again, shout out to AimLab for partnering with Rainbow Six Siege, because they have a second combine where you can win a lot of things. Now, I'm gonna let you know now, the combine will be available on the homepage of AimLab as soon as you open up the game. Now, what are we giving away? 100 lucky winners will win a holographic bundle containing the prismatic glisten seasonal weapon and attachment skin, along with the evocative glass art weapons charm. How do you win? You get your player card from the combine, where you're able to compare scores and everything else, not just with people that you're going against, but also your friends, to see who the best of the group really is. And you use the hashtag building defense, and on Twitter, that contest will only last from September 13th through the 27th. Remember that hashtag building defense. Now, I might give the combine a little shot and all. I don't want you guys to see how bad I am, but if you see my card out there on the TL, I'm gonna see some comparisons as well. We're all in this together as a family, right? So once again, shout out to AimLab, and I can't wait to see all of your player cards out there on the TL. Coming up next, we're gonna have Darkzero versus TSM, and I can't wait. We'll catch you guys on the other side of this break. Ladies and gentlemen, the day hasn't been as long as other play days, but the matches have been going by really fast, and I'm kind of happy that it has, because the one series that I was so excited to watch, honestly, was TSM versus Darkzero. And one of the main reasons is because we're going to have Canadian playing against one of his former teammates from Evil Geniuses before he retired, and Geometrics, who's currently on TSM. Breaking all this down on the desk with me, of course, I'm Veli. I'm here with Jacob and Jesse, and these are the smartest guys I'm going to lean on to break all of the action down. But Jesse, let's talk about it, man. Darkzero have been looking so good in their game yesterday. And I'm going to be completely honest, it felt normal. This team from top to bottom is filled with big names. Take a look at Hyper, you take a look at Eclipse, and Eclipse has been on fire lately. What was your thoughts about him yesterday? In particular in defense?
Yeah, I think Eclipse had a great defense to start things off for Darkzero in their last matchup. Starting with a huge roam on Vigil, he was able to have that early round impact with the first couple of opening picks, really impact that matchup. And then later in the game, having some great smoke play as well. Inside of sight, when things get really chaotic, they were rushing down into the Church Arsenal bomb site, and he was able to just hold down the fort, get those kills, and not get himself traded. He really was doing it all, and I think that's why Eclipse is so valuable for Darkzero. He can be out on the roam, getting his kills, playing a drone denial setup, or he can be right back in sight, playing on smoke, whatever you need from him. He's there contributing, and so I love that from Eclipse yesterday.
Now, Jacob, you and Jesse were deliberating on, what to talk about, topics and notes and whatnot when you guys were studying VOD for this matchup. And one of the notes says, Darkzero no longer have a VOD advantage like they did against Mirage. What exactly does that mean?
Well, so they didn't have any games to play in week 1, obviously, because there were a couple of players who were all stuck in different various parts of the world. But now you come into this game, there's already a VOD on them. There's one match that exists, unless you're talking about scrim footage, which hopefully you're not sharing between teams. There we go. Fix my problem. My bad. So here's the big deal that goes into Darkzero. Only one game so far was played with Canadian on the team, unless you're talking about like VOD or scrim footage or anything like that. So now what you have to pay attention to is that one matchup. And is that going to factor in against a team like TSM? Probably, because that's one of the best support staffs of any team probably in the world. So if anyone's going to be able to lean on what DZ did in that game against Mirage on Club from yesterday, it's probably going to be TSM.
Now, the player to watch, Jesse, is going to be the one and only NJR. And we're going to be completely honest. Seeing NJR work on Clubhouse with Canadian yesterday was like poetry in motion, man. NJR was so fluid. But also at the major, he was making noise as well. He has been a really important piece for Darkzero, even though that we thought his first few games with them was kind of shaky.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Eclipse. I think yesterday was a team effort, but NJR was the best on the server for Darkzero for me. His highlight moment, you saw it there, was during their gym defense, where he was able to get that big 3K near construction. He was moved to a support role this summer, which does limit his ability to make those flashy plays. But if you've forgotten, that game really showed you why NJR was once known as the hottest young fragger in the league. And 11-8, 82 costs. It's hard to get a whole lot better than that. And you can see, it doesn't matter the ops he's playing. Smoke, ace, still able to get those opening picks, still able to contribute to the scoreboard. And I love that from NJR.
One other thing, by the way, I just wanted to throw this out there. You know how they've only played one game so far? Both Eclipse and NJR tied at a 1.29 rating and sit within the top 5 of SiegeGG's scoreboard already. They've played one game. The only people above them are Grixer, Hot and Cold, and Vertical, and they've all played at least 3 so far. They're doing really good, and that's only one map.
Okay, to be fair, they did play against Mirage, who's coming off of a 2-game losing streak.
That's
Jacob,
true. That's
I
true.
get what you're saying. The guys are still amazing, man. They know exactly what they're doing. But the thing is, that was just one game. That was against Mirage. TSM, no disrespect to Mirage, but TSM is just on a whole nother level. So I'm really excited to see who you called possibly the best support staff in the world. I want to say they are the best. If they were able to plan correctly to challenge TSM and offer counters to help DZ win. But let's talk about TSM for just a moment, because yesterday we saw some fun things from them. They beat Beast Coast 7-1, but that's not the only thing. The improvement has been absolutely huge, Jacob, for this team in general.
Yup. And we had to see Merc not play in Mexico for us to be like, well, okay, this is what this team is going to turn into again. Merc was back in a big way in that Beast Coast game. It's them thriving in an environment that no one else in the NAL had really wanted to play before. I do think that does kind of play a factor in this one. But this team is back to what it was doing back in Stage 2 before Merc wasn't able to attend Mexico. With the exception of that Chala/Geo role change so far, they just seem like they're lights out. That Beast Coast game proves it.
Now, Jesse, also, we saw a role change coming in from TSM. There's been a lot of battles that they've had in order to get it to this point. But yesterday, they went to Bank, and the role changes really didn't matter. And it seems like TSM is on a meta to where they take teams and new maps at the beginning of stages to rack in those early wins. Have you thought about that at all? Is that a thing that we can talk about?
Yeah, I mean, TSM, I think, have always been known as a team that will play these brand new maps, that will bring them out, and they will find a lot of success on them. And I think the role changes that were coming from TSM really did finally shine here in Week 2 compared to Week 1. There was a great tweet from Data that said, you don't optimize for where you're at, you optimize for where you're going. And that's a mindset that TSM are coming with this roster change. They know what they're doing. They're not making changes on a whim. The role change where they're making sure that Chala can be more on that passive sort of hard bridge playstyle. Gio can go for flank watch a tiny bit more aggressive. It's made a big difference for TSM, and that's a big reason why they were able to do so well against Beast Coast. The role changes that they have implemented are now finally showing their true potential, and it's looking really good for this brand new TSM.
And poor Beast Coast, they didn't even see it coming, Jesse. There was just so much change coming into the mix at once, right? But Jacob, the player to watch is going to be Achieved. He is obviously going to be the X Factor, and you guys loved everything that he did yesterday. Do you think he's going to have a repeat game today?
I mean, he was taking full advantage of just Bank in general. Achieved was having way too much fun on the new window repel simulator of Bank. Most of his kills, it felt like, came from frag grenades whipped off of that repel, and he, as Sledge, was creating so much impact on the sledgehammer, but that's just kind of what you expect from the player in the first place. It's nice that we saw Achieved have a game like this. I feel like his name doesn't get called nearly as often as a Chala or a Geo or a Bolo at this stage in TSM's game plan, but it was really nice for him to have a match like that. 88% cost, 10 kills, most of which did come on the attack, but to be fair, they only really had 2 rounds on defense, so for him, again, to have this performance is great to see.
All right, Jesse, you think Achieved is going to have a big impact? Actually, man, that's not even a smart question to even ask. We see what Achieved is capable of, 10-3, and
of course,
we definitely love what he was doing on Windows yesterday, but I feel like this team as a whole right now, game like this, they have to set a tone by beating Darkzero to let him know who's on top, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are 2 giants in North America, and I think it's really going to come down to which team is better on the day, of course. Both these squads got their first win of the stage just yesterday. So both of these, teams have not had the most successful time maybe, but they're now on a hot streak. They're now got a little bit of momentum under their feet, and they can really come out and try to get a game here against their opponents.
All right, now, Jacob, I'm going to start off with you right now when it comes to maps. Where do you think both of these teams are going to battle it out at? And Jesse, I want you to take it away after that.
I mean, TSM have a couple of options in this pool that I think are super potent if they wanted to try a Chalet, or like their luck there if they wanted to give Bank another try, see if they want to like allow Brandon Carr and Canadian to have Bank back for a second. That might be interesting. Either one of those two I think would be good.
Yeah, Chalet was my pick for where I thought we might end up. These teams have a lot of history playing against one another on Cafe particularly. I thought Villa was the one that Darkzero maybe would have a bit of an edge on. And Cafe, just because it has been dominant for TSM, does make sense as a ban for Darkzero. So I don't dislike that ban at all for these 2 squads. We're left with a couple more options still in the pool here. Of course, we've got Clubhouse and Coastline as our first ban. There goes the other C map of Chalet. We're left with just 2, Oregon being one of them, and the other one, Bank? Yes, Bank. So TSM, do Darkzero dare
do this
bring
to
the
me,
Bank
production,
against TSM after they just saw what TSM did yesterday to Beast Coast on that map? Oregon wouldn't be a bad pick, and they're going to settle for what they know. Oregon being brought out for Darkzero. They've avoided this map for a long time now. When they last showed it at SI, they didn't look great here, but that doesn't mean it's a bad map overall for TSM. Also an all right map. They beat Beast Coast here last stage, then they dropped it in a meaningless game to Auction Esports, and they lost it to Invictus Gaming in Mexico. So some losses, sure, but not the games that I would put the most amount of stock into. This looks like a pretty even battleground for these 2 squads.
Pretty even battleground, but talking about stocks right now, Jacob, are the stocks high for Darkzero and their new IGL and Canadian, or are you rocking with the people that we're familiar with? Team Solo Mid, do you think they're going to win it out on Oregon?
This is so tough, man.
This is really hard,
This is legitimately really tough. It's not even that I can call the map a swing for one team or the other. I think I would normally call it a TSM thing, but we're looking at a DZ team that, if anything, is just going to be more dialed in than they were in Stage 2 and at the Mexico Major because of the boost that they've got from Troy. It's 50-50. I got reasons for thinking either team has the chance to pull it out. but I'm going to stick on the train of who I currently have in the top 3 in my power rankings, and I'm going to give this game to Darkzero. No other justification required. I'm just going to say it and leave it there.
Jesse, pick a number between 1 or 2.
2, Veli.
I'm going with Darkzero. Who you rocking with right now? And listen, Jesse, honestly, let's be real. How can we honestly predict against or with Darkzero? We don't know anything about this team right now. This isn't the same team with BC on it. This isn't the same team with Mint on it. This is an entirely different roster, and this one is just going to be a slugfest.
Yeah. No, you're exactly right, Veli. This is a completely different team, which is why I don't have faith that they're going to be able to beat out TSM, who have played with this roster for years. I've got to go for the boys on TSM. Darkzero are still putting together their lineup with Troy. They had a great showing for their first matchup yesterday. I love it. But if I can take the opportunity to get an easy boost up on predictions against you two, I'm going to take that every day.
You act like I care about predictions, Jesse. You act like I care.
You're losing your laptop. I'm coming and taking it back if I beat you in predictions.
You're not, though.
It's not in the written word, but I'll do it.
Jesse, you've seen the size difference between... Have you forgotten what Mexico was like?
Wait,
You're not taking my laptop away from me.
Jesse, to be completely honest, you know I love you to death, you're my boy, but have you won a prediction battle yet?
No.
I won the very first prediction battle. Yes, I did for the very first major that Jacob and I worked.
For the very first major you and I worked, you have a t-shirt with my face on it. You didn't win, I won.
I won something. I won something.
Time out, fellas. Listen, we're going to have this prediction battle another time around, but coming up right now, we're going to have 2 banging teams battling it out on Oregon, and I can't wait. TSM versus Darkzero. Stokes and Blue, take it away.
Like a sibling rivalry over there or something. I don't know what's going on. It's so ridiculous. And did you hear the thing about the laptop too, John? It was like he had it like handcuffed to his arm. He's like, you can't take this from me. Never ever. But hey guys, we're back on the desk. It's Darkzero versus TSM. My name is Stokes. That's Blue. And well guys, this is our last game for Playday 4.
Hopefully should be a bit more of a competitive one here compared to some of the other matches we've had today. But even with that, it's hard to quantify how these two teams will perform given the very mixed metrics we have at the moment for TSM and the lack thereof that we have for Darkzero. Only one match on tape. For them, to be fair, it went fairly well as they took a victory in their very first match. For TSM, though, it's been two polar opposites. They've taken a loss to OXG and then have bounced back and have had an absolute thrashing yesterday in their matchup that they played there. Able to take that one on a new map, Bank, with no issue whatsoever, and clearly showing their opponents in that one, Beast Coast, that maybe it wasn't such a good idea to go on to that map so early. Darkzero not going to make the same mistake. As a result of that, we end up on Oregon for the second time today.
Now this is going to be a lot of fun. You and I just cannot get off the doubled up maps recently. I don't know what's going on with it, but either way, as you said, we're on to Oregon. I like that Darkzero's gotten it down to this, especially up against TSM. Obviously, Canadian just working himself in. They're going to be bringing it to a pretty strategically heavy map and one that can have heavy influence in that way. So you definitely want Canadian in the pole position on a map like this. As for TSM, as John was talking about, we saw them dominate Bank yesterday in one of the quickest matches I've casted in quite some time. So to have them here on Oregon could be a pretty crazy thing. Be able to slow them down just a little bit. We'll see what Darkzero will be able to do, but we're going to jump right into it, folks. And the craziest part about this is that Darkzero will be starting on offense, so going to have the we'll just say the less tantalizing side.
Yeah, we'll see how this works out. I think if anything, this is a bit of a simpler move to go to this map compared to Bank for Canadian more than anyone else here, as he doesn't have to worry about...
Well, depending on the era, you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, we have to see. But for the most part, this map is somewhat played out for a lot of teams, so I think there's going to be a generally fairly good awareness between the teams about how exactly they'll play into their strategies, and that will make Canadian's overall job, since he's still fairly new to the role for this team, a little bit easier. Anyway, we have the bans going on now, though. Nothing out of the ordinary, and in fact, a big one there is Darkzero is going to ban out a Rooney. Seeing quite a bit of play from her, but usually she's not the direct target of the bans. This will be a bit of a first.
Yeah, you know, and obviously that's going to lean into the catcher as well as just, you know, the limiting aspect of her kit overall. It's not just the fact that you have to give up utility to pass through it. It's also the fact that you have to take damage in order to do that as well. If you want to try and transition, it just forces a funnel more or less, as well as with the ability to reset them. That's just something to look into. So either way, that's going to pull away from that aspect. The other things you have to worry about here are mostly the Flores ban here from DZ. The reason that I was kind of comment about that is that Darkzero starting things out on offense. So they're pulling that away from themselves, which means they have another idea of how they want to handle this. We'll have to see what they want to do with their utility. They're going to be bringing quite a few throwables here. Remember, Twitch is also going to be rocking those smoke grenades as well for Hyper, and having the F2 on Hyper in general is a really, really good selection. And like we talked about before with SSG's offense on this map, they're really leaning into the frag game. They're not going to have as many as we'd seen on SSG. They had 6. This one's going to have 4, but they have Zofia, whereas previously SSG did not, as well as Habana was banned out, and she carries 3 stuns as well. So they have plenty of utility to get through a lot of the different aspects of this TSM defense. And with a Rooney off the table, they really only have to worry about Jaeger Romai, just like the good old days.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we missed it in the pregame, but we are going to give it to you now. It's our community poll for this matchup. 2 of the most clutch players in the Rainbow Six North American League are facing off now. Will Chala or Hyper have more 1vx wins in this matchup? Go ahead and submit your vote here in the Twitch chat, and we'll have the results a little bit later on with Veli and the rest of the desk. Let's get into the round, though, as things have started and Darkzero are out across the board.
Okay, so TSM will start things on the mid floor as of right now, at least for Bolo's sake. Merc will be playing forward on the stairwell here, but chooses to back down. Probably not going to see anything too crazy out of DZ early here, just simply holding onto these staircases, but I'll hold my breath, John. Hyper's well aware of Bolo holding an angle inside of Z, and he'll remove his head for him. It's one of the earliest bloods that we're going to have here on Oregon today.
Certainly the easiest shot to connect either, but the job is done, beautifully done by the members of Darkzero here, able to already negotiate a kill against Bolo. Hyper making very quick work to pick that up, and now the rest of TSM has to be a little bit nervous about how to proceed from this point forward.
He had a drone in there. He just drove the shock drone up the staircase. That's so unfortunate for Bolo.
So Bolo gets caught by that. Now, things already looking a little bit uneven here for TSM. Despite that, though, at least Achieve still trying to leverage aggression from the defensive end. More so to deal with the drone than anything else in that specific scenario, but looking to see if they can get something. Unfortunately, probably not going to be much, though. They certainly can't afford to lose an additional player by trying to delay things away from Darkzero, so they might just have to wait for the eventual execute, which at this point shouldn't be coming in with too much delay at this point. Darkzero has literally nothing standing in their way except for the hatches and the eventual work that they'll need to rotate down the stairs themselves.
Well, so far, TSM not respecting the play from Hyper. I mean, the initial kill coming out, but that obviously was just very well done from Hyper. But they also knew he was Twitch at that point, and they didn't respect the Twitch drone. They're going to end up losing their Goyo shield here inside of the laundry space. That'll make things just a touch more difficult for them in trying to swing out and deal with these freezer players. They're still going to have the position from inside of the closet to be able to play off of, though, as well as being very forward inside of the freezer hall. This will be backed up with Geo on Clash, and he'll limit a lot of the potential Darkzero aggression coming through this area, especially with that shock, but the execute seemingly coming through now. Nitro still out, will take down NJR. Hyper will trade it out, though. Pamazoo gets one as well. Hyper will double back. He has to pick up that case, but they're going to slow things down for just a second here as they continue to search onward. There's only 2 members of TSM remaining with 40 seconds left, but make that one as Geo will falter. The last remaining member is Chala, inside of Elbow.
A 3-faceted attack coming out here from Darkzero, and at the moment, working pretty much flawlessly for them. TSM does not know how to handle it, and because they don't respect the initial pressure at the very beginning of the round, they were already fighting from a back foot. It didn't necessarily help in this situation to have the Clash already starting things from the 4v5 pretty much in that regard, and then losing a player to be able to make the gunfight odds even worse for them. These are going to go down onto the ground. Darkzero very much in control of the situation as Chala will try to get himself back on the case and find a surprisingly free amount of real estate in the area, but not so free of an actual counter defuse. He'll get taken down as he walks up to the hatch, and Darkzero will succeed in claiming the first attack here on Oregon.
It's actually pretty incredible how fast Darkzero are moving. I'll be candid with you, especially with Canadian coming in on such low time. The fact that they're clicking this quickly is pretty incredible. But obviously, Canadians had quite a few of these people around him on his team prior, especially with like BC, taking up the helm of this, but playing around a handful of these other people as well. in the past, not team-wise, but obviously just knowing of these people, especially people like Eclipse and things along those lines. But either way, it's just crazy how fast this team, especially Canadian's brain, is moving in this sense. They're able to clear out Freezer immediately, and right after they get control of that, Canadian realizes that really all they need to get done past killing Bolo and starting to take that space is have some pressure on that laundry room area, and Hyper gets that done almost immediately after it's more than likely calm. They get rid of that shield. They know that the execute is more than likely going to go down in this area, so they don't waste any time. They don't get it down to like 20 seconds or anything. They actually start throwing smokes into the initial site area at about like 45 seconds. It's very early in the sense of siege terms. So for DZ, this is very quick moving, and it's just a dagger to the heart of the TSM setup.
All right, so let's see here now. It's TSM going to try and look to control their first defensive round upstairs, and see a bit of a different flair onto the site for them. A lot of the same things coming out for the attackers, specifically that we're still going to have the Twitch in the fold to try and knock out some of these swarms of utility. Obviously, the Twitch drone has had a slight change, but that mainly it can jump now, so a little bit more traversable, able to sneak those in there and hide them, and we've been seeing quite a few teams entertain more of a Twitch option, although that not necessarily being the reason as to why they've done so. She's been being picked already quite an increasing amount, as Stokes was talking about in our last game. Most, if not all of the operators in the pool are finding a healthy amount of selection right now, so leading to quite a few operators that you would not see even 6 to 12 months ago, leading to them being picked quite often nowadays here, as quite a few more options are viable with the way that balance has gone. And Chief going to get spotted out the opening 30 seconds of the round here. That will force him back, although not entirely, just to the next room, as he'll go over to kitchen from cafeteria instead of going all the way back upstairs to the site.
Yeah, they've been doing a bang-up job recently with the balancing characters, and it's really opened up the playbook for these professional, setups. And it's just been really interesting. It's made it to where, the game's interesting to watch again, just for the viability of strats. Just because there for a little bit, we were so stuck in our ways of utility and the fact that we had to burn everything, and that if you didn't bring this min-max setup, you were going to lose the round. And in fact, it felt more or less like year 1 Siege, where Thermite dies and the round's over. Well, if you lose enough throwables, it's also over. But not really the case anymore. That can still obviously happen every once in a while, but that's just how the game plays out with the utility in the first place. But now they're about halfway through this. Achieved has delayed some time here inside of kitchen. We saw him put that cam inside of cafeteria as well, so we'll have some info to work off of around this island position. Hyper's going to end up getting marked out here, as he'll shoot one of these alibis. Darkzero still plenty of time to be able to get some control around this area, but they have to deal with Achieved. Eclipse will get taken down here, as they haven't been able to really get a spot on him, but finally the pinch comes through. TSM fire back though. They'll take down Pambazoo, at least Chala will, from the hatch upstairs, and now Darkzero, for the first time here, will be put on their back foot.
Great team play, at least able to trade things out in head fashion here for the members of TSM. Going to potentially risk that even further here now as NJR peeks through the Mav hole over to the edge of Attic. Not going to find anything peeping its head back out, and it's a good thing under these circumstances. TSM could have very easily caught themselves a Maverick kill. Brought Darkzero's execute down to a shell of its former self. But instead, Hyper, going to trade out the drone pretty quickly against Merc there. Be perfectly happy to accept the trade for intel for a player and even things out once again, down to a 3v3. But this is the tough part here now for DZ, as they're going to try to work their way into big windows. There's a very obvious obstacle in the Toxic Babes blocking it off, and there won't be an easy way to stop that from happening. Nitrop from Bolo. Way too late, unfortunately. No one from Darkzero going to get tripped up by that one, but still holds things back for the pivotal few extra seconds they need to bring it down to sub 20. Let's see how the execute goes.
No.
Bolo.
Oh, he got it.
It's a split push instead. Bolo will not be overwhelmed. Geo will take out the play from Canadian, and now NJR at big window is the only attacker left, and it won't stay that way for very long. Geo shuts it down. TSM quickly exchange for a 1-1 scoreline.
Well fought by both ends right there. That 3v3 could have gone either way, especially with those stuns lighting up Bolo in the way that they did. Almost were able to take that fight, but unbeknownst to Darkzero, Bolo was in that space. They rush in there, and the Thermite's just not aware of him in the default plant position. They end up getting taken down. TSM with their first successful defense. It'll be on the top floor after Darkzero are able to bide for some space around big window as well as white stairs and try for an execute off of some smokes. That's going to lead us into a laundry room supply defense. TSM heading down here once again as GL 6 pick away from the Valkyrie and bring Warden into play.
With Warden adding himself into the fold, hopefully going to be able to fend off this all-in execute we saw from Darkzero in the previous round. But Darkzero Also going to try to make things a little bit more complicated for themselves, or rather, a little bit of an extra lattice to this matrix going to be added into the team here. As they're going to bring a Glaz into the fold on Hyper there, hopefully to negate out what Geo is bringing to the table in the Warden, meaning we could have ourselves an interesting little smoke fight between these two if we end up getting to that point in the round. But a few of those going to be brought by the attackers in order to facilitate that. Should be 4 if we are to assume that both Hyper and Canadian, I believe, brought their full kit.
We'll have to see what they're able to accomplish with this. TSM already having somewhat of a different idea on the areas that they want to play inside of supply. This is a very forward Goyo shield here, but that's going to cover most of the default plant area as well if it does indeed get popped. But they're going to have to remember that, actually not this time around, as I was over looking at my notes. Hyper's actually brought Glaz here. Did not notice that one.
Yep.
Yeah, so this is actually going to be quite interesting because this is basically going to be Hyper up against Geo. Who can see the other one first through smokes? This should honestly, I don't know what else to say. I mean, outside of that, Darkzero is going to be able to outnumber the smokes, obviously. They're going to have 4 here, but Hyper really just needs to stay alive to have influence. I don't exactly know if this is going to be for post-plant or what have you, but we'll have to see as this round continues on. The biggest thing right now with Hyper not being on Twitch is that that's somewhat limiting in their opening frags, as Hyper's currently 4-1, and he's looked dang good inside of these opening minutes.
Very, very slow here from Darkzero, and that's in pretty big contrast compared to the last round where they instantly got themselves started, but obviously had an opportunity to do so. This time, not so much the case, so they're waiting to see if that opportunity will present itself, and if not, they only need that final 30 to 40 seconds to really make the transition from the top floor down to the bottom. But obviously, if they can fish out some of the utility in the process, that would be great, but for the most part, they are just biding their time until they reach that point in the round where they will be forced into the execute here, trying to see if anyone else on TSM side of things is going to throw anything at them. And obviously in the process, Darkzero are spending quite a bit of time setting up their drone work too, so that when they are finally ready to make the transition, they have as much info as humanly possible. Just seeing the last bit of hatches getting opened up now, and then we should be good to see Darkzero start to make that play downstairs.
Still interested to see what they're going to do with Hyper in this space. They haven't given it up just yet, obviously. Usually that's going to be the, Hyper shooting his rifle or something like that, because the report is very unique, and obviously Glaz's rifle has not been reused in Rainbow Six Siege just yet. It more than likely won't be, just because of how signature it is to his kit overall. So Geo going to be playing in quite the forward position right now here for Laundry. He'll be the first line of defense, and this is going to go back and forth. Again, here it comes, folks.
Smoke wars.
The duel. They can see each other. Which one is going to hit the head first? The smoke's still here, and now it's been given up. Geo is well aware that there's a Glaz on the other end of this smoke that more than likely has the full thermals lined up here. Yet another one dropped in. Geo's going to peek out. He'll lose his noggin as he peeks directly into that holographic of Hyper. He'll re-up on the smoke as the execute should be coming in soon.
They know the threat is no longer going to be there from the other side. Still have to be cautious of toxic babes here. We can see one getting into Hyper's face, messing him up a little bit as he tries to carry forward and clear out the utility closet leading into Actal side. No time left here for Darkzero. They're going to have to force the play forward here now. First plant attempt being made. The Glaz does have the counter, but apparently not. It's going to be Bolo to take out the first planter. 2 trades immediately found. Now we need to see someone try to put the case down once again. Will they be able to do it? The numbers are drowning, and Achieve's still alive. And with that, though, NJR will be able to start putting it on the ground. He can't finish it, though, although the spray gets him very, very close. TSM will still run that timer out with the elimination of the final player from the attack and win the round.
I think I saw that correctly. I think NJR actually ended up downing Canadian while he was planting. I think the grenade got cooked a little. Yeah, he cooked it a little bit too long and tossed it in the room, and one of the fragments ended up hitting him. So that's super, super unfortunate. I thought he got down by the smoke there, but then he didn't die. So I was like, okay, what exactly happened? But either way, I like Darkzero's, attempt here. This is all for Hyper to just have Overwatch on Canadian and cover the closet angle as well as the laundry rotation there out of supply room, and just make it really difficult for the defenders to try and step up and duel there because they can't see where this plant's going down, and obviously Glaz is going to have the advantage there. So Darkzero go for it, but TSM play it out really, really well, especially from Shala's position, is that smoke play was paramount to the success of that defense. Very well done from them as the scoreline sits at 2-1.
So TSM in control, although only slightly at the moment with a 2-1 lead in their favor. Looking to make it 3 as they finally go to their tertiary site. Struggling, of course, on that first round, but quickly rebounding. Now looking to make the full 3-round run here with 2 more chances to repeat some of these sites afterwards, if we are to assume that things continue to go well for TSM. For Darkzero, in the meanwhile, still going to see a fairly straightforward amount of utility brought to the table. The Maverick mainly to deal with any attic presence and just upstairs presence overall. Still have your usual bit of hard reach for Canadian to access the to access the kitchen or the backstage walls, and then away from that, soft breach and utility and anti-roam still for there on Hyper.
And Hyper playing more of a flex position here on Oregon. This is going to be the 3rd operator that he's had here. TSM with a 4 position here inside a tower will be Geo locked up with 3 ADSs, so this is going to take a lot of the utility out of DZ's hands. But as we talked about before, they have quite a bit of this to expend. They just want to keep a decent amount of it to be able to clear these hard-to-reach positions on site, but this one overall going to be pretty difficult anyways. You can see Geo already has a lineup through the top floorboards if anybody does want to try and swing through that, and since this entire staircase is now concrete, where once upon a time it was not, it's a lot easier for him to hold on to this space. He's also got some help, I believe, inside of meeting if anybody does try to come down low, so we'll see if that swing comes through. And yes, indeed, he'll have Charlie here manning the doors and at least making things tradable if it goes awry.
And obviously the intel going out against him. He'll try to deal with Geo now inside of that position. Chala as well will fall back, though, pretty much immediately after the same fate has had of the actual tower player itself. Opens up a path forward here for Darkzero, but how strong of one will be the question. With TSM falling back, should be, of course, the usual staging ground to use. But let's see where they can get from here, because this is only the first step of a very long chain of events that Darkzero need to complete in order to get themselves onto the site. The next one, more than likely, going to be dealing with the player at the back of Attic. As you can see, the deployable shield already gone for Bolo. Only has that pixel angle on the wall to play from, and won't even take that. He's going to fall back further, look to delay this fight for as long as possible to limit the execute time for DZ.
And Pamba actually going all the way to the west side right now, so he's more than likely going to try and slip in the back end here quietly. You can see how far away all of these players are, so any sound cues like breaking the barricade or anything like that, it's going to be either extremely muffled or no one's going to know about it at all except for Geo, who's now shifted all the way over here, seeing if anybody was in this space. He's going to hear the window now. There's actually 2 members over here, and Geo might be able to play spoils from this shower position. Pambazoo's got a drone to clear out this space, so they'll more than likely know he's here now, and yes, indeed, they'll find him, and now they are indeed prepared. Remember, Pambazoo's got somebody in tow here, so Geo more than likely going to die, and yes, he will, but not before he wastes so much dang time on both ends of the map. And also, even though he's died here, TSM now know that there's 2 people over in this space as well. So the offense has been split up, but the angles are just so beautiful for TSM. They'll be able to continue to work these door frames. Bolo's got solid positioning upstairs that he's been able to hold on to for the entirety of this round. He'll continue to add on to the kill tally. Bambazoo will fall. Hyper's going to dust as well here as Achieve will take him down. It's a 4v1. Make it a 3v1 now, as this is more than likely a TSM round. Chala will make sure that's true as they'll take their 3rd.
TSM with just far too much control throughout far too much of that round. The members of Darkzero, you confused with Canadian on that team now. Members of Darkzero, unfortunately, only able to get that attic play to work off of and never really able to put their best foot forward to get the rest of the 2nd floor and move beyond that so that they could actually move on to the site. TSM then absolutely dominates when the actual gunfights begin, because Darkzero has no choice anymore. They're forced into the site due to a lack of time, and it goes the way you would expect. TSM with a 3-1 lead now in their favor, and like I said before, we're going to start making reruns of the sites they've already picked up as a result of that flawless run of the sites. They go upstairs to kids, the first one they've already run, and we're going to see a Frost pick brought in by the man himself, the Frost main, or not really main, but Frost player, Chala, who we've seen pop off many times with this operator.
Okay, well, this time around, the application's going to be different. Darkzero have to attack the top floor, which is going to present a whole swath of new issues. They're still going to have the double smoke setup here from Canadian and Hyper. Plenty of explosives on DZ's end across the entirety of the remainder of the roster, as well to deal with anything else that they really need. Obviously, the 2 sets of frag grenades and Pambazoo carrying 2 of those breaching charges as well, or breaching rounds, rather. But Darkzero looks set up to at least be able to handle this. Once again, I will just point out that Hyper's not going to be able to get too aggressive, so they're going to be leaning into other people to achieve that. We'll see how that goes, but it'll more or less be getting rid of a lot of these different utility standpoints that they have set up. More than likely the one in Trophy, the first to go. TSM is going to show a decently aggressive front here towards the west-hand side. An early drone here from Eclipse, but it actually doesn't enter the building, so don't believe it's seen achieved just yet. He's over in the cafeteria area, and Eclipse is going to start droning towards this way, but as they've cleared out the bottom of small tower, don't have to worry about all too much, and seemingly aware of his positioning in general. We're going to see the Z ping through the wall here now as Darkzero begin working this. Looks like they have 3 members around this area, as well as some lobby possibly going for Master here in a little bit. Some bodies outside that area. So Darkzero do not want to step foot in this building without a good eye as to what's going on, and honestly, you can't blame them. You saw what TSM's initial plan was, so this is just very respectful of what they've been able to do thus far.
Minute gone from the round. Darkzero, like you were talking about, they're still giving a lot of respect over to the side of TSM. Allow them to maintain this control here as Darkzero looks for the best option to start taking some for themselves, and that's going to have to start with the elimination of this player on the inside of Kitchen. Valkyrie Cam gone, Eclipse hoping that he's not going to be revealed as a result of taking it out. Having to be cautious, of course, of an aggressive swing to come from the stage hall down to the left side there. You can see that silhouette moving back towards tower now. NJR, in the meanwhile, looking to try and get the actual meeting control for himself, but no, Bolo still on the inside of security here, causing problems for the clearance squad. Panba is going to fall to him. That's an addition to the one that's still on the inside of Kitchen, too, and that's Merc. There we go, him himself causing issues there. NJR will be able to trade out the security player, and Bolo, he goes down. Puts the control slightly back into the favor of Darkzero, but not by a whole lot. Still going to be down a player versus TSM here. And TSM, with their out-and-about positioning, still leaves a lot to be controlled by Darkzero before they even begin to think about moving upstairs onto the site.
Achieved. A lot to deal with here. Has one at his immediate kitchen door as well as security, but Merc still adding up the kill tally here. It's a double kill for him on the round, and now Achieved, we run into some trouble, but luckily the soft breach there doesn't end up extending too far where Hyper can actually see him. They're playing well into the bodies right now. Merc able to get this headshot. No, the PMM so strong, it's going to take him out in a singular bullet, but since Hyper is indeed on such low HP, might still run into some issues here. This is going to be a couple bullets off of his potential here. Obviously, him and Canadian still both up, and Canadian still has smokes as well, so they can still abuse Hyper's kit to its fullest potential. Still looking for these picks around the entirety of site, but TSM are doing a very, very good job of delaying. Issue for them right now is that they don't actually have utility to do this, so they're going to have to do it through frags instead. That's going to be pretty easy for Geo, as he'll pick up a second one as well. Canadian has to try and get the refrag, and TSM get round 5.
The defensive control stays in play here as once more TSM come out on top of a round. Obviously, a bumpy start to things, but ever since round number 2, they have been dominating with 4 in a row now. Looking to make it 5 on the final round as they'll go back down to the basement for one final engagement, as it's their only real choice here, unless they wanted to go to the second first floor site. Not really one they're probably too keen or even rehearsed on playing, so going to avoid that and head back down here. This is where they've had issues, though, against Darkzero's attacks. So let's see if Darkzero, once again, using the glass, apparently, or maybe not, to make this work. Looking like a 6-pick. Let's see if it actually goes through. Yeah, gonna bring the Ying in. Not really too surprising there, like we talked about when she got banned out in the last match we casted. Ying has become a mainstay for burst executes or for attacking teams on this map, so that's not gonna be too much of a surprise to see Hyper switching over to that.
And mostly specifically this site. I mean, we've seen her other places, obviously, but this site especially is just Ying's paradise, because you almost have the exact situation that everyone thought of when you first, when Ying first got released. There's a hatch inside of E-Box. It's very, very safe to play from up top. No one can truthfully peek you. There's 2 doors on it, and you can just drop your Candelas down and let them roll in. It's almost the perfect thing for somebody like Ying. So those Candelas are going to play heavily into the execute here for DZ, and who better to have it on than Hyper? I mean, you're giving the guy an LMG that barely has any recoil, and more than likely his opponent's going to be stunned. I can only see this going in a positive way, but so far TSM's been really in the way of that, to say the least. Their defenses have been high octane so far, really limiting Darkzero and what they've been able to produce, and now achieved actually with a very forward position here onto NJR, but NJR is immediately going to vacate the premises, so they'll be able to at least drone this guy. Some good positioning here, but I don't know if the Jaeger saw it. Oh, achieved. You're going to be in hot water. NJR is going to be able to get the drone out, but Achieved will be able to make the move in that sense as well. Sensing there's more than likely somebody that'll come through and get a big frag onto him soon, but it's actually Bolo to take out Hyper first. And, well, the Ying's off the board, so no more execute utility when it comes down to that.
Yeah, that's a huge first pick for them to be able to get for themselves. Even some respect coming out from Hyper himself as Bolo's able to line that up. I believe Merc probably acted as a distraction while that happened there and allowed for the swing to come in. That or just caught him at a moment of opportunity. Either way, it will be negated now as things will be traded out. Obviously not to the same effect in terms of operators removed, but in terms of player count, things are back on even turf now. But without those Candelas, it's going to be a rough execute here. Just your usual utility in soft and hard destruction. In order to get onto this site, you're not going to have Flores to deal with any of the on-site utility. You will have the Ash charges to do so, but obviously those present their own issues and how imprecise they can potentially be, and actually needing access to be able to see them for a second one. So let's see now how Darkzero can work this without the Ying, but obviously some renewed vigor here, taking down Achieved in those past few moments.
I mean, I think we can just type it into the chess engine that is Canadian's brain right now, and just bee-boo bebop, he's going to figure this one out and try and get them an execute set up here. Hasn't had the best scoreline thus far, 0-4-0 right now with 0 plants, so has to be pretty sad about that one, but they've been able to at least get a plant on the board here in the likes of Hyper, but he's been doing it all today across the board here for DZ, so not having him might present more issues going forward. Well, 50 seconds remaining. DZ has to get something done. Stun's down now for Canadian, but he's just checking to see if there's any utility there that there's still needing to be clear. They're going to dump a nade down here, which will eliminate Merc's shield that he had in a forward position like we saw before. That was trying to hold on to that default plant that we usually see go down inside of supply. More frag grenades out now for DZ, as there's still plenty of utility to try and clear, but TSM, they're just giving them the works. A Nitro cell out as well as a frag from Bolo, but finally Pambazoo will fire back. This is actually going to knock us into a 2v2. This is what we needed to see from them earlier inside of this half, but I'll take it now too. Pambazoo is going to be on low HP, so this could be a pretty easy kill for Merc if he tries to go for the swing here. He's got both. He'll be able to down one. He's not going to go for the second. Make him sweat, make him bleed, and make him walk into Chala. Very forward round there from TSM. That's going to bag them the last one of their half and split this at a 5-1.
Stokes, I'm pretty sure that we have only casted 5-1 and 4-2 halves this entire week so far.
Yeah, yep, yes we have actually, and I don't know what's happened since last week. Last week was pretty entertaining, and then this week everyone's just like, yeah, I just really want to get home. I got to see the wife and kids. I don't really know, man. It's like you know what it feels like the speed level. Did you ever watch the original Fast and Furious movies when they hit the NOS and everything just turns to warp speed? That's what it feels like.
They turn the FOV up by 20 or 30 degrees, right?
Yeah, it's like boom. And by the way, that is not how NOS works, in case anyone was aware. So
you don't break the space-time continuum when you use NOS or whatever the director
there's
of that
a
movie
massive
wanted you to think
explosion of you
happens.
breaching the sound barrier. You know what I mean?
All right, so enough about fun movies. Let's get back into it here. The setup, again, looking at the operator lineup at least, isn't going to be super interesting. Should just be your standard basement play from Darkzero, as they're looking to get their best foot forward here with a win, obviously, at the outset of the second half. See if that can be done. Meanwhile, on the attack, we've got an interesting pick for Merc, obviously, there. The Finka being brought to the table. Let's see how this very uncommon choice, I think that's one of the few operators we talked about where she's still not getting picked that much comparatively to the rest of the pool, but obviously today that's going to be a little bit different as TSM feels she's useful in this scenario.
Yes, indeed. We'll have to see what they're able to achieve with her. We've been seeing this at a couple of different places. I actually didn't end up watching this game, I'll be honest with you, but when I was rolling through the CGG stats for EUL a little bit earlier this week, I did see that Empire actually had a full game where one of their players, their primary offensive operator, was Finka. So it's been played recently. I don't know exactly how successful it has been, but
My memory's awful for specifics on stuff like this, but I know, for example, during the Mexico Major, someone brought Finka out during one game that I remember casting as well. Like I said, the memory escapes me for which team specifically this was. Might have been Empire, one of the other EU teams. Imagining it might be a little bit more relevant there in that meta, but here for NA, it's a very rare sight to see here with a very low pick rate to accommodate it. So let's see how it will be useful for TSM under these specific scenarios. Darkzero not throwing out a whole lot of aggression here in the first couple moments of the round. Obviously, you've got the back stairs position for Panba. Away from that, though, no one even getting close to anything aggressive against TSM, and the second Panba is spotted by a passing drone, he will give that play up on the back stairs and just play for the pillar spot.
Quiet minus some bullets flying around Oregon right now, but obviously those not really tagging anybody up. It's TSM still trying to get some work done on this mid floor. They've gotten a decent amount of control. At least they've got some pointed areas that they can hold on to right now and limit Darkzero from going for these rotations, and that's really what they're looking for in the first place. TSM, though, they're going to get their first freebie here as Hyper's just sitting in open space inside of construction, and this is going to be very easy for them. Just put a drone here, nobody can hear it because the barricade's up, and you'll be able to find a kill because of that. Eclipse will try and get up and forward in this position, but now with the crossfire setup here from DZ, they're limited in the way that they can actually attack this now, although they've already gotten the frag, so TSM not too worried about this. They're more than likely going to start splitting up this defense and forcing them to take a multitude of different angles all at the same time. Smoke grenades now out to try and slow down this construction hold, but the stun grenades are already pouring in, and Canadian's actually going to get lit up right inside of Khan's door. He's going to take a frag grenade to the face as well. It's not going to kill him just yet. Another one out onto Pambazoo as well, as Darkzero are literally fighting a full-on war right now. Eclipse winning it out as well as Canadian, and finally, it's a sea of blue, but Bolo, he has something to say about this. He'll be able to at least muster one, but he still has to go for three.
Although chucking an 8 around the corner should be an ADS, yep, to defend against that, so not going to be able to allow it to go through. Bolo going to have to look for another avenue in. Ace not under his control right now either. But he does sit on the ground fairly close to him, but that's not the priority right now. No way he's going to be able to sneak off a plan in this situation. It's going to be all kills all day once again, and unfortunately for him, he walks right into the kill box set up by the shotgun and the SAS operators, looking to play this one out towards the timer and not interested in an open duel versus Bolo there. Things go Darkzero's way to start with, but will they continue as they move to other sites here now? We're at a 2-5 scoreline, and Darkzero is at least alive here. About a comeback, though, we'll have to wait and see if they can bring it all the way.
Well, the Finka pick wasn't a fluke, but we haven't passed the 6-pick phase just yet, so I would hold your breath, but obviously they could still always lock it in. As for that offense, TSM are able to at least get that initial frag onto Hyper, but past that, once it gets into the execute time, Darkzero's angles are simply too harsh. They overwhelm TSM on the entry, and it gets all the way down to Bolo so unbelievably quick, and I mean like less than 5 seconds, all of the TSM members minus Bolo are on the ground. So TSM now, with this round presented to themselves, hopefully they can get themselves an opening frag like they did the last time just to start themselves off. This top floor should be a little bit easier for them to work as it's a touch more open in concept as opposed to the basement setup, but we'll have to see.
So let us see if Darkzero is going to be able to continue to extend their comeback a little bit by picking up yet another round here. Once again, no surprises when it comes to the operator lineup. Obviously, we have the alibi pick for Hyper, but that's not super uncommon to see. Gives that player specifically a little bit more freedom in this situation, and the utility, as we've seen more and more, has found its use inside of the meta. Usual utility mitigation, and any other bits of utility can be brought out aside from that too. Most notably the Goyo, obviously looking to get those shields in the way of the main push coming out through games, as well as Master to try and slow things down. If anything, it's by the explosive radius, but obviously through other methods too, especially if our defenders can find success peeking from said shield. Let's see what TSM are going to be showcasing us, though, inside of these first few seconds of the round. They're spawned out, and Bolo is already rappelling his way up to try and start dealing with Hyper, who's looking to cause some problems in T3.
Oh, I absolutely loved that. Hyper setting up top with his Prisma initially just to see if somebody ended up getting marked and he could get a possible freebie off Rit, but instead chooses to back off as TSM are definitely around the entirety of that area. Does not want to try and take a multitude of gunfights in that space, as that is a losing battle. TSM, though, have to clear out this top floor now. And yeah, this is going to be more frag grenades here for TSM. They're bringing a set of 6, just like we saw from SSG in our last game. But obviously, the Finka's still along for the ride. Now, the thing with Finka is that she's pretty unique in the way that she works. She has a bunch of different passive abilities, but the one thing that does get in a lot of people's way, in the sense of, just play overall, and the reason that pros really don't like her, is that it actually takes away your recoil. Now, you might be thinking, well, that's a really good thing, Stokes. Why would they hate that? Well, it's because they've practiced it for forever. You know what I mean? You're so used to... Imagine like any other game where you're playing with like an AK or something. You have a spray pattern, and then immediately that's gone and the gun just shoots straight. It's the most weird thing to try and deal with. And speaking of weird things, this angle setup here for DZ is not going to work out. I really like this setup initially. I'll be really honest with you, with the shields being played in towards the master door area and making it where TSM really can't try and work that space, but Merc with a big pickup onto Pambazoo here.
Panda being found out. We've seen this before, however, but now there's the trade once again. Canadian lurking in the basement for so long, finally able to pick up that trade and once again bring us back down on the even terms. Suddenly the advantage TSM had now gone, and just like the last round here, not a whole lot of map control to build off of just yet, although that is starting to change. You can see them beginning to move in here. First lurks, anyway, from them to start taking that master control away. But with less than a minute left, you got to be worried for TSM's sake to actually get the full job done here with such a limited amount of time. The same problem they ran into back on that last round. They're trying to work their way in through construction and eventually the electrical hatch to find basement play. Here we go, though. Arsenal control is theirs. That's a wrap into the main connector and then out onto the site. They were a little nervous of taking direct control of Master, too, for some reason, but that fear has now gone away. Everybody's in position, ready to move out. But will it work with only 20 seconds left? Here we go.
They don't have anything to block LOS here, John, but they do indeed have stun, so they'll be able to flood it in a certain sense. Bull's going to get some solid position, and he's just going to go frag, and he takes down it close, but immediately fired back here from Hyper. He's going to take the pistol out to try and achieve something here, but nothing's really going to get done. NJR instead will be able to go for 2. He's not being able to stop the plant here, but actually, no, the plant will be stopped. I don't know exactly where it was going down there. I thought default for just a second, but I believe it's the attic door, I'm assuming. Yep. It ends up where that was going down, but either way, Darkzero once again get away with this site-centric defense after Canadian especially with a big pickup there that slowed TSM down quite a bit.
So not enough time to clear out the site, specifically the position in the back corner there where our pivotal player from Darkzero was able to turn things around, take out the planter, and anybody else that was pushing the site in those final moments. A little bit nerve-wracking for Darkzero as well. They still had, I believe it was Panball off-site playing to, I believe, an angle to lurk in against the Execute also. So in the event that we saw the site setup fall to pieces, as you said, due to the fact that most of the defender utility had gone away, was an opportunity there for TSM to sneak their way, and I think with a slight player advantage due to that off-site member not being in the fight. However, ended up not being too big of a deal because of that limited amount of time. And as a result of those issues, Darkzero will pick up a second one here, looking to run their way up all the way to 5-5. We'll see if they can get that job done. We did have to take a quick tech pause. There was another HUD bug, I believe, for Merc. We have since fixed that. He is reconnected, so we should be starting in just a moment.
No HUD bug this time. Just the mute one that takes away all of your audio.
Oh, it's the mute one. Okay.
Yeah. Dude, you don't need audio to play Rainbow Six. Come on. Just be better at the video game.
You can just sit there and play with it like for every single round.
I'll be honest, it's better than the one where if you get off of a mute, or not a mute, if you get off a drone at like the proper time when someone like breaks a barricade, or if you die at the proper time that you break a barricade, it'll constantly just make like this chunking noise of the barricade breaking, and it doesn't go away unless you reset your game.
Yeah, I've heard that one too.
Yeah, not a lot of fun. Not a lot of fun. But either way, we're back into this one, folks. And I'll be honest, I really liked the setup last time around from DZ. I know we talked about it mid-round about that shield setup and how it really didn't work out too much with Pambazoo stepping up and getting peaked. But the thing is that it also slowed down TSM quite a lot, because you still can't try and get extremely forward with the position of those deployable shields without taking some heat. They're able to get trophy, but past that, it was just difficult for them trying to push forward, and that's why TSM had to do so in such aggressive fashion, especially for the kids player, because if they don't, they lose the round anyways just off of proxy. I mean, he's got smoke grenades and everything else. He's going to be able to stop that plant from going down, so you have to try and overwhelm him, and the M590 is just really strong in that position. So I love the overall strategy for Darkzero and how they played out that round, because it really took it to TSM and what they wanted to do with the map just from the jump. So now into round 9 here, we'll see if Darkzero can continue their reign of terror here on the defensive side.
All right. Darkzero once again in prime position to continue excelling, but this is going to be the toughest site yet here. A lot more interworks come into how a defender needs to successfully hold off the play from their attackers, and this is going to be the toughest challenge for them as a result of that. We can see the extension pretty much for the entire team on DZ. 3 or 4 members now holding upstairs towards Attic, and by extension the area around the dorms as well. And we'll continue to see those positions maintained throughout the entire round. You can see Geo moving in to drone all of that out. Achieved as well, already getting some back access from the small tower to move himself forward. But even with that under their control, that's only a very small first step. A lot more work needing to be done, as we can see here from Bolo starting to move into that second floor, but nearly battled out of it by a player across the way over at the tower as he goes down to half HP.
Very similar setup to the top stairs defense that we saw from Darkzero, but obviously this site not in the same spot. It's going to be meeting in cafeteria, or rather kitchen and cafeteria instead here. Darkzero, at least for Eclipse's sake, will be very forward upstairs, and he's definitely got the kit to be able to play this position as well with that shotgun SMG-11 combo. John, you and I have talked about the SAS operators before and how damaging this kit can be, even at range. That was across the entirety of Trophy. He one-shots Bolo, and Bolo still had quite a bit of HP from that previous fight, so heck of a blast there from Eclipse that ends up bagging him a big kill here, and they still have to clear out this top floor, and past that, he still has 2 cross angles here. He's got Attic to worry about, as well as 1 other member, I believe Pambazoo, to his backside as well. This is really damning to TSM. They have to try and do something about this top hold, because it's going to be difficult to try and get a plant down here.
Shala continuing to move forward now. Get himself positioned a little bit closer to the site here, and in the meanwhile, with less than a minute left, we're going to start to see TSM move past positions without fully starting to check them out. That was a problem for them in a previous round here, and we could very well start it to see it become an issue with Chala. He's very, very close to one of the members of Darkzero. Hasn't been able to figure it out. He hears the audio cues. He knows that the player is somewhere nearby, but he doesn't even realize that Canadian was still lurking over towards the classroom as well. He sneaks off another kill. Darkzero continue to maintain the player advantage, and TSM fall to 3 now, as they're left with 30 seconds left to try and make the play forward and get onto the site. Chief can find nothing, and now he has nothing. Eclipse running the gauntlet up on him from upstairs, taking down Achieved, leaving only 2 running for the attack here. Merc running into some issues of his own as he tries to get onto the site, and so much so that he'll die outright. Geo does better upstairs, finally taking care of the positioning from at least one of the members of Darkzero, but once again, no choice but to frag this out. He'll run into Canadian in the process of doing so, and Canadian will end the round once again in the favor of Darkzero as they continue to come back.
Canadian goes from hard breach to roam mastermind. This guy is everywhere across the map right now and constantly having some influence, whether holding an angle or getting a big pick when TSM isn't exactly aware. Darkzero's defenses overall as well, John, have made it so difficult for TSM to get any map control at all. I don't know if you guys have seen this, but these constant long angles are forcing TSM to have to play around this space and really respect what DZ's doing, because the moment that they don't, they're more than likely going to end up losing bodies. So for Darkzero, I mean, just stick to your guns. TSM are going to call attack timeout here, and this is definitely a big move here from Poge. If there was a time to do it, it would be right now. Now, for TSM, what really is the adjustment here? These longer distance gunfights really haven't came too much into play. It's just the positioning that's been threatening TSM overall, and Darkzero have been able to build off of that.
We're going to see the Finka come back into the fold here since we're heading back to the basement attack yet again. Shouldn't be too much of a surprise to see that come back into the fold. As you said, it's not a fluke to just bring that in to try it out. They clearly have a strategy falling behind it. It's just last time they could not make it work. Able to negotiate their first entry off of it, but past that, really struggling to get past those thresholds at the back tower stairs as well as construction to get into the site. Darkzero took the fight directly to TSM, and that plan worked out beautifully to cause a massive amount of chaos at a minimum inside that fight, and through said chaos, Darkzero was able to control it, pick up a huge amount of trades in their favor, and eventually shut down the site. We're going to see them bring out the cap can for this one, and Canadians bringing out all sorts of interesting picks here, as one more will be added to his operator count for the inside of this game.
Do you know who can, John? Cap can. Cap can.
It's like the easiest joke in the book.
Right there. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But we don't get to use it often, and just because it's an oldie doesn't mean that it isn't a goodie. But the thing about cap can is that, you know, He's a really good operator. I'll be honest. We don't get to see him enough, but the thing is that to slot him in, you're going to end up losing something that is arguably more valuable. The thing that Cap can present to you in the likes of his EDDs is that if, TSM doesn't respect Canadian in the sense of either getting info early on him and just knowing that there's a Cap can on the field, someone's more than likely going to take just about half HP in damage, and then for the rest of the round, every TSM member has to stare at all of the doors that they're going to try and walk through. That's the reason that you saw Canadian putting those EDDs downstairs around the E-box area, because he knows that when TSM goes for an execute, they have to run through that. And what do you want to do as Capcan? Well, you want to be really freaking annoying. So that's what he's going to do. He's going to slap them right on those doors and make it to where TSM doesn't get to do what they want to do unless they want to either die if they're low enough HP or take most of their HP in damage.
You can see on top of this, Darkzero has looked to compound the confusion that they're going to cause TSM on this execute by adding both of the drone denial operators into the fold. Once again, so you've got Mozzie and Mute to accommodate a lack of intel for TSM when they finally get downstairs and hopefully end up running in to a couple of those EDDs, and through that make a couple of the gunfights a bit easier to win out here by bringing those players down to 40 HP. Obviously a bit higher if they're Finka boosted, but we will see that when it comes to fruition. Inside of this first minute, mainly just droning for TSM, not a whole lot of actual fight taking or even clearing, save for the big tower that you can see over there, but I believe that is going to start to change. Panba, in fact, even backing away as he starts to notice the mav hole getting opened up over towards his mute jammer. Can't stop the mute jammer from being taken out. In fact, he might have done it himself on accident, but can still try to get a couple of shots into TSM here. Won't work out, though, and we're now going to see the stage wall get opened.
Did anybody see that charm on Panba's gun? Somebody at me on Twitter and tell me where to get that charm from, because it's like a little ghost. It's like a little. It's so cute, dude.
Very important information.
I'm sorry, I haven't seen this charm before. Hey, listen, man, I've looked at way too many of these things in my life. Okay.
It might be like a new one or something, or like one that's coming soon. Because doesn't this client get like all the stuff like earlier than it's supposed to be in the game or something like that? Yeah.
Oh, apparently it's from the Doke skin. Okay, well, pretty interesting. But you know what's interesting outside of that? TSM's already pushing into the side. They've taken down one, but Bolo's going to get refragged here from Hyper, and a very straightforward clear here of Elbow. They're just going to put a singular torch hole across the entirety of the wall, which is going to make it difficult for Closet to be played here, and JR is going to have to back off instead, because otherwise he'll be locked inside, and he won't be able to get his smokes out how he wants to.
Mark looking to circumnavigate the stage area just a little bit there, so he'll go to a different position to try and force himself forward. Once again, TSM are going to find themselves at an overall lack for time, even though they've been able to trade out the overall player counts here. Finding an issue getting themselves that one step forward onto the site, but Merc's going to make up the difference to start things off here as the team moves their way forward. Canadian has rotated into a power position of his own right on top of the hatch, and here we go. Jumps in the way of the execute, but he's caught just as quickly. Merc again on the back flank to make sure things do not go awry this time, but Eclipse finally taking care of that manager, bringing it down to a 2v2, and ultimately trading it out completely as Eclipse and NJR get the final kills. Once again, Darkzero's defensive setup stands tall in the basement as they pick up yet another round and bring themselves within one more of tying things up. No, in fact, no, they tie it up now at 5-5. I've lost track of the rounds too, apparently.
Well, that's because we finally got in a game, John, and that's something we've been wanting all day. I think Kixon and Taro wanted it as well, but we're the lucky chaps that get it here between TSM and Darkzero, and we might actually have overtime on the docket unless Darkzero has something to say about it. And, well, that defensive setup, it's just like we talked about. That is why Capcan is annoying. They're not able to clear out everything on site, and even going down to the last frag there, Achieved walks into the door, gets blasted for more than half of his HP in the last little bit, and he's just shocked. He's like, oh man, I just took damn. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, well, it's just very difficult in those last, very, close situations where things just get very, very, nerve-wracking, that, Capcan can really have a large influence. So very well done from Darkzero there. As you said, they limit the information game as well there with the Mute Mozzie combo. I think overall that strat was just built extremely well, and Darkzero are going to continue it. They're going to go back upstairs, but this is a fresh-faced setup. Canadian's now on Clash.
Canadian, like I said, continuing to add more and more operators to his overall count for this game. I think he's up to like 4 or 5 now, just on the defensive side alone. We'll see if we can maybe add some more before the game closes out. This is a strategy I believe we actually saw from TSM. Might have been in the basement that they were trying to use the Clash, but we also saw them bring it out at least once in the previous half here. It's not going to be too much of a far cry. Specifically, it's not going to be too uncommon to see it being used in this specific position, as I have caught it a couple of times in the past as well. Using the Clash to get in the way primarily of the garage clear, and you can see Eclipse in the basement there too, for the possibility of swinging up should the opportunity present itself to cause a sandwich to occur right there. However, plenty of other things could transpire from the Clash, and even this mute play as well, as it could just as easily block off access to the white stairs where Canadian's drifting towards now, the big window, or even, of course, the master walk-in. But a little bit too late for that, as Merc is pretty much already done with it, taking full connector control just 40 seconds into the round.
Forward positioning now. Merkel might be able to do something, but here's the problem. Canadian exists, and I believe that he just saw him, but if not, be able to exist around that space for a little while longer. And that actually might end up presenting them a kill, but Canadians got bigger fish to fry, and it's mostly the players here inside of Big Tower. Wants to try and slow them down here and see if he can possibly get ahead of them, making this hole on the left-hand side. They'll obviously be able to achieve that, but just making sure that if they do step into it, they'll be able to have some influence over that. The other issue right now, though, is besides that, is this angle that has been created for Bolo. Really can't step up inside of the swamp area, that lower area inside of Attic to try and fight that, because he'll already have the angle set up. So for TSM, they've actually been able to get some stuff done inside of this round without losing any bodies or taking damage. They've been working their way around Darkzero very well, but we know what happens when it comes down to this. Usually Darkzero is able to get something done on the roam, so to see what happens. Hopefully this frag grenade doesn't do too much, but actually it stuns pouring in, so luckily enough, not going to happen. And actually Eclipse will get tagged. I was very scared he was going to die through the floor there for a split second, but no, just a little bit of damage, and those frags... What?
Ooh, no. That didn't just happen, did it?
That did just happen. There's no impacts. He doesn't have an impact downstairs.
What?
Yeah, the frag grenade took out the X-Kairos through the wall. But they're still going to have plenty more. Don't worry about it, folks. Chala, the lucky thing here, folks, is that that's not an those are X-Kairos charges and not an exothermic. If that was an exothermic, that's the round right there. And, I mean, I would almost be throwing my hat in the ring being like, we need to reset on that, because that is absolutely ridiculous. But at least it's able to get the wall open. So TSM can still push forward on this execute, and they need to right now with 30 seconds remaining.
Oh, trust me, I would have been in the same camp on that one if that ended up being true, but thankfully they chose to bring Hibana this time, so let's see how it pans out as we get into the final seconds of said execute. Merc, and is going to be able to find one, but so far the only one against this lineup here. Chio is in the, such an unfortunate duel here, trying to knock out the Clash. More of a waste of time than anything. It's an eventuality that's going to happen. Achieve left alone here on the entry from the big window, but between him and Gio, they're able to make it work. Alone to move in, but together at the end. TSM finally negotiate themselves an attacking round just before they were about to lose the lead, and now they have a chance to close it down 7-5. Before we get into that, though, we are going to go into a timeout.
You got to make sure to use them. Don't want to end up going all the way to the end of the game and just not using them, John. That's a bad coach at the end of the day. Let's be honest. It's like, we've used this reference before, but it's like being a coach in the NFL and going into halftime with timeouts in your back pocket. It's like, are you actually doing your job, man? Or like, what exactly is happening here? Because they're free. You know you don't get like a penalty for using these things, right? So Darkzero are going to use their tactical timeout right now, and they definitely need it. This is a round that's extremely important going forward, and they haven't even selected an operator just yet on our screens, folks. I'll start locking them in now, but just to let you guys know, it is going to be a meeting hall kitchen defense, so we will be going back to this, and this is something that we saw from Darkzero previously, where they were doing a really good job of holding onto the top floor. They got some really good initial damage onto TSM, which led into TSM kind of just getting bowled over on that top floor in general. We saw a really, really nice retake up there after DZ gave up the space. Canadian and Eclipse reconcile with each other and actually push up main stairs to take out the vertical player and win the round for DZ. So we'll see if TSM can try and get around that this time or possibly have a counter.
For Darkzero, though, only one more round is also needed for them. As you said, we'll see if this can be done over at Meeting Hall and Kitchen. Some interesting picks there, and some aggressive ones at that, with the Ella being brought into the fold. The Goyo, excuse me, I had a hiccup there. The Goyo is also going to be 6th pick. Not to anything super interesting, but once again, compiles onto this aggressive setup that we're seeing right now here. Seems to be the case all across the board here for our defenders. Let's see what exactly the plan is going to be, though, as obviously things still need to be set up. We are very curious as to what the overall plan is going to be for Darkzero. Probably going to be heavy emphasis once more on that upstairs hold, as we've already seen in the past, though.
Also, in other news, we figured out which bundle it is, John. It's the Echo bundle, actually. He's got a nice little ghost, and Dokubi's got like a little ghost head with her logo on it as well for those respective ones. They're actually released all the way back in March. I, just didn't throw my wallet at the game again for like the upteenth time.
It's the Akumi Nakamura skins. That's
Yeah, that headgear is pretty sick, to be honest. But my Echo's pretty dripped out right now, to be fair, so I don't know if I'll invest. I might invest simply because the charm is so unbelievably adorable, and I'm an impulse buyer, so right after this, my credit card might be used with the 3 digits on the back, I'll be honest.
Well, while Stokes is busy browsing the store, I'll get back to the gameplay here, and we'll see if TSM can try to close things down in the final round of regulation. Now, obviously, if Darkzero wins this, we are going to go to overtime, but that changes the point totals these two teams are going to get. If Darkzero loses this round, they get absolutely nothing. If they win it, they're guaranteed at least 1 point on the standings. TSM won't be able to gain the full 3, though, from winning anymore. They can only get 2, and that's assuming they still win in overtime. If TSM wins this one outright on this round, they'll get the full 3, and once again, Darkzero will get nothing. Obviously, Darkzero looking to at least take it to OT, but if they can win it there, that's even better. Let's see, though, how the actual action is going to go. We do have the members from TSM starting to lurk into the building, but as you might expect, they are going to be busy dealing with the off-site presence before they even inch close to the site itself in meeting.
Well, as you'd expect, TSM want to play this close to the chest. This round means quite a lot, as this is the closeout here up against Darkzero, and this offense has been extremely hard fought. Just to get this round, they had to squeeze it out of stone practically to get Darkzero to finally break, but not trying to slow down just yet. You can see Canadian playing very forward here inside of security, not scared of a damn thing. And he has that M590 in his hand. He's going to pop open one of the doors here, make it to where there's a possible rotation for one of the players if they do end up going all the way down low. TSM going to begin clearing things out on this top floor, but just remember, it is a mid-floor hold here once again. DZ going with something quite similar to what we saw the last time. Mark's going to end up taking some damage, but since he's Finka, he'll be able to give himself some health in a certain sense here, but it will deteriorate over time. But as of right now, TSM outside of that haven't been able to do too much. They'll be able to pressure out the Attic player, but Eclipse still holding on to the space. He'll get droned out and more than likely TSM to follow.
Stims actually will sustain for himself there, so he gets a bit of a boost to right over 50.
Shot.
It's not going to matter, though, as Eclipse just absolutely clotheslines him. With Bolo to be there, though, for an instant exchange. Same situation the TSM has faced plenty of times before. They evenly traded out down to a 4v4, but they are nowhere near the point they need to be for the actual execute here, so they're going to have to rush to get into position to make it happen with limited time. 35 seconds left here, clearing out the upstairs hold, but one of the members makes it further away. There's going to be causing some problems potentially from the inside of the basement, too. Panba trying to contest from kitchen itself. Can't get the job done. The Nitro might be able to, but no, there's no hole in the softball there, so it falls short. Even worse than that, though, Hyper and Panba both going to be able to take players out. They're too late to stop the plant, but that might not matter here. They're wiping the floor clean. It's all fallen to Chala in a 1 versus 4. We're to wait out the timer now as we have put it into the attacker's favor. Chala waiting for the swing, but he's not ready for it when it finally comes out. Hyper shuts him down, and we're going to overtime to settle this one, ladies and gentlemen. Darkzero tie it up at 6-6.
Oh man, I am absolutely loving this. We haven't gotten close siege in some time here inside of the NAL, so it's nice to have an OT once again here. And since we haven't had an OT in a while, folks, we'll remind you of how this one works. Ours is a best of 3 rounds, as it is with the rest of everybody basically in the entirety of the world. But again, it is 3 rounds, and the best of 3 inside of that rounds is the ones who are going to take it. So it's the first person to get 8 rounds, and DZ will have 2 defensive sides, as TSM will have 2 offensive sides if we do indeed go the full breadth. Darkzero obviously are going to have the upper hand here. We just saw their defensive half, and it was very, very dominant, only dropping a singular round to TSM, but the same could be said back and forth. As for DZ, though, definitely be taking this by the reins. They're going to head down low, as they're going to have a quick change-up inside of their operator list here, and Canadian will continue this carousel of operators as he's going to pick up Maestro.
Canadian's just having himself a good old time today, isn't he? Yeah. Over to Maestro once again, as I think we're going to fall more in meta line with what we've seen in the past on this type of a site. So going to be looking to negate the play as a result of bringing those Evil Eyes onto the field, and maybe some delay capability. More than anything, though, the intel against what is going to be another all-in execute, more than likely from TSM. We'll be bringing a whole lot of actual nade utility to the table, but the Finka still in check for Merc. to allow for that little bit of a boost, that little bit of an extra HP boost, which TSM is hoping will make up the difference in this very, very tight execution that often can lead to the defenders just completely shutting down the attack as they try to make the transition from the first floor down into this floor itself where the sites are going to be played. Round has begun, though. We've got Achieve very quickly barreling towards the construction entry. Pretty much confirm that we're not going to see him just go right into it. He's just establishing a position to use now, and we'll, of course, come back to it later. But for the rest of the team, they have plenty more business to take care of up here on the first floor, so that's going to be their first thing they'll worry about here as Merc leads the charge, already approaching the freezer stairs.
Well, that's what we'd expect out of him or Bolo. That's what we saw at Bank yesterday with their high-octane offense. Able to take things to Beast Coast and just make their life overall extremely difficult on the defense. TSM, though, they're going to be showing a pretty handed opening as we would expect. They do not want to try and just simply rush downstairs, although they have gotten solid positioning inside of Freezer. But this is going to make Gio's life a heck of a lot easier. He's not going to have to worry about anyone trying to peek out a hatch or anything of the sort. They also got drones down here to cover that space as well. And Darkzero are going to be very, very patient. They got a lot of utility to be able to combat TSM, especially when they do go for this execute. I love the pickup of Hyper here on the Ella, and this is something that we've started to see very, very often down low, because when the executes come in, they come in hot and heavy. So you need those Grismots in their way just to make the offensive life a little bit more difficult, as well as, if you think about it, that's even more utility that they would want to clear at the end of the day if they do get a bead on it. We're about halfway through the round now, and TSM has actually gotten a lot done on this mid floor. Already quite a few of these hatches popped, and Merc's going to begin working Freezer once again. Oh, there we go.
Yeah,
All
I was about to say, some trouble's taking out that magnet there, as it uses a little bit more ammo.
No one plays the spear. He's got a good excuse.
As he takes a bit of his magazine in order to get the job done, but the job is eventually done, and obviously not much of a consequence as a result of those extra shots. So things will continue to go perfectly fine for TSM as they begin to enter Darkzero territory. However, this is where once more I will begin to get a little bit worried for the members of TSM, but I'm sure they're not so concerned. They've run this hundreds, if not thousands of times at this point. They'll know what the procedure is going to be. NJR will actually get blinded out in the first push, and that's going to be a successful start to things for Gio as he takes down Hyper, but this other player lurking in the corner by the chassis, NJR, they're going to try to get the better of, but never mind, the better will be had of him. Canadian swings in, however, with the Alda, trades out onto two different players, but at the same time, Eclipse will just barely stay alive as he's fallen down to just a sliver of his own HP. We are even again as somehow Darkzero is able to negate these entries every single time. Canadian with a third one in here. The instant headshot against Gio's peak. Here comes the play onto the site. Panba shut down the first. The second is up next here as Merc is the only one left now with only 8 seconds left to make the play on the Finka in this 1v2. Canadian apparently is just offering too much on that Alda, but just as I say that, one of the two goes down, but no time remains. Canadian will clutch it out in the 1vx, and Darkzero go up on map and match point.
Yeah, I don't think he's that old. I don't buy it. I just don't buy it. That was so well handled inside of Fraser. You guys can see the energy. I wish we could just hear the amount of woos that just went off inside of that place right now. But what a round from Canadian. When they needed him most, that signal went up, and he was able to secure all the frags necessary to shut down CSM. Darkzero going to be on the offensive side this time around, and they're going to have Hyper back on the glass. So we'll see if the 6 pick comes in. The only reason I'm saying that is because we don't have Canadian on an operator that has extra smoke, so we should be seeing the 6 pick here, and they're going to give it to us. What are you going to go with? Oh, John. Oh, this is going to be fun. I'm so very excited. Lock it in, Hyper. Lock it in. The only problem is Hyper.
Game's going to lock it in for him.
It's not upstairs. It's downstairs. So you really can't fly through a window.
Dude, you know
what?
This is like some deja vu. Someone else made it a Rooney pick against a basement attack before too. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
I remember when it
and you and I casted it, and I can't remember who it was.
I think it was on Chalet. I do think that was the difference, but still.
I mean, he could jump down the hatch and then get himself out.
I mean, yeah, he could. I don't know why he'd do that, but he could. I'm just sitting here like looking at the hatch positions, like, yeah, but
listen.
But why would
there was a guy in there was a guy in Bikini's unranked game that said that this is the best kit in the game. Okay, so you just gotta respect that. All right,
yeah,
it's a G8
apparently.
and SMG 11. That's all he needs, to be fair.
So let's see if Hyper's pick of the let's see if Hyper's pick here is going to add something extra to to Darkzero here as they're
He
going to
better
try.
just fly on the top floor, otherwise I feel
Well,
like
let's
this
see. Where
pick
is he?
has
Where's
just been
Hyper at?
disrespected.
What's he doing right now?
I don't know, man.
There he is.
I don't know. There he is. He's all the way over here, and he's got a Jaeger. And
I don't see the Gara hook out yet.
Oh, well, the Gara hook's coming. Achieved shouldn't have the angle on this, but the thing is that he's a professional player and he's going to know that lineup. So I'm kind of scared if Hyper does go for that window. This one would be a lot safer given everything. I just don't want him to go for that third floor one. Yes, that one, Hyper. Yes, that one right there. That's what we want. We don't want the top floor one, okay? I know we're talking to you through a screen right now, but I believe in you and you've got this. I mean, hey, the delay's not... Oh, no.
Here we go.
Achieved?
Top floor in.
He's gone. He's gone. Oh, thank the Lord. Okay, Hyper's safe, guys. He's going to make it out of this one. I was just really scared, especially with that positioning from Achieved earlier, but he's going to get droned out, luckily enough, from the remainder of DZ. So, I'll be able to keep Hyper alive when he does eventually fly in there. But that's more than likely all the Gara hook action we're going to see this round unless something crazy happens.
Like Darkzero winning, but we'll see here in a moment if no, that was a completely out of place joke. My apologies, but
solid enough. Solid.
Just didn't even really make sense at the end of the day, but
no, especially from their defensive side. But we'll give it to you, John. We'll give it to you.
Just more timing than anything. Darkzero moving their way forward here and are going to be opening up the hatch in just a couple of seconds. Like we said, no more action to come from the Amara, but that doesn't mean that the utility is going to be completely of a lack of assistance to the team overall. Hyper still going to have himself very good gun to work off of.
No, they're not. No, they're
two
not.
of them going down here?
No, they're not.
It stinks that there's no one on the other side of it, but still, we need to see the results of this here. TSM catches it, though. Bolo tries to fend it off, but it's not going to work. Merc and Achieve getting two, but it's all going the way of Darkzero now. Geo, the only one left standing, as all of a sudden, Darkzero burst onto the site and win the match all the way in OT to get it done, but they do it 2 rounds in their favor and take control.
Oh my gosh, that just felt so good to watch. That was so clean. That is one of my favorite plays of all time with Hibana. The coolest thing about Hibana is the fact of this. You can pop hatches with only 4 of those X-Kairos, and they don't do very much damage to you. We don't see it utilized very often, and in fact, back in the day, it used to only take 2 to pop the hatch, and I actually want to say it used to only take 1 as well, maybe, but I think it was 2, if I do remember this correctly, so you take even less damage. It was a pretty common thing, but what a move there from Darkzero. And this is what I'm saying when it comes to Canadian meshing with this roster. It's just happening so fast, and their playstyle is actually very, very different from what it was before. This is something we would have never have seen out of these guys. And I mean, what a call, especially in overtime. I do not think that TSM was all of a sudden ready to just have 4 bodies trying to take over site immediately after these hatches pop.
Canadian always giving us a show and clearly, making a difference for the team he is on. I was getting so excited, my dog even jumped up to take a look there as well in the final couple seconds. But yeah, Darkzero giving us another one as they're able to take control of that matchup and negotiate a win in overtime, 8-6 at the end of the day. And they will be able to take 2 points with them on the overall standings. Their opponents, TSM, at least being the first to make it to 6, will still get 1 for themselves, but the loss still will be present here in overtime for them.
You know, I'm trying to remember what the analyst desk selections were, but didn't we actually have like more DZ selections than TSM? Because
I forget, to be honest with you.
I mean that was a pretty hard call at the end of the day, and really for TSM, I mean, a heck of a game, but they just simply could not get the ball rolling when it came to their offensive side, and sadly, that was the biggest dampener on this. If they were able to really muster anything early on that half, this could have been a completely different tale, but clearly not. There is something special happening over at the DZ office.
As is seemingly always the case when you get Canadian on your side, we saw that same thing happening when Canadian moved from EG over to SSG, and now the very same thing could be happening for another new start of a new legacy. Once again, Canadian continuing to move his own forward, but possibly creating a new one along the way over on Darkzero. That's going to be enough for the 2 of us here today. We're going to send it back down to Veli and the rest of the desk one final time to break down this Darkzero victory.
Thank you so much, Blue. And Jacob, I think Stokes is right. I think that 2 of us chose Darkzero, and
I think so.
I can't
somebody
believe this.
chose who chose TSM again?
5-1.
I don't know. Some resident Canadian squibbling. I don't remember what his name is. Jessica?
Yessie? I don't know, something like that. But ladies and gentlemen, with the highlights coming in from Predator, shout out to them. Yeah, we saw it. Darkzero, the new look Darkzero, by the way, looked really good in this win on Oregon against TSM. Jesse and Jacob, what are your thoughts?
They looked good, but they looked experimental at the same time. Like, that last round notwithstanding, we saw Glaz brought into a pro match in North America for the first time in a very long while. And then we get to that last overtime round, and it's just the most ranked thing you could have done. Habana Amaru G8 2x hatch drop and freezer. It looked so beautiful. You don't, like, look, this exact play right here on the highlights. Eclipse and Hyper are just in, and look at how much blue fills the kill feed over those next couple of seconds. NJR and Eclipse have the perfect cross, catches TSM completely unawares. That was a really good call by DZ, and wow, they're 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why we say Oregon is the most defender-sided map in the pool. I think both of those halves showed it. I think TSM definitely should have been able to get more rounds on their attack. Darkzero should have been able to as well, to be fair. But that overtime round where they were able to win with that round 14 hatch drop, I feel like we've seen that before from Darkzero. I can't remember the exact VOD when it happened, but I've definitely VOD reviewed a team doing that, and I believe it was Darkzero. Well done from them. That was a beautifully executed take, and when everything's on the line, right? Why not?
Right, and take a look at the stats right now. Both of these teams came to play, fellas. I mean, there's no one that was caught lacking at all. Eclipse and Hyper with 14 kills apiece. But on the other end, Merc ran wild with 15 kills on his own. When it came to opening kills, opening engagements, it seems like TSM definitely got the better part of Darkzero, but still, Eclipse and Hyper had a field day on their own when it came to those engagements. But Jacob, overall, this game went to overtime, and as we know, when you take one team to overtime, they just about win every single time.
We were going to say that the DZ overtime curse was broken because they lost in Mexico, but I'll hold firm to this idea. DZ in overtime in the NAL is still very much alive, like it or not. You get them to overtime, they'll find a way to pull it out. And to TSM's credit, this game should have been over a lot earlier than it was. That's a 5-1 half. DZ pulled 4 unanswered rounds back before TSM were able to get very nearly 2. It was back and forth at that point. And then once we actually get to OT, DZ say, yeah, we'll do a semi-normal defense and then a crazy attack. And that's all she wrote, man. TSM looked good, but DZ are looking very innovative.
And Jesse, let's talk about the contrast between the two, right? Because you specifically wanted to talk about TSM's attacks, but I also want to hear your thoughts about how Darkzero were doing on defense.
Yeah, I mean, TSM, I think we're going very slow on a lot of their attacks. I didn't like the pacing. Part of it did come in from Darkzero. They played a ton of different setups on on all 3 bomb sites they decided to play here today. They started off with some standard setups, then they decided to roam when they were defending on Laundry, then they brought a clash when they were defending on dorms, and even in their standard holds, they had Canadian running around in the basement on a dorms hold. I mean, they really did try a lot of different strats that I think did slow down TSM quite a bit. There were some more basic things I think TSM probably should have been able to go a little bit faster. Clearing out that top floor in a meeting hold should be relatively standard process. I didn't see anything too weird from Darkzero. That should have slowed them down, but still, they really struggled with those tasks. So probably a little column A, a little column B. I'm sure the role changes and the communication changes that are going on within the TSM team right now had a big impact on that. But yeah, that second half really was not shining bright for TSM, and Darkzero took advantage hard.
Yes, I have to ask this, Jesse. Are you sold on Darkzero yet?
I think so. I think so, Veli. I mean, they're
After
looking
not
really
picking
good
them, are
with
you
Troy.
finally on the train?
Okay, who didn't pick them in their opening showcase? Mr. Caliber, the Jacob.
No, you're the one that has the shirt with my face on it. I win every time.
Okay, fellas, we're gonna get back to this, but let's jump right into the community poll. You guys are like brothers fighting over this, man. So for this
Old
series,
married couple.
two of the most clutch players in the R6 NAL will face off. Chala or Hyper have the most 1vx's in the wins today. Now, coming into this game, this is actually a really good question. Jacob, before I throw it to you, I mean, I would guess Chala automatically. Whenever we're talking about a clutch god or anyone that could win with their backs against the wall versus any amount of people, there's no one better, right?
I'm trying to think of who theoretically would have had the most.
Did.
I don't know if either had a 1vx.
Clutches.
Yeah, but I mean, to be fair, Chala now being moved into a support role means I guess theoretically he's in less situations these days to clutch. But we called him he's our own resident clutch minister in Rainbow Six. So yeah, I think most people probably went with him.
Yeah, Chala was already in a support role. He was already often playing smoke and stuff, so it's not like he was out there playing aggressive operators. And Hyper was on Glaz half the rounds. You're not clutching anything on a Glaz, so I think Chala probably won this one.
I don't know, maybe some 360 emoji no scope probably could have happened with Hyper, but
Maybe.
this time around, Chala won in a landslide victory.
Dang.
74%. That is
TSM,
insane.
don't lose Twitter polls.
That's the power of having Bolo on your team, I guess. But fellas, let's talk about the MVP as well. Now, there's a few names that can come up. Merch has had a field day, but he was on a losing team with his 15 kills, I believe, and 92, 93 calls. Eclipse with his 14 kills, Vertical with 13. Does any other names come to mind, fellas?
I think Vertical was the one that I was thinking immediately.
Yes.
Yeah.
Guys was 12 and 5.
Anybody from SSG? Was Skies the big
7-2,
player on
7-2.
SSG?
No,
Rampy
Rampy was the
SSG.
big player on SSG.
Rampy
yeah.
was a bigger one.
It was
wasn't
Rampy. Yes.
So
Yeah.
here's my thought. You give it to Rampy because that was probably like a tighter matchup on paper, SSG versus Astralis, or you give it to Vertical because even though that was a slug game against Beast Coast, you can't really overlook anyone who ever like gets an above 2.0 rating, and he had a 2.06. So.
in the role that he was playing as well, it was like, you know, playing that position and also winning the game. I would personally give it to Vertical, but we're gonna find out
100%
soon.
cost, by the way. Like
100
that's just the greatest stat line.
That's just insane. So we're gonna find out right now. All of us on the desk are kind of wondering if it is Vertical. I'm kind of hoping so.
Hey.
Let's see. There we go.
We got
Protection is on point. Shout out to the production staff. They know the deal. Vertical will be your MVP for Playday number 4, and rightfully so, right? He's been an MVP for Oxygen as a whole. Ever since Stage 3 has started, Vertical's name has been on top of the leaderboards, and he's been leading by example as the OG with the best aim in the game. Jesse, it's only right to have Vertical standing right here going 13-3 with 3 opening kills and 100% calls.
I mean, how many times did Vertical just walk through the bomb site? That second round as well on games when, like, it was 30 seconds in and he was just in bar ordering himself a drink. I mean, Vertical somehow finds a way in and he somehow always gets those kills. He's been the best player for Oxygen this stage by far. He definitely deserves this nomination.
Absolutely crazy. Jacob, anything you want to say before we jump into standings? 'Cause I'm going to need your help for that.
Not Vertical absolutely deserves this, but if you want to look at standings, then let's break it down together.
Oh, brother, let's go ahead and talk about it. So, first things first, I mean, this is pretty much the regular degular deal right now. We know Oxygen are in the #1 spot, and they're not moving anytime soon. But other than that, Sonics, I'm actually looking right now to see where they stand. And with what happened yesterday, it wasn't pretty, but they're still in the #2 spot. Top 4 is fully fledged out right now currently with Darkzero in the mix with Sonics, Spacestation Gaming, and Oxygen. But other than that, the 2 blue arrows on XSET and Mirage, they're trying to move their way up, Jacob.
They are. I think Sonic's having a bye week or a bye play day for this play day was really good considering the loss that they had to XSET yesterday. So I wouldn't consider them in trouble of like any stretch of the imagination. They definitely look all right. I think OXG and Space Station in the top 2 looks great. OXG 4-0 with no overtime appearances. It's just
Sorry,
ridiculous.
Sonic's in the 3rd spot. I messed up. I apologize.
No, you're all
nice.
good. You want to know what that makes it though? 6, 5, and 4 means that if it's this close for like the top 4 spots to go to the November major, the rest of the way through this stage, oh my God, it's going to be close.
No, Jacob, it's even closer than that. An overtime win is 2 points. You still get 1 point for losing.
No, I know that.
No, but still, from TSM, or even if you want to be real, from Space Station Gaming all the way down, I mean, Beast Coast could take the top 4 spot next week, realistically.
Yeah,
well,
I mean, I guess they do now have a hole to get themselves out of. This is honestly a more interesting race to me, is the bottom 4 and not the top 5. XSET, Mirage, Astralis, and Beast Coast all with the same number of points. Beast Coast, I had them like 7th in my power rankings, and now they're dead last because of the amount of rounds they haven't won. That's kind of a big deal.
Who do you even pick? Like, from these 4 bottom teams, I feel like all of them have had really good performances. All of them have had their handful of bad performances. Like, I don't know which of these 4 teams I would expect to finish at the bottom when we get to the end of the stage.
I feel like we should have a pre-show discussion about this next week. Are you guys down?
Yes.
I'm down for it, yeah.
Production, if you're paying attention, we're writing this down. We're going to have a talk about this. I think it's going to be juicy. But let's talk about what's happening next week for the matches as well, because I'm excited about this one. Oh my God. Jacob, do you see the first game of the day?
There's too many good games on this list. I'm going to have a heart attack.
This is a stacked list. Sonics versus Darkzero. Okay, all of us, we choose one that we like. Jacob, which match do you think is going to be an absolute banger?
I'll take one that's not the first game. I'll take the OXG SSG matchup because that's theoretically the number 1 and number 2 facing off against one another, so to speak. So that's going to be really cool to see. Is SSG finally going to give OXG a loss is my big question.
Jesse, what are you feeling, man?
I mean, Sonics have been sitting on an XSET loss now for over a week once we get to this point in the schedule. So I'm looking to that game versus Darkzero for them to bounce back and try to take down the undefeated Darkzero.
Undefeated. You sounded like an amazing desk host right there. But I think one of the most important games is going to be match number 2, Astralis versus TSM. Yeah. Because that's where Astralis really get to try to get their leg up in the power rankings while keeping TSM as low as possible. But one of the discussions we will have will be all around match number 4. We're going to highlight that. Mirage and beastcoast. These guys are fighting to stay away from the bottom of the standings. And the loser of this is going to be feeling really bad by the end of the day. But fellas, I had a blast this week. I'm not going to lie. It's been fun. It's been full of surprises. Jacob, Jesse, we love upsets. And XSET did exactly that. We saw pop-offs. Thomas's his self-interview because he's a strong, independent pro player. Jacob, what was your favorite part about the week?
Honestly, it is that upset. I'm somebody who has been very critical of a team like XSET in the past, and we've got a lot of reasons to ride on Sonic's coattails, but I like an underdog story. I like it when somebody who hasn't found a lot of success manages to get themselves out of a hole that they've dug themselves, and XSET have done that over the entirety of the 2021 season so far. That win against the Sonics is a really good thing, and they're showing so much potential and improvement already from week 1 to week 2, but it's got to be more consistent. I'm going to keep on rooting for them, hoping that something manages to manifest from the effort that they've shown this week. But yeah, it was probably that upset from yesterday.
Jesse, what have you loved so far this week, man? I mean, from an analyst standpoint as well, man, I would be popping off. You guys have been having a lot of fun here.
Okay, well, I say for an analyst point of view, the coastline games we've been able to get have been fantastic. We've really been able to explore this map and figure out how the changes have affected the different bomb sites and how teams like to hold it, how teams like to attack it. That's been a treat. From a fan point of view, the grand finale, Veli, of the whole week, Darkzero TSM, I don't think it disappointed. That was a very fun game we just watched, and the way it ended, too, Darkzero with that hatch drop, I mean, come on. That's probably got to be the most hype moment of this week so far.
My dude, it was only right that it went to overtime, right? If it didn't go to overtime, I would have been so disappointed, especially because of the series before that, right? We wanted something good to close out the day. But for all of you beautiful people at home, we all want to thank you once again. This has been a blast. Here on the desk, we've been having a lot of fun. Jesse and Jacob, you guys already know the deal. Can't wait to see you guys next week. Kicks and Taro, Blue and Stokes, they've been doing a fantastic job so far. Shout out to production. Shout out to AimLab. Shout out to Riot. Shout out to Predator as well. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here. But also, without the viewers at home, without them, we wouldn't even exist. So all of you beautiful people, thank you for tuning in every single play day. It's been so much fun. But next week, we're going to kick things off with Sonics versus Darkzero. I don't even have to say it. That game is going to be a banger. But we're going to close this down right now. Once again, have a great night, and we see you next time for more North American League action.
What does it take to call next? Follow us for a deep dive into the Rainbow Six community, breaking down barriers, taking you behind the scenes, and showing what it means to level up.
If you want to get better, try reviewing your game footage. Insights.gg's game capture tool makes recording and reviewing fast and easy. With no lag, automatic recording, and instant highlights, it's never been easier to learn from your gameplay. Try it for free at insights.gg today.